a suitable wife?"
The Honourable Nash Renfrew's aunt stared at him through her lorgnette. Maud, Lady Gosforth, enjoyed using her lorgnette. It magnified her gimlet eye horribly, and usually made the recipient of the stare squirm. Nash never squirmed.
"If you would be so good, Aunt Maud."
She sniffed.
"From all I've heard, you have no difficulty finding women, even in St. Petersburg."
Nash didn't blink an eyelid. How the deuce had she learned of his activities in St. Petersburg when her principal residence was in Bath? But her contacts were legendary. It was why he'd asked for her help. He said coolly,
"It's not the same."
His aunt snorted.
"No, it's not. And you also want me to arrange a ball for 4 weeks' time? A ball at the beginning of the season?" "If it's not too fatiguing a task, dear aunt." "Fatiguing? Of course it is. I'm too old to give parties anymore," she said with an attempt to look feeble. "I'm sorry, Aunt Maud. I didn't realise. You're in such blooming looks. You see... never mind. I'll hire someone." "Hire someone? You'll do no such thing. Events organised by hirelings," she spoke the word with loathing, "cannot be anything but vulgar. I will try somehow to find the energy to arrange something, and to find you a suitable girl. But I warn you, Nash, with such short notice, and at the beginning of the season with all the invitations already gone out, it will be the paltriest, most insipid affair." "I know. I'm sorry."
Nash had no fear it would be anything but magnificent. He added casually,
"Can I prevail on you to send an invitation to the Tsar of Russia's aunt, the Grand Duchess Anna Petrovna Romanova?"
The lorgnette dropped.
"The Tsar of Russia's aunt?" "She'll arrive in London a few days before the ball. She knows nobody in London and has requested my assistance. She won't mind a small affair."
The Grand Duchess was as gregarious as his aunt and adored a grand fuss.
"A Grand Duchess?"
Aunt Maud sat up, her eyes sparkling with ambition. She achieved a weary sigh.
"How you do run me ragged, boy."
"I know." He assumed a penitent expression. With a Russian Grand Duchess, this ball would be the event of the season, and his aunt knew it. Nash had applied for leave to return to England for 2 reasons: to take possession of an inheritance and to find a wife. The ambassador, knowing how difficult the elderly Grand Duchess could be, had granted leave on condition that Nash dance attendance on the old lady in London. Nash, the ambassador said, had a way with autocratic and difficult old ladies. It came, Nash informed him, from a lifetime of dealing with eccentric and autocratic aunts and great-aunts, one of whom was currently peering beadily at him through her lorgnette.
"So, on top of balls and Grand Duchesses, you expect me to conjure up a wife out of thin air?" "Not just any wife. The right sort of wife. I wish to make an excellent marriage."
One well-plucked brow rose.
"Naturally. You are a Renfrew after all. It is what we do. But what, pray, is your definition of an excellent marriage?"
Nash had given the matter a great deal of thought. Apart from birth, breeding, education, and intelligence, his bride needed to be not just well-born, but well-connected. She should have some understanding of politics, but be dispassionate about causes. She should be well-trained in the management of large social occasions and have a certain degree of charm. Above all, she should be discreet, refrain from gossip, and be tolerant of other people's eccentricities. As for children, he had no need of heirs and no interest in children. If his wife wanted one, he supposed he wouldn't mind.
"And I suppose you expect this paragon to be beautiful and an heiress as well,"
Aunt Maud said caustically when he finished. Nash gave her his most brilliant smile.
"That would be delightful, best of aunts."
She softened visibly.
"Pshaw! Younger sons!"
Then she'd eyed him thoughtfully, with the gimlet that all her nephews were familiar with.
"Not interested in marrying for love, then?"
Nash raised an incredulous eyebrow.
Marry for love? Your brothers did, and they're both very happy. Gabriel and Harry weren't raised at Alverley with the daily example of my parents' great love before them,
Nash pointed out.
If they had, they'd be bachelors still, like Marcus and myself. Gabriel and Harry were raised by your spinster great-aunt, on whose pantheon of life men ranked below dogs and horses, and slightly above cockroaches,
his aunt pointed out affably.
She did, of course, revere Renfrew blood, which balanced things slightly.
Nash shrugged.
My point is, they've never seen how destructive love matches can be. My marriage will be a carefully planned alliance based on shared ambitions, not on the murky byways of passion.
She snorted again.
A bloodless arrangement. That will suit me perfectly. But to go through life without love or passion... Passion?
Nash cut her off.
According to both my parents, theirs was the passion of a lifetime, and when they weren't ripping each other and our family apart with their jealous quarrels, they were circling each other like randy dogs.
Nash repressed a shudder.
I would rather dwell in the middle of an ice field than live like that. You're wrong, dear boy, but I won't try to change your mind. You have the legendary hard head of the Renfrew male, after all. I'll find you your paragon, but don't blame me if you expire of boredom after 6 months.
He shrugged indifferently.
Marriage isn't meant to be entertaining.
She viewed him with dismay.
But, dear boy, it is. Marriage should be a continuous adventure. My work gives me all the adventure I want. But, in your terms, perhaps what I want is a bad marriage.
Aunt Maud shuddered.
Never joke about such things, she ordered him. Never.
1. The horseman appeared on the ridge, a dark silhouette etched against a seething bank of leaden silver clouds. He remained motionless for a second or two, surveying the scene below. Then he commenced the descent of the hill in a slow, controlled canter. As he moved, lightning rippled across the sky in a sheet. How very apocalyptic, Maddy Woodford commented from the front stoop of her cottage. Whoever he is, he knows how to make an entrance. Lizzie Brown followed her gaze. Gentlemen, she pronounced, buttoning her coat. Maddy laughed. How can you tell? Farmers and merchants can ride fine horses too. Do you know him? Lizzie grinned and shook her head. Never seen him before, but he's cutting across country, isn't he? And it's private land. She shrugged and rolled her eyes. Only a gentleman would do that. Us ordinary folks don't take trespassing lightly. People get transported for less. I suppose. Bound for Fonthill or Whitethorn Manor, I reckon, Lizzie added with a grin. Maybe he'll pass right by you. You could stand in his way, miss. A gentleman would have to stop. You never know. You might catch yourself a fine, rich husband. Maddy snorted. With my luck, he'll be the sort who'd ride straight over me without even looking, and then I'd be in a right pile of muck, Lizzie finished, and both girls laughed. No, he'd stop for sure, especially with you looking so pretty with your hair all fancy. Lizzie gave Maddy's hair a critical look. I did a good job on that, I reckon. Maddy put a hand to her newly coiffed hair. Lizzie was using her to practice. You did a beautiful job, Lizzie. You'll make a wonderful lady's maid. I hope so, Miss Maddy. I'm sick to death of milking cows, and you'd make some gentleman a lovely wife, I reckon. As long as they don't find out I haven't a bean to my name, Maddy laughed. Besides, I'm not convinced a husband is worth the trouble. The laughter died from Lizzie's face. You're right there. Maddy shot her a guilty look. Oh, Lizzie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean... She'd spoken without thought. Lizzie had been married just 4 months when her husband went to town with all their savings and never came back. Lizzie wrapped a scarf around her head and said in a hard voice, Don't mind me. You're right. A pig in a poke, that's what marriage is. You never know what you got till it's too late. Trouble is what men are, all right, but rich trouble, well, that's easier to live with. Maddy nodded in perfunctory agreement. She didn't agree. Rich trouble was the very worst sort, and avoiding it was why Maddy was here, living in a run-down cottage. But Lizzie didn't know that. Nobody did. Maddy didn't dare tell a soul. "I'm off," Lizzie said. "That storm will be here in a few minutes. Hope I make it home without getting drowned. Thanks again, Miss Maddy. Dunno what I'd have done without you and your lessons. Uncle Bill is grateful and all." She winked. "I'm the worst dairymaid he's ever had, but you can't sack family, can you? He reckons if you can teach me enough to get me off his hands, he'll keep you in milk and butter and cream and cheese for the rest of your life." Maddy laughed. "I might just hold him to that. And don't call me Miss M—" But Lizzie was already running along the lane. Maddy shook her head. She'd lost track of the number of times she'd told Lizzie to call her Maddy, but Lizzie never would, even though they were the same age, 22. "You're a lady born, and I'm just an ignorant farm girl. Besides, if I'm going to be a lady's maid, I'd best get in the habit of showing respect," Lizzie would say. Maddy shivered. The storm was closing in fast, and she had seedlings to save. In the last few days, the weather had suddenly turned freezing. Spring buds had frozen on the branch, early daffodils had turned to ice, and worst of all, the bitter frosts had killed off more than a third of her tender spring greens. She fetched some sacking from beside the woodpile at the back door and began covering her precious seedlings, laying it over a trellis of support sticks, protecting the tender shoots beneath. She planted her first seeds at the age of 9. It was a delightful novelty then, but those lettuces, nourished to maturity and presented with pride to her grandmother, taught her enough to make the difference between starvation and survival. Maddy didn't dream about vegetables then. It was all handsome princes and balls and pretty dresses and love. Slowly, the handsome princes of her dreams had become merely handsome gentlemen, and balls, well, they were impossible too. For even if some unknown person sent her an invitation, she didn't have a pretty dress, and there was no money for anything new. These days, she would settle for a decent man, a farmer or a tradesman, it didn't matter, as long as she could like and respect him, and he respect her. She wasn't a child any longer, and life was not the stuff of dreams, but a constant battle. She straightened, arching her back as she checked the protection over the tender plants. The seedlings would survive. They had to. Her little family depended on it. They would survive too. It was just a matter of working hard and being frugal. And luck. She looked at the dark, seething clouds. The thunder of hooves told her the horseman was right outside her cottage. He was indeed a gentleman. Everything about him declared it, from his magnificent thoroughbred to his elegant, many-caped buff greatcoat, high boots, and stylish beaver hat. He rode easily, as if born to a horse. Who was he visiting? Sir Jasper Brownrigg, who owned Whitethorn Manor, had died 3 months ago, and apart from the vicar, the only other gentleman in the district was the squire, and he was more gentleman-like than gentleman-born. A fine distinction, but one she knew her father would have insisted on. A frightful snob, her late papa. "And look where your airs and graces have led us, papa," she mused bitterly, "to a situation where a few old sacks, some seedlings and a milkmaid with ambition are all that stand between your children and hunger." And between Maddy and Fifield Place. The horse took a wide ditch in its stride, then headed for the long, low, dry stone wall. The wall stretched for miles, rising and falling with the rise and dip of the land, an unbroken grey border snaking across the landscape. The estate maintenance had grown slack since Sir Jasper Brownrigg had grown old and infirm, and stones had been knocked off and not replaced. The horseman veered slightly, angling his horse toward a section of the wall where some of the coping stones had been knocked off. At first glance, it looked like the perfect place to jump, but— "No, not there!" she shouted. "The boy's mudslide!" Her words were blown away by the wind. Under her horrified gaze, the horse hit the slick surface of the mudslide just as its powerful hindquarters muscles bunched to make the leap over the wall. It skidded. Its hooves scrabbled frantically for purchase, and failed. The horse fell. Its rider flew through the air and smashed into the wall. In the sudden, shocked silence that followed, the world seemed to stand still. Then the horse scrambled to its feet, snorted, shook itself and trotted away, seemingly unhurt. The dark huddle at the foot of the wall didn't move. Maddy was off and running before she knew it, wrenching open the stiff gate with the ease of urgency. The stranger lay in the mud, half curled against the hard stone surface of the wall. His head was at an awkward angle, so was one leg. He lay ominously still. Maddy slipped 2 fingers inside the collar of his coat, between the fine fabric of his shirt and his warm skin. She closed her eyes, concentrating every sense on the tip of those 2 fingers. Nothing. No beat. No movement. She recalled her flippant comment about the horseman of the apocalypse. No, he couldn't be dead. Please, God. She smoothed the tumbled dark hair back from his alabaster pale forehead and felt nothing. Of course, the intense damp cold had driven all feeling out of her fingers. She rubbed her frozen fingers until they burned, then slipped them back inside his shirt, praying for a pulse, and breathed again. Blood gushed from his head, spilling over her fingers in a warm, sticky flow. She would not watch another person die. You're not going to die, Maddy told the man fiercely. Do you hear me? I won't have it. He pushed at her hands, moving his head and legs restlessly. It was a good sign. He couldn't have moved like that with a broken spine. She folded her apron into a pad, clean side out, slipped it under his head and used the apron strings to tie it on. She checked his body for injuries and found a muddy imprint of a horseshoe on the glossy surface of his high black boots. The horse had trodden on his ankle. Something stung her cheek. Sleet. We need to get you indoors, Maddy told him, as if he could hear. But how? She hooked her arms under the man's armpits. 1, 2, 3, she heaved. With all that mud, he should have slipped along nicely. But he was a big man, lean but tall, and heavier than she'd expected, and his clothing was soaked and getting heavier by the minute. After several minutes of heaving, she'd moved him a few inches at most. It's hopeless, she told him. You're too heavy. The wheelbarrow, she said on a sudden inspiration, and ran to fetch it. It was old, heavy, with a drunken front wheel, but it worked, and that was all that mattered. How to get him into it? She tried lifting him, but no matter how she tried, shoulders first, legs first, heaving and struggling, he was simply too heavy. Blast, she said, as her last attempt left them both in the mud with the wheelbarrow tipped over. Icy needles stung her skin. An idea formed. She pushed him into the wheelbarrow, side down in the mud, fetched some rope, and lashed his comatose body to the barrow. Using the prop pole from the clothesline and a large rock, she levered the barrow upward, shoving with all her might. With a lurch, the barrow thumped upright, the man safely aboard. Her muscles were burning by the time she wheeled him through the cottage doorway, barrow and all. She was beyond worrying about clean floors and tracking mud. The cottage was tiny. The ground floor just one big room, with a fireplace and table, and in the corner a large bed built into an alcove, built at some time in the past for an invalid grandmother. It was Maddy's bed now, and her first instinct was to tip the man straight onto it, but he was sopping wet, bleeding and covered in mud. She pulled back the bedclothes and lined the nearest half of the bed with an old oilskin cloak. It would protect her bedding. She wheeled him closer to the bed, untied him, linked her arms under his armpit and heaved. The barrow tipped, and she ended up sprawled on the bed in a flurry of mud and wet limbs, the stranger's head cradled against her breast. There, safe now out of the rain at least, she murmured, smoothing back the thick, dark hair from his alabaster forehead. As still and beautiful as a statue of an archangel, she could barely tell he was breathing, alive, but cold, too cold. We'll soon warm you up, she told him. She She wriggled out from beneath him and lowered his head gently. She piled fuel on the fire, pushed the kettle over the flames, and set bricks to heat. With a clean cloth and some hot water, she wiped his face clean and stared. Beneath the spattering of mud and blood, his face was elegant, austere, a hard-edged, wholly masculine beauty. Dark lashes fanned over the pale skin. His mouth had been chiselled by a master, his chin firm and squared and dark with unshaven bristles. She shouldn't be staring. His beauty would be no use to anyone if he died, she reminded herself. Now to get those sopping clothes off you. She pulled off his fine leather gloves. His hands were long-fingered and elegant, the nails clean and well cared for. Definitely the hands of a gentleman, she thought, with a rueful glance at her own work-roughened paws. She stripped off his waistcoat, then his shirt and undershirt. There were fresh bruises on his torso, but nothing serious. Her mouth dried as she reached for a towel to dry him. The male form had few mysteries for her, not since Papa's accident and being left with 2 small boys to bathe and dress, but this was different, very different. Papa had been old, and his flesh was flaccid and loose. His muscles withered, and the boys were like little skinned rabbits wiggling in the bath, skinny but still soft with the bloom of childhood. This was a man, young and strong and in his prime. Papa had smelled of sour old man flesh, talcum powder and the pungent ointment she used to rub into his back and legs for the pain. The boys smelled of little boys in soap. The man in her bed smelled faintly of shaving soap and cologne water, and horse, and wet wool and something else. She breathed it in, but could not identify it. Some kind of dark, musky man smell. It should have repelled her. Instead, she found it enticing. She breathed him in again as she dried his broad chest and firm-skinned, hard-muscled body, rubbing briskly with a rough-textured towel to get his blood moving. The scent of him settled deep in her awareness. She pulled the blanket over and tucked it around him. Now for the breeches and boots. The boots were the biggest problem. If his leg or ankle was broken, tugging the boot off could worsen the injury immeasurably. They'd cut Papa's boots off with a razor. She hadn't thought twice about it then. These days she was much more sharply aware of the cost of things, and these boots were very beautiful and very expensive. But it has to be done, she told him firmly, as she fetched Papa's razor. She was glad she brought it with them. It was sharper than any knife. Frowning in concentration, she cut the boot from him, eased it carefully off, and peeled away his woolen stocking. The ankle was swollen and already colouring up. She couldn't tell if it was broken or not. With that head wound, she'd have to fetch the doctor to him anyway. She hoped to God he had money to pay, for she certainly didn't. Now for those breeches, she told him, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't choose this moment to wake up. She glanced at his still face. Not so much of a flicker. She tried to be brisk and matter-of-fact, as she undid the buttons that closed the fall of his breeches. She'd scrubbed the boys in the bath, so a full-grown naked male would not be very much different, surely. Besides, though, she wouldn't admit it to a living soul. She was curious to see what a young man in his prime, really looked like. That was the French side of her, she knew. The side of her that always got her into trouble. Papa and his side of the family was so much more modest and reserved than Mamma and Grand-mère had ever been. Almost puritanical. No matter how sick Papa got, he'd insisted his valet, Bates, perform the more intimate tasks. Poor Bates. He'd loathed the task. But Papa was not one to be gainsaid. No matter how feeble his body grew, his will remained strong. The buckskin was cold and clammy, and clung tightly to the stranger's body as she pulled the breeches down over his flat belly, taking with them the cotton drawers he wore underneath, following the line of dark hair that arrowed to his groin. It was a struggle, but once past his hips, she was able to drag them all the way down. She dropped them to the floor, picked up the towel, and stared. She swallowed. He was a stranger. She ought to look away, to respect the poor man's privacy while he was insensible and helpless. She couldn't. Her first truly naked man. What a curious thing his manhood was, lying there in its nest of dark curls, a dark pinkish colour, and looking quite soft, not at all living up to the description she'd heard. Smaller than she expected, too. Men always exaggerated. She glanced at his face, and with a shock, realised that his eyes were open and he was watching her. Watching here. "You're awake!" she exclaimed, hastily tossing the towel over him. "How do you feel?" Her cheeks warmed, but she wasn't going to apologise. She'd had to strip his wet clothes off for his own good. For a moment, he didn't respond. His eyes didn't waver. They were very blue. She didn't think she'd ever seen such blue eyes. "You had a fall and hurt your head. Can you speak?" He tried to say something, tried to sit up, but before she could reach to help him, he fell back with a moan against the makeshift pillow and his eyes closed again. "Don't fall asleep. Who are you?" She shook him by the arm. He didn't respond. He was alive, at least, and able to move. That was something. She swiftly dried the rest of his body, trying not to think of how he'd caught her staring at his privates. She was embarrassed, yes, but not ashamed, she told herself. He was injured. She was supposed to look. Yes, to make sure he hadn't broken his thing, a little voice inside her commented. She ignored it. She finished drying him, and not knowing what else to do about his ankle, straightened it and bound it lightly with strips of clean cloth. Then she carefully rolled him over onto the clean, dry half of the bed and tucked the bedclothes around him. Using tongs, she pulled the hot bricks from the fire, wrapped them well, and placed them close against his body. It was important to keep his internal organs warm, and the bricks would stop him rolling out of bed. She checked the apron still tied around his head wound. There was no sign of fresh blood. Despite her proximity to the fire, she was shivering. She should change before tending to his head wound, otherwise she'd end up with a chill. She glanced at her unconscious guest. There was no place to be private here. She should take her clothes upstairs and change, but it was freezing up there. The children dressed and undressed in front of the fire all the time, and only went up to bed when she'd warmed their beds well with hot bricks. She hesitated. His breathing was steady. His eyes didn't so much as flicker. She'd risk it. Keeping her back to him as a token of modesty, she stripped her wet clothes off, toweled her chilly flesh dry, and dressed quickly in fresh, clean clothes. As she turned, the stranger's eyes closed, an involuntary movement, or had he been watching her? It was impossible to tell. Her own fault if he had. She could have changed upstairs. Besides, she'd watched him, hadn't she? Sauce for the gander, she told herself. Still, her cheeks burned, and she hoped she'd be mistaken. Now for the head wound. This isn't going to be easy, she told him. It's in an awkward position. She collected everything she thought she might need and arranged it on the bed. Then she climbed into the bed, dragged him into a sitting position, and slid in behind him. Supporting him between her knees, she let him sag sideways against her until his cheek rested against her breasts. "Immodest, I know," she murmured as she reached for the pot of honey. "But you don't know and I won't tell. And besides, it's the only way to tend to this nasty wound of yours." His hair was clogged with mud and blood. She washed the worst of it off, then carefully cut away all the hair around the wound. It looked nasty and jagged, and blood still oozed from it, but she didn't think it needed stitches. Thank God, she hated seeing flesh pierced with a needle, let alone doing it herself. She washed the wound well with hot salt water, as hot as she dared, doing her best to make sure nothing remained in the wound to cause it to fester. If the doctor were here, he'd dust it with basilicum powder, but she had nothing like that. She'd heard cobwebs were good for stopping bleeding, but spiders made her flesh creep, and there was not a cobweb in the house. All she had was honey. Honey was good for burns and small cuts, and it was the only thing she had plenty of. Gently she began to smear honey over the wound. It felt like a bosom. His body was like ice, and like fire. He throbbed unbearably from his head to his heels. He tried to move. Don't move. Soft voice. Bossy. Female. He tried to open his eyes. Pain splintered through him. Nausea. Hush now. Cool fingers pressed him against something warm and soft. It was definitely a bosom. Whose? A cool hand cupped his cheek, held him still against the bosom. I need to tend to your head wound. Her voice was soft, gentle, low. An excellent thing in a woman. He finished the quote in his head. A spurt of ironic laughter racked him. He bit back on the pain. Fool. He tried again to move. Agony. Head wound. Was he going to die? If he was, this was the way to go. His face buried in the fragrant depths of a bosom, gentle fingers soothing him, a soft voice murmuring. This bosom, these fingers, this voice, whoever they belonged to. He felt her shifting. Pain speared through him. Nausea, then blackness. 2. Maddy! Maddy! We found a horse! The cottage door flew open, and her 8-year-old half-brother Henry rushed in, followed by his brother John, 3 years older. It's a magnificent thoroughbred, Maddy, a stallion, John told her. A bay with the most beautiful shoulders and hocks. I'll wager he can jump anything. We caught him, Henry interrupted excitedly. I caught him, John corrected. Yes, but I helped. You couldn't have done it without me. You know you couldn't. John turned back to Maddy. I had an apple core in my pocket, and he took it like a lamb. I fed him too. I gave him some grass, Henry told her. And then I took him back to the vicar's. Well, where could we keep a horse? And the vicar said he didn't mind. I'm sorry we're late, but the horse was wet, and so I had to unsaddle him and dry him off. We both dried him off, Henry said. Hush, hush, not so loud, she said, laughing. And where are your sisters? Coming, John said vaguely, looking self-conscious. They were behind us when we left. As the man of the family, even if 12-year-old Jane was his elder, he was supposed to escort his sisters. But they're so slow, Maddy, and fussing about the muddy path and their shoes, and I wanted to tell you about the horse. Maddy's lips twitched. I know, love, and they're deplorably uninterested in horses too. Now, I have a surprise as well, but, here are the girls. Jane, Susan and Lucy entered. Sorry we're late, Maddy, Jane, the eldest, said, unwrapping small Lucy's shawl as she spoke. But the rain delayed us, and then the boys found a horse, and they would have to catch it and then take it back to the vicar's and fuss over it. And then the path. It's all right, Jane dear, Maddy assured her with a hug. 12-year-old Jane, as the oldest child, took her responsibilities very seriously. She had been the most obviously affected by the change in their circumstances. With no other help, Maddy had no alternative but to rely on Jane for much more than she wanted to. She hated doing it. She knew what it was like to have your childhood drowned by responsibility. She was desperate to let Jane become a carefree child again, but she couldn't manage it. Yet, she reminded herself. The boys are not the only ones who've had a surprise today, she told the children. They found the horse. I found the rider. There was an instant babble of questions. Hush, hush, you must be quiet and not disturb him. But where is he? Asked Susan, looking around. In the bed over there. He was badly injured. Can we see? Yes, but you must be very quiet. The poor man has hurt his head very badly, and loud noises will give him pain. The children solemnly tiptoed over to the bed, and Maddy drew back the faded red curtains that covered the alcove, screening the bed from view, as well as protecting the occupant from draughts. How did he hurt his head? Jane whispered. It was an accident.
Why is he in your bed, Maddy?
Lucy asked. Shh, we must all speak very quietly, because he's very sick, Maddy told her, and that's why he's in my bed.
But where will you sleep?
Lucy persisted, in a gruff little voice she imagined to be soft. We'll talk about that later, Maddy said, having wondered about that already.
He looks nice,
8-year-old Susan said in a loud whisper.
Is he a prince?
Lucy whispered hoarsely.
He looks like a prince.
Are you sure it's his horse that we found? John sounded disappointed. No doubt he'd entertained the fantasy that the horse would be finders keepers. Yes, I saw him fall and the horse ran off.
He fell off his horse.
John's lip curled slightly. Everyone falls at some time, she reminded him, and the reason this man fell was because his horse skidded on an iced-up mudslide some boys had made.
Oh,
John and Henry exchanged guilty looks. Yes, oh indeed, and now you're going to have to run to fetch the doctor.
Now?
John brightened. Yes, you can have something to eat first. I've made some soup.
I've already eaten, John said. Me too, sausages and mashed potatoes, and pudding to follow, added Henry with glee.
Mrs. Matheson gave us all supper, Maddy, Jane said apologetically. She, alone of the children, sensed how Maddy felt about receiving the charity of her kindly neighbours. They were none of them well off. But Maddy didn't want to burden the children with her perceptions. Sausages, how lovely, she said warmly. It might be charity, but Maddy also knew that were she ever so wealthy, the vicar's wife would still feed the children. She was a motherly soul with no children of her own. Besides, Maddy didn't feel ungrateful, just uncomfortable at having to receive when she had so little to give in return. If you're all fed, I want you to run back to the vicar's and ask him to send for the doctor. No, it's too far for you to go to the doctor's, John. By the time you get there, it'll be dark. Just tell the vicar, and he'll send someone in the gig.
Jenkins, Henry said. He'll send Jenkins.
Yes, so give the vicar this note to give to the doctor, and then come straight home. John hesitated.
Can I take another apple for the horse? One of the really old, wrinkly ones?
Maddy rolled her eyes. All right, but only one. She used the old wrinkly apples for pies.
I want to go too,
Henry declared. He eyed her hopefully.
You always say 2 heads are better than 1.
She grinned and ruffled his hair. Go on then, she conceded, but come straight home afterward. She put the children to bed early that night. They were fascinated by the stranger in the bed, and it was all she could do to keep them from checking on him every 3 minutes. They'd tiptoed round the cottage and spoken in hoarse, exaggerated whispers, but she wouldn't put it past any of them not to secretly try to wake him up. The doctor had been, examined the man's head wound, and pronounced her treatment of it excellent. He applied basilicum powder, but had no quibble with her use of honey as a healing salve.
Been used for generations, he said. As for that ankle, all swollen up like that, I can't tell if it's a minor break or a sprain. Leave it bound. We'll know more once he wakes up.
He will wake up then. She'd been worried he might simply fade away. It happened, she knew. The doctor shrugged.
Hard to tell with head wounds. At any rate, he can't be moved until he does, and so I'll tell the vicar.
He saw her look of surprise and explained.
The good Reverend wasn't happy with him staying here. He didn't like the look of his luggage.
His luggage? The doctor explained.
He examined the contents of the portmanteau that was strapped to the horse, in search of the identity of the owner, you understand. It contained everything of the finest quality, which suggests the young man is a gentleman, and I concur. But there were no documents of any clue as to his identity. The Reverend was, however, shocked by the lack of a certain item, which he claimed revealed the character of the man.
In what way? Maddy asked, fascinated. What item was lacking?
A nightshirt.
the doctor said dryly.
According to Reverend Matheson, a young gentleman who travels without a nightshirt is a rake, the doctor snorted. But I can see his point. An unmarried girl such as yourself should not have an unknown man billeted in her home, unchaperoned. However, it's my considered medical opinion that to move the fellow now would endanger his recovery. Best to wait until he's conscious and able to sit up under his own power.
I'll be all right, Maddy assured him. As for chaperones, she gestured to the children. I have 5. Not that I worry about such things any more. The doctor nodded.
Didn't think you were the missish sort. You've done a fine job so far. If the fellow lives, he'll have you to thank for his life.
He closed his bag and moved toward the door.
If you wake in the night, could you check on him? I don't think you need to sit up with him, but keep an eye out for any change. If anything worries you, anything at all, send for me. He's not out of danger yet.
What should I do if he wakes?
It depends. If he's calm, treat him as you would any individual. But if he's restless, fevered, troublesome, or in pain, give him this.
He handed her a small vial of clear liquid.
A few drops in warm water. Keep it away from the children.
Maddy nodded. The doctor paused at the door.
We'll make inquiries about him. With any luck, someone will claim him and take him off your hands as soon as he's fit to go. Let me know as soon as he wakes.
Maddy had promised. She had no interest in keeping the stranger any longer than she had to. As it was, he was going to put her out of her bed. She'd have to sleep with the girls, and it'd be a tight squeeze. Now the children were asleep, Maddy made one last check on the stranger. He'd barely moved. She changed into her nightgown in front of the fire, then hurried upstairs. Cold draughts lifted goosebumps on her skin as she stood beside the bed where her little sisters slept. Earlier she'd thought it would be a squeeze, but possible. Now she wasn't so sure. Children didn't sleep in straight lines. They sprawled. Jane and Susan on the outside, little Lucy in the middle. There was very little room. But with a strange man in her bed, there wasn't any choice. Maddy slipped in beside Susan, where there was the most space. She wriggled and pushed, and the little girls grumbled in their sleep. She had one leg in when Jane woke with a half scream. "Jane, what is it?" Jane, grasping the bedclothes in fright, said in sleepy confusion, "I don't know. I think I was about to fall out of bed, but I never fall out." "It's all right," Maddy assured her, getting out of the bed. "Go back to sleep." She tucked them back in, kissed Jane goodnight again, and tiptoed downstairs. The boys' bed was even smaller. There was no chance of her fitting in there. She'd have to sleep on the floor by the fire. 2 hours later, Maddy was still wide awake and getting crosser by the minute. She was freezing. All that was left of the fire were a few pale coals. Fuel was so hard to come by she couldn't afford to keep it burning all night. Besides, the woodpile was outside, and she'd freeze if she went out there. Flurries of sleet beat against the windows. She'd made a bed of hessian sacks, then wrapped herself in a patchwork quilt and 2 blankets. But the stone floor was icy, and every draught in every crack in the old cottage seemed to find a way directly to her skin. And all the time, the steady, rhythmic breathing of the man in her bed taunted her. She could hear it in the lulls between the rain and wind. He was warm. She was half frozen. He was sleeping. It didn't matter why. Broken head or not, he wasn't lying awake, cold and tired and miserable and cross. She was. He was unconscious, for goodness sake, insensible, oblivious. What harm could he do? She sat up, seized the patchwork quilt, rolled it into a thick snake, then stuffed it lengthways under the bedclothes of the bed against the body of the sleeping stranger. Her own little Hadrian's wall to keep her safe from the barbarian. The unconscious barbarian, with his beautiful mouth and dark bristles and his clean, well-kept hands. He didn't move or make a sound, just kept on breathing steadily. She smiled. Some barbarian. She slid into bed. Heaven. It was warm from his body. Nobody would ever know. Maddy slept. In the bleakest hour of the night, the man in the bed woke. He lay in the unfamiliar surroundings, trying to make sense of his situation. He had no idea where he was, no idea when he was, for that matter, except that it was night-time. But what day and what place, it was a mystery. His mind was a blank. Not a blank, he corrected himself. More like a swirling fog, with people and events half glimpsed and then vanishing, taunting him. His whole body ached. His head felt as though it had been split open. He lifted a hand to it and frowned as his questing fingers discovered the bandage. He'd been injured then. How? And by whom? And been bandaged by a woman. At the heart of all the swirling thoughts and fleeting images, he knew there was a woman, with gentle hands and a soft voice and the smell of... He turned on his side and breathed in. He could scent her, like a hound. He could scent that she was close. He wasn't alone. Who was she that shared his bed? He closed his eyes. So many questions, so few answers. He didn't care. She was there and that was enough. He moved closer and found something else in the bed. A long lump of cloth. Why? He pulled it out and tossed it aside, then returned to the woman. She lay curled on her side, facing away from him, warm and soft. He slipped his arms around her and drew her close against him, curling his body to fit the curve of hers. Her foot brushed against his leg. It was cold. He tucked her feet between his calves and felt them slowly warm. The nape of her neck lay exposed on the pillow. He lowered his face to the soft skin and breathed in her fragrance. It felt right. His hold on her tightened. She was his anchor, the one solid thing in a shifting sea of taunting ghosts. The questions hammering at the inside of his skull slowly faded. He lay with his aching body curved against hers, his mouth just touching the fragile skin at the nape of her neck, breathing in the scent of her. Gradually the rhythm of his breathing slowed until it matched hers and he slept. Morning dreams were the nicest. In morning dreams, Maddy woke slowly, letting her deepest wishes run riot, spinning fantasies. Her fantasy lover, warm, strong, skin to skin with nothing between them. The heat of his body, the hard, relaxed power of it, curled around her protectively, possessively. The warm weight of his arm, legs entwined, his brawny, a little hairy, pressing her calves between his breath matching hers, in, out, in, out. She lay entwined with him in a soft, soft bed, sharing warmth, skin against skin, sharing dreams and plans for the day after a splendid night of making love. That part of the morning dreams were always a bit vague. She had only the haziest ideas of what making love entailed. From barnyards, she knew the mechanics, and it didn't appeal in the least. It looked ugly and brutal. Mamma said for men it was a necessity, for women a duty to be endured and the pathway to endless, heartbreaking childbearing, which was even less appealing. But from Grand-mère, she knew it was a source of joy. Grand-mère had discovered it late in life. She'd been widowed for 15 years, with no thought of taking a lover or a husband, until Raoul Dubois, a handsome peasant with broad shoulders and strong hands, had set her in his sights. Maddy was 13 and had witnessed the whole thing with amazed fascination. To Grand-mère's embarrassment, Raoul had pursued her relentlessly, undeterred by her lack of encouragement, their difference in station, or even the difference in ages, all of which Grand-mère used to try to drive him off. Raoul would simply shrug those big, broad shoulders of his, and Grand-mère would eye them, sigh, then renew her defence. her increasingly half-hearted defense.
No, it is unthinkable. You are a woodcutter, and I...
There was a revolution, remember. In France now we are all equal.
His grin was ironic. He knew, everyone knew, that the class differences were the same as they'd ever been.
My father would roll in his grave.
Raoul shrugged.
Fathers roll. It is their fate.
But I am years older than you,
Grand-mère would argue.
It's inconceivable.
Grand-mère was born in the same year as the poor martyred Queen Marie Antoinette, of whom they must never speak. In 93, the Queen had been cruelly guillotined. She'd been 38, which made Grand-mère well past 50. Raoul was a widower, a man in his prime, just turned 40.
What are years?
He would say with a smile.
You are a beautiful woman, and I am a man. That is all that matters. I ask for nothing, not marriage, not property, only you, ma belle.
And he would smile that smile that had showed Maddy a side to her grandmother she'd never imagined, blushing like a girl and fluttering indecisively. It took Raoul 2 years, but he wore her down. After Raoul and Grand-mère became lovers, Maddy learned that sharing her life with a good man, the right man, made all the difference in the world to a woman who'd lost everything. Grand-mère was a new woman. The anger and bitterness faded. With Raoul in her life, she was full of joy and laughter and verve. Maddy would wake sometimes in the night or the early morning and hear them making love. The sounds had alarmed her at first, but seeing her grandmother's shining eyes in the morning, she knew that the sounds were misleading, that it was something wondrous. At other times, she'd waken and hear them lying in bed talking. The light murmur of Grand-mère's voice and the deep rumble of Raoul's. It sounded so peaceful, so cosy. And the lonely girl she was ached for the time when she too could lie in a bed, talking quietly in the night with her man. Raoul and Grand-mère had 5 happy years, until a falling tree took Raoul's life, and the joy left Grand-mère's eyes forever. She died within a year of him. But she'd left Maddy a precious legacy, the knowledge that, with the right man, there was joy to be had in the act of love.
Men and women always lie, chérie, even in bed. But in the act itself, there is honesty, Grand-mère had said, and with the right man, bliss.
And she would sigh. Maddy would probably never marry. She was too poor and had too many dependents, but somewhere she hoped there would be a Raoul Dubois for her. At the moment, he only appeared in her morning dreams, faceless, nameless, wanting nothing. Only her. Oh, to wake every day, knowing that whatever the day brought, she would not be alone, that whatever troubles they face, it would be together, and that come nightfall in this bed, they could find joy together. She didn't need a prince or a rich man, just a man and a cottage to share it with. A cottage. The rent! The thought crashed into her consciousness like a boulder into a tranquil pool. Morning dream number 5061 in smithereens, she thought, with sleepy irony. Another day to face. She stretched, then stiffened as she remembered that far from having someone to share her problems, one of them was in bed with her right now, and that the stranger was holding her breast, gently but firmly, possessively. She froze. "What are you doing?" she whispered. Ridiculous question. It was perfectly obvious what he was doing. "Stop it!" He didn't respond. His hand didn't move. He just kept breathing slowly and evenly, as he had all night. He couldn't possibly be asleep. Surely. Carefully, she prized his hand off her breast and pushed his arm back where it belonged. Turning cautiously in the bed, she looked at him. His face was slack with sleep, his eyes closed, his lashes twin dark crescents against his pallor. He moved restlessly and shifted toward her. She stiffened as his hand curved over her hip and held her. "What are you doing?" His knees bumped against hers, and he slid one brawny leg between hers and sighed, and relaxed again. She watched him, hardly breathing, but he didn't move. He was asleep. Truly asleep, she realised. He didn't know what he was doing, just seeking warmth and comfort, as she had been, unconsciously enjoying his warmth, the feel of his body, and taking comfort in dreams. Dreams helped. She lay quietly watching him sleeping in the morning light. His hair was thick brown, like the skin of a chestnut, and tumbled across his brow. She smoothed it gently back. He sighed, but didn't wake. She stroked his forehead, running a fingertip over a few faint worry lines. His brows were thick and darker than his hair, his lashes unfairly long for a man. The skin of his eyelids was so fine and translucent she could see each vein and blood vessel. His eyes beneath the closed lids were moving. He was dreaming, twitching slightly like a dog. A pleasant dream, for his lips curved in a faint half-smile, and she found herself smiling back. At least he wasn't in pain. Lines radiated from the corner of his eyes, and on either side of the mobile-looking mouth was a vertical crease that would deepen when he smiled. A man who smiled often, she decided. She liked that. Life without laughter was like a month without sunshine. You could survive, but there was no joy in it. His chin was firm and nicely squared at the end. She trailed her fingers down the line of his jaw, enjoying the light abrasion of his bristles. She placed her palm across the strong column of his neck and felt the steady pulse beating. Thud, thud, thud. Over and over. Her gaze returned to his mouth like a moth to a flame. It fascinated her. It was quite simply beautiful. She'd never thought of a man's mouth being beautiful, but his was. Yet there was nothing feminine about it. His lips seemed carved by a master sculptor. They were so clearly defined, so perfectly formed. She touched his mouth gently, running her finger lightly over his parted lips, tracing the shallow groove that ran down from his nose. She lingered on a tiny silvery scar at the left-hand corner of his mouth. When had that happened? How? He sighed again and moved his mouth against her fingers, closing over one and sucking gently. She froze. A ripple of sensation trembled through her, and she carefully withdrew her finger, feeling strangely moved. After a minute, he relaxed again into his dreams, his breath soft and regular. She stroked a lock of hair behind his ear. "What are you dreaming of, beautiful man? Are you lonely like me?" She dismissed that thought immediately. This man would never be lonely. He was too beautiful, too elegantly dressed, and what about those laugh lines? No woman could resist him. No, he wouldn't be lonely. But just now, he was alone and in trouble. And while he was hers. She bent and kissed him lightly on the lips. His lips were smooth, warm, unresponsive. "I'll take care of you," she whispered, and kissed him again. "You're not alone." He lay there asleep, locked in his own world, oblivious. It was time to shrug off the false enticement of the morning dream, to get on with her life. The stranger was hers to care for, but not to keep. It was foolish to spin dreams around him. The moment he woke, he'd be off, back to his friends and family, leaving her without a thought, alone again. She couldn't remember a time when she hadn't been lonely. All her life, people had depended on her to take care of them. First Mamma, then Grandmère, then Papa, and now the children. She didn't mind that so much. She was perfectly capable. But it was lonely, always being the one who had to face the trouble, find the solution, battle the odds, and always alone. She climbed out of bed. Thank goodness the stranger hadn't woken. She'd have been mortified if he'd opened his eyes and found her, touching him. He wasn't her Raoul Dubois. He didn't even know she was there. Yet, as she went through her morning routine, rebuilding the fire, heating water, washing, dressing, starting breakfast, part of her remained strangely desolate. It was always thus, she told herself, waking from a morning dream. Facing reality. Dreams helped, but sometimes, some mornings, they only underlined her loneliness. But Sir Jasper promised. Her voice, worried, angry, woke him from a deep sleep. A man's voice rumbled in answer, harsh, threatening. He tried to sit up, had to help, protect. Nausea swamped him. He fell back. Fragments of conversation came to him in drifts. Check the records, Sir Jasper and I. An agreement. He promised. He knew her voice, somehow, but the sense of it, he couldn't work it out. Damn it, remember. He pressed his hands against his temples, trying to stop the throbbing, and felt bandages. Bandages? He closed his eyes. The voices faded. 3.
He's a prince, Lucy insisted, and he needs a princess to kiss him and then he'll wake up. That's Sleeping Beauty, silly, Susan told her. Same thing, Lucy declared stoutly. No, because Sleeping Beauty is a girl and he's a man. Henry joined in. And a man can't be a beauty. Why not? Because he can't, Henry said. Only ladies can be beautiful. Maddy smiled to herself. She disagreed. This man was wholly male and beautiful. I don't care. He's been sleeping for nearly 2 days, and nobody sleeps that long, so a wicked witch must have put a spell on him, and witches only put spells like that on princes and princesses. So someone needs to kiss him and break the spell. A princess. Whoever kisses him would have to be a princess, John said with authority. And we haven't got any princesses around here, so it will have to be a bucket of water. No! The girls were horrified. Don't you dare throw water on him, John Woodford. Be quiet, all of you, Maddy intervened. John, stop teasing your sisters. The man isn't a prince, Lucy, just a poor man with a sore head, which is no doubt sorer for having a noisy bunch of children arguing over him. Now stay away from the bed, all of you, and for heaven's sake, keep your voices down. With guilt-stricken looks at the sleeping man, they tiptoed away from the bed, continuing the argument in whispers. Maddy hid a smile. They had been, in fact, remarkably well behaved. The doctor had visited again that morning and examined him.
As long as his sleep is peaceful and there's no fever, there's nothing much we can do. Let him sleep as much as he wants. If he wakes in pain, use the drops I gave you yesterday. If he shows sign of fever, cool him down and give him this.
He handed her a paper of powders.
And willow bark infusion, small quantities, no more than 4 cups in a day. You have willow bark, I assume?
She nodded.
If the fever is any worse than when young Henry got sick last autumn, send for me. But sleep is the best medicine.
So she let him sleep. It was raining and it was hard for the children to stay cooped up and quiet after a long winter spent mostly indoors. They'd read and reread all their books a dozen times. They'd played every game they knew, and they'd worked on handcrafts all winter. Now, having had a taste of spring, those pursuits and pastimes no longer held any appeal, especially when there was a fascinating and mysterious stranger sleeping in Maddy's bed. The children weren't the only ones who were fascinated. Maddy couldn't forget the sensation of having woken in a strange man's arms, pressed against the full length of him, the full, naked length. The warm intimacy of his embrace, the feeling of his long, hard body pressed against her, the almost protective way his arms held her, stirred up feelings. Feelings she didn't want to have, shouldn't have, not for a stranger who was just passing by, a man who might have fallen from the sky, her very own fallen angel. She dried his clothes, brushed the mud off them and washed his shirt and undergarments. Everything was of the finest quality. His waistcoat was embroidered in rich, subtle shades of silk thread and lined with silk. His coat was tailored from the finest merino wool and fastened with silver buttons, real silver buttons, any one of which could support herself and the children for a month. Even his hands were from a different world. She glanced down at her own, ruefully noting the bramble scratches and the work-roughened skin. A lady is known by her hands, Grandmère used to say. Grandmère's hands were always beautiful, but Grandmère hadn't done the rough work in the cottage and garden. Maddy had. Maddy still did. Her hands were clean and strong and supported a family. They were nothing to be ashamed of. Nevertheless, when she saw her own hands beside the long, strong, elegant fingers of the sleeping stranger, she felt ashamed. Yes, mixing the reality of him with her morning dreams was foolish in the extreme. "Henry, weren't you and John going to make boats out of those walnut shells we've been saving? Girls, I think you should make a new book for Lucy," Maddy told them. "Lucy can tell the story, Jane can write it out, and Susan, you can draw the pictures." In the depths of winter, Maddy had hit on the idea of getting them to write and illustrate their own books. It kept them happy and occupied, and the books were much beloved and reread often by them all, even John's, which were exclusively about horses. And though Lucy could not yet read, she knew her own 3 books by heart. "A story about a sleeping prince," Lucy said immediately. "Why not a frog prince?" John grinned as his sisters bridled. "If I threw water on him, the man might turn into a frog prince. Frogs love water." "Oh, you are so—" Jane began. "Don't encourage him, Jane," Maddy said briskly. "Of course John wouldn't throw water on a guest." "I might if they don't stop going on about princes and beauties," John interjected. "Besides, the man's so hot he'd probably enjoy it." "What did you say?" Maddy turned to John. "He's hot." John nodded. "Yes, I touched his hand and it's really hot. But Maddy, I wouldn't really throw—" But Maddy wasn't listening. She flew across the room and placed her palm on the man's forehead. He was burning up with fever. She grabbed a cloth, dipped it into cold water and began to wipe his body down. It evaporated almost immediately from the heat of his skin. "Is he sick?" Jane stood just behind her. Maddy hastily dragged the sheet over the stranger's private parts. "He has a fever. Fetch me vinegar and some more cloths." The children clustered curiously around. "Stay away from the bed, all of you. You can help me best by keeping out of my way and playing quietly." Not that noise would disturb him in this state, but she could do without the distraction. She sponged him down with vinegar. She spread cold, wet cloths over his hot body and watched them dry. As she worked to cool him down, she could hear the children playing. "There's a lot of shells. We could make a navy." "Once upon a time, there was a girl called Luciella." "2 navies and we'll have a battle." "Luciella? There's no such name." "It's my story and I can name her whatever I like." "The Battle of the Nile. Bagside be Nelson." "No, I'm the oldest. I should be Nelson. You can be Napoleon." "It's not fair. Why do I always have to be Napoleon?" "Because you're shorter." The boys hurried off, wrangling about who was to command the as-yet unbuilt fleet. "Keep some shells for babies' cradles," Susan shrieked after them. "Hush!" the others all hissed. There was instant, guilty silence, and then a small voice. "Did we wake him, Maddy?" "No." She wrung out another cloth and spread it over his firm chest. "I told you," Lucy said in a loud whisper. "He won't wake up until he's got a kiss from a princess." Maddy couldn't help but smile at the little girl's persistence. She wouldn't give up on the stranger either. Fever could enter a body through a wound. If it had, there would be putrefaction. She unwrapped the bandages and carefully inspected his head injury. It looked all right, red but not inflamed looking or puffy, and she couldn't see any putrefaction. She sprinkled more basilicum powder on it, just to be sure, and put a clean bandage over it. She lifted his head with one hand to pass the bandage beneath it with the other, and felt something wet and oozy beneath her fingers. Another injury. one both she and the doctor had missed, festering untreated since the accident. Swiftly, she cut the hair away, a tiny, insignificant-looking wound, but red and puffy and oozing, and beneath the darkness of the hair she could see the telltale red striations, like tentacles emanating from the cut. Blood poisoning. She sponged the injury clean with hot, salty water, then laid a hot compress on it to draw out the foulness, as hot as she could bear. She mixed the contents of the doctor's paper in a teapot and fed him the medicine through the spout. She boiled willow bark shavings to make a decoction. Outside, the wind whipped at the trees. Rain spattered the windows in gusts. The boys sat on the rug by the hearth, sorting through the bag of walnuts, tossing broken shells into the fire, keeping the perfect halves and eating any nut meat they found as they fashioned sails and masts for their navies of tiny walnut boats. The girls were intent on their literary creations. Maddy sponged the stranger's skin with vinegar and water, replaced the hot compress on the infected head wound, and fed him small quantities of willow bark tea, sweetened with honey and ginger, and prayed. The day wore on. Maddy fed the children quick, simple meals, just soup, cheese on toast and scrambled eggs, and in between tended to the sick man in her bed. Night fell. She put the children to bed and came slowly downstairs. She was exhausted. She checked on her stranger. He'd tossed off all his bedclothes again and sprawled naked and unaware, taking up almost the entire bed. She put her palm on his chest. His heart beat rapidly under her fingertips, and if anything, his skin felt hotter. Had none of her efforts helped? She sponged him down again. She was inured to his nakedness now. She knew every inch of his body. She fed him some more of the willow bark decoction and put a fresh poultice on the wound. He calmed under her treatment, and she was able to cover him again. In a weary daze, she went about prepping her bed on the floor. She'd made up her mind that morning that she would not risk waking again with a strange naked man curled around her, his bare legs intimately entangled with hers, and his hand on her breast. It was too unsettling. She spread the bedding in front of the fire. He could come to his senses at any time, the doctor had said. There was no telling how long or how short it would be. Of course, that was before he'd come down with fever. The bed curtains were closed. There wasn't a sound from behind them. She changed into her nightgown and sat warming her toes at the fire. What if the fever worsened? If she were on the floor, how would she know he needed her? What if he threw off the bedclothes again and the fever broke and he was naked and sweating and helpless in the chill of the night? He could catch his death. There was no choice. She bundled up the quilt to make it into Hadrian's wall, a sop to propriety, and yet what mattered propriety when she sponged every inch of his naked body? Nevertheless, she shoved it in ahead of her and slipped between the sheets. Thrashing limbs and feverish muttering woke her in the night. "No," he mumbled. "No, no." His head rolled frantically, and clenched fists flailed at the air, beating off some invisible foe. "No, no, you can't." Keeping a wary eye on the wildly flying fists, Maddy felt his skin, burning up, hotter than ever. She sponged him down, murmuring, "Hush, hush, I'm here now," as she smoothed his burning skin with the cool, moist pad. "You're all right now. Nobody will harm you." He turned his face toward her voice and opened his eyes, staring at her blindly, his expression anguished. But the big fists unclenched and the hands slowly dropped. She kept on murmuring soothing words and slipped her arm under his head. "Drink this, it will make you feel better." She slipped the spout between his lips. He clenched his teeth in mute refusal. She tried again, but he jerked his mouth away, sending liquid everywhere. He thrashed his head around, muttering a string of words that didn't make sense to her. "You have to drink this," she told him. "It will bring the fever down from within." Again he looked at her, with that blind, tortured stare. Her voice. He was responding to her voice. She didn't know who he thought she was, but if it worked... Murmuring soothing phrases, she tried again to make him drink.
He clenched his teeth and shoved her hand away. She could think of only one thing to do. She took a mouthful of the bitter-sweet liquid and, stroking his face gently, she pressed her lips to his. His lips parted instantly and she let the liquid slowly dribble in. He swallowed without hesitation and grabbed her wrist, staring at her mutely. She took another mouthful of medicine and fed it to him the same way, then another and another, until she thought he'd had enough. That exchange, so desperate, so intimate, had awakened something in her. The struggle was now intensely personal. He was hers, and she would not let him die. She fed him water and medicine through the night, slow mouthful by slow mouthful, kisses of life. She didn't know how long it took. She was beyond caring about anything except the man in her bed. But finally, exhausted, he lay back against the pillows. She pressed her cheek against his chest to listen for his heartbeat, but instead, exhausted, she slipped into sleep. She woke some hours later in the cold grey light just before sunrise, shivering with cold, her cheek wet. Was she weeping in her sleep? Not tears. Sweat. The fever had broken, thank God. Thank God! She pulled the bedclothes up around him, tucking him in one-handed so he wouldn't catch a chill. Weak with relief, exhausted beyond caring, she fell asleep, pressed against his body, her imprisoned hands still tucked in his loose but unbreakable grip. She woke with a naked man wrapped around her, like the previous morning, only more so. His hand cupped her breast again, only this time there was no nightgown between his hand and her skin. His questing hand had found the opening. He sighed. His hand moved, and her nipple hardened against his palm with exquisite sensitivity. Her mouth dried. She ought to pull away. She couldn't make herself move. His breathing was steady, rhythmic, undisturbed. He was sound asleep. She lay quietly still so as not to disturb him, eyes closed, savouring the feel of his big, masculine body against hers. No morning dream, this. It was so much better. Her warm, thick, respectable nightgown was bunched around her waist, and her hips and thighs were naked, quite naked, and plastered against his nakedness, intimately. His bent knee lay between her thighs, clamped between her thighs, nudging the cleft between her legs. With every breath he took, his knee moved ever so slightly, rubbing lightly against her in a slow, enticing friction. Without conscious volition, she found herself pressing back against him, arching her back, deepening the friction. It sent shivers through her, delicious ripples of sensation that... "Maddy, when are we having breakfast?" a voice called from upstairs. Hurriedly, Maddy pulled away. She tugged her nightgown down, pulled a knitted shawl around her, and slipped from the bed. The icy floor doused her heated body with the chill of reality. She flew about the cottage, putting the porridge on to cook as she hastily washed and dressed in the scullery. She'd been playing with fire. If he'd been awake, he would have pressed her further. Would she have resisted? Embarrassment washed over her. She'd always thought of herself as a woman of strong character, but the truth was, she hadn't even been able to resist his unconscious touch. In fact, she'd increased it. If morning dreams unsettled her, this, whatever it was, completely undermined her. "It's our day for the vicar. Did you forget?" Jane came downstairs with her sisters following. "No, I just slept in and forgot the time." "Is the man still sick?" Lucy asked. Maddy smiled. "His fever broke in the night, and he's sleeping peacefully now." "Again?" Lucy declared. "He's never going to wake up. Not unless... Go and wash your face and hands." Maddy gave her a little push. "Breakfast will be ready in a trice." "Maddy!" John came downstairs, a leather satchel clasped to his chest, his face scrunched in an emotion Maddy was very familiar with. She sighed. "What have you done now?" He grimaced. "It's not what I've done, so much as what I haven't." She glanced at the satchel. The vicar had given it to the boys for carrying his precious books to and from the vicarage.
Did you forget to do your reading?
No, but the vicar asked me to give you these days ago, and I forgot.
He handed her a pile of white garments, neatly pressed and folded. She removed them and shook the top one out.
The vicar's own nightshirts, John explained. For him.
He jerked his head in the direction of the bed.
The thing is, Maddy, the vicar gave them to me on the first day and told me I wasn't to take them out in front of the girls. He said Henry and I should dress the man or give them to the doctor to do it, but I forgot. He said it was very important, a man's job, that I owed it to you as the man of the family.
I see. And Maddy did see. John bit his lip anxiously.
Do you have to tell him? The vicar, I mean.
Tell the vicar she tended a man stark naked in her bed for several days? Not likely. If he got the slightest wind of it, he'd be down here demanding the stranger marry her, conscious or not. As if the vicar could force a fine, strange gentleman to marry an unknown woman with 5 young children to care for. It would be a storm in a teacup, upsetting everyone and achieving nothing but fuss and embarrassment and resentment. I won't tell the vicar if you don't, she said. John's face split with a relieved grin, and she ruffled his hair affectionately. Now eat your porridge and be off. 4. Lucy, come away from that bed. The little girl pouted.
But Maddy, I was just going to...
I know what you were just going to do, and you know what I told you about that. Leave the man alone. Now, be a good girl and sort out these buttons for me. Maddy emptied a tin box of assorted odd buttons onto the hearth rug, and soon Lucy was happily absorbed in the task, arranging the buttons by colour or shape or size, according to her fancy. Maddy had played the same game, with some of the same buttons when she was a child. Lizzie Brown looked up from her writing desk. 3 times a week, in exchange for dairy products, Lizzie took lessons from Maddy in reading and writing, and the skills needed by a lady's maid. She came while the older children were having their lessons at the vicarage, the boys in Latin and Greek, and the girls in painting and the pianoforte.
What was she planning to do?
Lizzie whispered as Maddy returned to the table. Maddy rolled her eyes. She's decided our invalid is a sleeping prince who's had a spell put on him by a wicked witch. He won't wake up unless he's been kissed by a princess. Lizzie grinned. Shame there's no princesses around here, but he's a fine-looking man, so if you want a dairymaid in training to be a lady's maid to have a go... Maddy laughed. No princesses? She said in mock outrage. She pushed a homemade book across the table. Read this. Lizzie's reading was slow and laborious, but she read the first few lines and looked up with a lively grin. Luciella. Maddy nodded. Keep reading. It was the book the girls had made the day before, all about a poor, put-upon secret princess and a sleeping prince. She sat back smiling as Lizzie concentrated, her mouth moving silently as she read the story. She was doing so well. Abandoned by her husband, Lizzie was young and pretty, but unable to remarry, and her options were limited. Her uncle had given her work as a dairymaid, but Lizzie liked pretty clothes and nice things. She didn't mind hard work, so she'd set her heart on becoming a lady's maid. Maddy was so proud of her. In the years she'd known Lizzie, she'd worked so hard. Lizzie finished the book and looked up, laughing. She glanced at the little girl, arranging the buttons in long rows, and winked. A princess, eh? I never knew. You read that book all by yourself, Maddy said quietly. You didn't ask me for help with a single word. Lizzie glanced at the book, surprised. Neither I didn't, she breathed. Glory be, I can read. And your handwriting is good too. Not my spelling, though. No, but many people have trouble with spelling. It just takes time and work and perseverance in memorizing the tricky words. Maddy touched the fresh arrangement of her hair. And you have a real talent for dressing hair. This is so stylish I could go to a grand London ball and not look out of place. Lizzie looked her over and pursed her lips thoughtfully.
I reckon that dress would stand out and all, patches no longer being all the rage." They both laughed. "Seriously, Lizzie, I think you could start applying for positions in a fine house." "You truly think so, Miss Maddy?" "I do. In fact, I'll write you a letter of recommendation this very minute." "Now?" Lizzie looked dismayed. Maddy was puzzled. It was as if Lizzie dreaded the idea of going into service. Yet in all the time Maddy had known her, she had spoken of nothing else. Maddy put her hand over Lizzie's. "What is it? Have you changed your mind?" Lizzie twisted uncertainly. "No, I do want to be a lady's maid. I hate milking cows, honest I do. It's just... Maddy prompted her after a moment. "I know it's stupid. I know he won't never come back to me. But if I go away, and he does, and I'm not here..." Lizzie made a defeated gesture. Reuben, of course. Lizzie's runaway husband. The love of Lizzie's life. Or so she thought until he went to town one day with all their savings, supposedly to buy a fine breeding bull, and never came back. She'd never seen it coming, and for months afterward had refused to believe that he'd left her willingly. "How long has it been?" Maddy asked gently. "More'n 2 years." Lizzie dashed a hand across her eyes, scrubbing tears away. "Stupid, ain't I? Even thinking he might come back after all this time." "Did you never hear where he went or what he did?" Lizzie gave a bitter snort. "Half the village seen him on a wagon, with a dozen others, didn't they? Drunk and laughing, heading down the Bristol road. And there was no reason for him to go to Bristol. None. My quiet Reuben." She shook her head. "I'd never seen him take a drink. Ever." Maddy gave Lizzie's arm a comforting squeeze. "If Reuben did come back, he'd ask at your uncle's farm, wouldn't he?" Lizzie nodded. "Uncle Bill'd tell him where I've gone all right, but first he'd give Reuben a good hiding. So he'd be mad to come back, wouldn't he? Even if he wanted, which he don't." She blew her nose and sat up straight. "No, go ahead. Write that letter, Miss Maddy. My Reuben ain't never coming back, and if he does, well, there's always Uncle Bill, as you say." Her gaze sharpened at something behind Maddy, and her eyes suddenly lit with laughter. "Oh, would you look at that? It's true what you read in books." Maddy whirled around just in time to see Lucy climb onto her stool and disappear behind the bed curtains. "Lucy!" She made a dive for the little girl and dragged her out. "You little wretch, I told you." "Too late," Lucy crowed. "I kissed him, and now he'll wake up." Over Maddy's shoulder, she looked expectantly at the man in the bed, but he didn't move. "Soon," Lucy added. A little later, Lucy explained, "He probably needs a little rest first." It was early afternoon. Lizzie had gone home, and Maddy had persuaded Lucy to take a nap upstairs. The children would return from their lessons at the vicarage in an hour or so. She was about to go outside and do some work in the garden when she heard movement from the bed and a sort of croaking sound. She hurried across the room. He was awake, his eyes open. "Water," he croaked. "Yes, of course." She ran to fetch water and grabbed the medicine the doctor had left with her. He struggled to sit up, but kept keeling over. The doctor had warned her he might have difficulty with his balance, so she slipped her arm under him and levered him up, supporting him first with her body, then stuffing some pillows around him. He leaned heavily against her and closed his eyes. He was pale, the skin under his eyes papery and bruised-looking. Lines of tension bracketed his mouth, and his jaw was tight, gritted against pain. She gave him the water first. He swallowed it gratefully. "And I need..." He scanned the room, then met her gaze with an agonized look. "Ah," she said, understanding, and fetched him a large jar. A few minutes later, she poured some hot water into a cup and added the drops the doctor had left. "Now drink this." He swallowed once, then pulled a face and tried to push it away. "It's just medicine the doctor left," she told him. "It will help with the pain." "'S vile," he muttered. "Of course it tastes vile. It's supposed to. It's medicine. So don't be a baby, just drink it." He opened his eyes at that and gave her a look, but he drank it down with no further complaint.
His eyes were so blue. He finished drinking and subsided heavily against her, as if exhausted by the small effort of sitting up. He sagged slowly, his bristly jaw sliding down her body until it rested in the place between her shoulder and her breast. She made to move away, to let him lie down again, but his arm came up and held her tight. "Stay." She had work to do, but he seemed so helpless, in such pain. She sat there quietly, listening to the sound of his breathing and the twittering of the birds outside. Birds were always noisier after rain. A lock of thick brown hair tumbled over his forehead. She smoothed it back with her free hand. No sign of the fever remained. Even his hair felt cool against her fingers. It was soft and thick, and unlike most men she knew, he used no pomade or scented oils. She found herself stroking his hair, like a cat, soothing him as he rested. Poor lost man. Whatever his destination had been, he was now several days overdue. There would be people worrying about him. Somewhere a wife, a sweetheart, a mother was fretting, imagining the worst, or maybe a mistress. A man like this would not be alone. His face was graven, shuttered against the expression of pain, his jawline tense and his mouth tight and thin-lipped and beautiful. She swallowed. How strange it felt to know nothing about him, yet know his body, his mouth so intimately. She knew the feel of it against her lips, had pressed her own lips against his to form a seamless bond until he'd opened for her. She'd given him precious fluids. He'd left her with the taste of him on her lips, in her mouth. She could taste him still. Gradually his breathing evened out. Slowly the lines of pain eased. The medicine was working. His eyes opened briefly, and his gaze roamed the room, taking in the clothes hanging on the nails at the end of the bed, the faded red bed curtains, the window and the garden beyond. He frowned over each item, as if puzzled, then sighed, and his eyelids fluttered and closed, as if it was all too much to work out. "Can you tell me your name?" she asked, "or where you were going? I can send a message to your loved ones." He murmured something unintelligible and moved his head restlessly against her shoulder. "It's all right," she soothed, stroking his hair. It was obviously too much for him to speak just yet. He muttered something again, and his hand brushed across her breast. She jumped. He was half asleep, she was sure, and probably had no idea what he'd done. She settled back into the soothing motion of running her fingers through his hair. She wasn't sure who it soothed most, her or him.
Nice,"
he mumbled, and cupped her breast, stroking the nipple with a long, strong thumb. It sent a jolt of lightning through her body. She jumped off the bed. "Stop that!" Half asleep or not, he shouldn't be doing such things. She thought of the way she'd responded in bed this morning and flushed. It wasn't the same. He'd deliberately touched her, and this morning she'd deliberately pressed back. He'd fallen back, half buried in the pillows when she'd jumped off the bed, one intensely blue eye open slowly.
"Come back to bed."
Absolutely not. Reverend Matheson was right. The man was a rake after all. She felt oddly disappointed. He eyed her.
"What's wrong?"
Perhaps a rake needed to have it explained. "I don't like you touching me like that." His eye lowered.
"You liked it."
The eye gleamed, then closed. She folded her arms across her chest with its traitorous nipples and glared at the apparently sleeping rogue. They hadn't been introduced. Well then, since you're awake enough for, She tried again, trying to sound calmer and more ladylike, instead of someone who'd just been groped like a maidservant and wanted to hit him for the impersonality of it. Not that anyone should treat a maidservant disrespectfully, but some men did. Rakes. "While you are awake, let us take the opportunity to make you decent." The blue eye opened.
"Not beyond redemption, then?"
"I mean decently clad. I have the vicar's nightshirt here. Seeing you travelled with none of your own, he kindly donated some of his." There was a faint muffled snort from the bed.
"Been blessed, has it?"
Even with his eyes closed and his face tight with pain, a faint half-smile lurked on that wicked, beautiful mouth. Devilry shining through the pain. Irresistible. Devious. She couldn't leave him naked under the bedclothes an instant longer. Dressed, he would be easier to manage. Swaddled would be even better. Tightly, with his arms firmly bound to his sides. Fallen angel. Devil, more like. She hoped the vicar's nightshirt had been blessed. She shook out the nightshirt and helped him into it. Into half of it, at any rate. It wasn't too much trouble to get his long, powerful arms into it and carefully ease it over his bandaged head. She dragged it down to cover his broad shoulders and firm, flat chest, trying not to notice the small, flat, masculine nipples as she did so. Hers were hard and throbbing, which made it difficult not to compare. She tugged the thick folds of white flannel down as far as his waist. He, of course, gave her no help whatsoever. She reached down to tug the garment further, and from the corner of her eye caught the gleam of white teeth. "You might help," she told him.
"Why? You're doing so well."
How could he laugh when he was obviously in pain? She left the nightshirt bunched at his waist. If he wanted to smooth it down over his hips and legs and other parts, he could do it himself. She briskly rearranged his pillows and straightened the bedclothes. "What's your name?" He didn't answer. "Where were you headed? Is there anyone I could notify? A wife? Your family must be worried." He gave her a strange look. His forehead furrowed, then slowly his eyes closed. His skin was ashen, and the lines of pain around his eyes and mouth had deepened again. He really was exhausted. She felt a little guilty at forcing him into the nightshirt, but she felt so much better knowing he was dressed, more or less. She couldn't leave him naked in her bed all day, not with children in the house. She wasn't cross with him. Not really. He was what he was. It was her own fault she was feeling so disappointed and upset. She was the fool who'd let herself start to care, who'd begun to build fantasies around an unconscious man, thinking morning dreams could come true. Maddy didn't just need him decently clothed. She needed him out of her bed and out of her life, as soon as possible. He wasn't sure how long it was before he woke again. He examined his surroundings with care, searching for some clue to where he was, apart from in a bed built into an alcove. He wriggled, and the bed rustled. A straw mattress. Half a dozen nails were set into a wall. Women's clothing hung from them. A couple of dresses, a pelisse, a faded green cloak. Only one nail with men's clothing. A coat, well cut, doeskin breeches, and a fine linen shirt. Nothing looked familiar. He parted the curtains and found himself in a small, cramped cottage. The walls were rough cast plaster, simply whitewashed. The floor made of uneven stone flags. The ceiling was low and blackened with smoke. The door was ancient and rough-hewn, with a wooden latch to fasten it. Above the latch, a heavy bolt gleamed new-minted against the weathered wood. There was a fireplace with a fire burning, and a kettle and a pot suspended over it. His stomach rumbled. Something smelt good. Everything smelt good. Beneath the aroma of the food, there was a faint, all-pervasive scent of beeswax. Even the bedding smelt clean, of hay and sunshine and lavender. Outside, children shouted at play. Whose children? A woman moved into sight, and he knew at once that this was she. She was familiar, yet not. Slender, with a quick, graceful way of moving. Her dark auburn hair was coiled high on the crown of her head, and he could see her pale, tender nape, kissed by a few fire-dark tendrils. He knew what that skin smelt like, tasted like, felt like, but he could not remember her name. Her back was toward him. He admired the elegant line of her spine, the narrow waist and gentle swell of her hips accented by the strings of an apron. He liked the way her hips and her buttocks swayed when she moved around the cottage. She returned to the table, this time facing him, and began chopping vegetables.
She hadn't noticed him yet. She frowned as she chopped, deep in thought. She was lovely. Not conventionally beautiful, but definitely appealing. Her face was heart-shaped, with creamy silk skin, her broad forehead tapering to a small, decided chin. Her nose was tip-tilted and opinionated. Her mouth was soft with full pink lips that were, at the moment, pursed. He couldn't tell from here what colour her eyes were, and damn it, he couldn't remember. A man should at least remember that. And her name! Damn it! What was her name? Her chopping slowed, and slowly, as if she knew he was watching her, she raised her eyes. "You're awake!" She dropped the knife and hurried across to him. "How do you feel this time?"
This time?
He grimaced and touched the bandage gingerly.
My head.
The slightest movement set the hammers pounding at his skull, like blacksmiths around an anvil. "Yes, you hit it when you fell."
Fell?
That would explain the various aches and pains. "Off your horse." His brow furrowed more deeply.
I fell off a horse.
He might not be able to recall when he last fell off a horse, but he was certain it wasn't a common occurrence. He was offended by the very notion. "Actually, your horse slipped on an unexpected patch of very slippery mud and threw you. Don't you remember?" He stared at her. "Don't you remember?" He started to shake his head, but stilled as the blacksmith started hammering on his skull again. He tried to sit up, but his head swirled horribly, and for a moment he feared he would throw up. The nausea faded. "You gave me a terrible fright, I can tell you. There was blood everywhere." She smiled. "But you've come through it now, and you're looking so much better than you have the past few days."
Days?
She nodded. "The accident happened 2 days ago." 2 days? He closed his eyes, willing the thumping on his skull to quiet. Nothing made sense. "So if you will just tell me your name and your intended destination, or even your home address, I will send a message to your family. They will be very worried about you by now." His family? He stared into her heart-shaped face with its sweetly troubled expression. Her eyes were deep golden brown, the colour of brandy.
My horse, was he badly hurt?
She looked surprised. "No, it scrambled to its feet and trotted off. Don't worry, the boys caught it, but—"
"And he's all right? Not injured at all?"
"He's perfectly hale and hearty," she assured him. "We stabled him at the vicar's about a mile from here. We don't have anything big enough." He nodded slowly and closed his eyes. Maddy straightened the bedclothes, puzzled. He seemed more worried about his horse than he was about his relatives who would be worrying. Maybe he had no relatives. Maybe he was an orphan like herself and the children. Or perhaps he didn't want her to know his name. He might be a wanted man. He didn't look like one, though. "The vicar doesn't mind. He's the kindest man, and the boys are horse-mad, so it's a treat for them, really. They'd look after it even if it wasn't their responsibility. They tell me it's a beautiful animal." "What's its name?"
"Name?"
he repeated blankly. Yes, the boys have been wondering. The girls too, for that matter. They'd all wondered about the stranger's name too, but since he seemed reluctant to trust her with that—
"Girls too?"
he repeated, bemused.
"How many?"
3 girls, and Lucy is only 4, but she does like to name animals. They all do. It's a nuisance because it makes it very difficult to kill any of the chickens, even if they don't lay anything, because you cannot sit down to a fricassee of Mabel or a meal of roast Dorothy, can you?" She was talking too much, running on about nothing, but his silence was unsettling. That, and his frown, and the way he was staring at her with those blue, blue eyes. And the thought of what had passed between them earlier. "Can I get you anything?" she asked him. "Are you thirsty? Hungry?"
"A jar."
She brought it.
"Is he awake?"
John glanced at the bed as he set down a pail of cool well water. His shadow, Henry, followed him in. "He was," she said, "but he's fallen asleep again."
"Maybe his eyes are just closed. Can I look? He'll want to know about his horse."
I told him his horse was all right.
"He asked about it."
"He did,"
she assured him. John and Henry exchanged looks, and John gave a satisfied nod. The stranger was, it seemed, worthy of his mount. "What's his name?" Henry asked. "He didn't tell me." She forestalled the next question. Neither his name nor his horse's name. The boys tiptoed over to the bed. "Don't disturb him," Maddy warned them. As she spoke, the man opened his eyes. He stared at the two boys, then subsided with a groan. "He's in pain," she told them. The girls had followed their brothers inside and joined them by the bed, staring at the stranger. "I can't see," Lucy whispered hoarsely. Maddy brought the water. She slipped her arm under the man's head and raised him so he could drink. He drank the whole cup thirstily without opening his eyes. She held the cup out to Jane to refill. After the second cup, he sighed and opened his eyes again. He examined each small face lined up beside the bed.
4 children. 4?
5,
said Lucy, who'd fetched a stool to stand on. "I told you there were 5, Maddy said. He stared.
Their resemblance to each other is extraordinary.
"Not me. Everyone says I look like Maddy,"
Lucy told him.
"Yes, but I didn't see you before,"
he told the little girl apologetically.
"I didn't see you either, but I got a stool," she told him. "I'm standing on it now."
"An excellent strategy,"
he said. Lucy beamed with pride at the compliment.
"Do the others look like me?"
"Why would they look like you?" Maddy said blankly. He gave her a thoughtful look, but didn't respond. "Are you hungry?" Maddy asked. "I made soup. You need to build up your strength."
"Is that what I can smell?"
he asked.
"It does smell good."
Taking that as a yes, she shooed the children back outside, sending John and Henry to take a message to the doctor that the stranger had woken and was in his senses. She ladled some soup into a bowl, tucked a cloth around his neck, and sat on the edge of the bed to feed him.
"I can feed myself,"
he told her, reaching for the bowl. But it shook so badly in his hands, she took it back. "You've been badly injured. It's no weakness to accept help."
"I don't mind help from you,"
he told her with a look that made her cheeks warm. She concentrated on spooning soup into him, avoiding the blue gaze that watched her so intently. She wished he would close his eyes, but then she wouldn't have been able to feed him. The trouble was, she had to focus on his mouth. His beautiful, masculine, perfectly chiselled mouth, and all that did was to stir up other thoughts, feelings, from the morning. "You never did tell me your horse's name," she said as she fed him. "The children will want to know." He swallowed the soup thoughtfully.
"It's very good soup,"
he said after a moment.
"What's in it?"
He was still avoiding the question. "Why?" "Nettles." His eyes widened and she chuckled. "They don't sting in soup, but they're very good for you. The hardest part is picking them. You have to use gloves." He allowed her to feed him another spoonful, making a show of tasting it properly this time.
"Nettles taste like this."
It was a compliment. "Not only nettles. There are other ingredients."
"What?"
he asked suspiciously. "Oh, just the usual, you know, eye of newt and toe of frog." He smiled, and she really wished he wouldn't. He was too charming for his own good. For her own good.
"Well, that's me done for. No, really. I'm interested."
He was too, she saw. Nothing dreadful, I assure you. Mainly potatoes, butter, cream, watercress, and a little parsley. In other words, it was like most of their meals, made from ingredients she could grow, make, pick wild, or barter. Thank God Lizzie was a dairymaid.
"I could have sworn it tasted of chicken."
"The basic stock is made from a chicken carcass."
"Not Mabel or Dorothy?"
he asked in faux horror. She laughed. No, this one was Tommy. And Tommy, though very sweet as a fluffy chick, turned into a nasty, aggressive cockerel who picked fights and even attacked the children. He thoroughly deserved his fate.
"Tommy has atoned for his sins. This is delicious."
As she fed him, his colour slowly returned. His gaze passed over her like a touch, caressingly. He was a stranger. She didn't even know his name. She'd slept with him naked, twice. She'd saved his life, held him like a child. He'd held her, not at all like a child. "Please tell me your name," she said softly. He gave her an enigmatic look, shook his head, then looked away. She brought him a second bowl of soup, but made no effort to speak as she fed him. His refusal to answer her question angered her. Who was he to withhold his name? A criminal of some sort, a wanted man as well as a rake. He was thoughtful, distant, drinking the soup she fed him almost as if she weren't there. She was very aware of him, his proximity, the lean masculinity of his body, the dark hair on his arms, the long-fingered, well-tended gentleman's hands. Those hands didn't belong here. She needed to send him on his way. Someone could send a coach for him. "I'm going to notify somebody," she told him as he wiped his mouth and handed her the cloth. "So, who should it be?" "Notify? Your family or whoever you were on the way to visit when you had the accident. They'll be worried." He sighed but said nothing. She stood and said in the kind of voice she used on the children when she was trying to exert her authority, "If you don't tell me, I'll have no choice but to inform the authorities. So who are you?" There was a long silence before he reluctantly said, "I don't know." 5. "What do you mean you don't—" She broke off. "You mean you don't remember who you are?" Was this another ploy to avoid telling her his name? "No." "You truly have no idea?" "None at all. It's all a blank." His brow furrowed. "Are you saying you don't know me either?" "I never saw you until 2 days ago when you fell off your horse outside my house." His mouth twisted. "But I thought—" "Thought what?" He patted the bed. "You slept here with me." Her cheeks heated, and she gathered up the things on the tray and jumped off the bed. "Only because you were unconscious. Or so I thought. And because the alternative was freezing on the floor. And I put in Hadrian's wall to keep us separated, but somebody," she narrowed her eyes at him, "removed it. Both times." "Hadrian's wall?" "It was a wall the Roman Emperor Hadrian built to keep out the wild Scot." "I know what Hadrian's wall is, but how could you put it in our bed?" "My bed," she said instantly. "And this is Hadrian's wall." She gestured to the still rolled-up quilt, then blinked as she took in what he'd just revealed. "You know what Hadrian's wall is, and yet you claim you can't remember your own name." "I don't claim it. It's true." He made a frustrated gesture. "And don't ask me how I can remember a Roman emperor but not who I am or where I was going, because I can't explain it. I only know that it's true." He sounded both angry and bewildered, and strange as it sounded, Maddy was inclined to believe him. "But I'm certain I know you," he finished. "You don't. We've never met before." "No. I recognized your scent in the night. Even in the darkness, I knew it was you." She shook her head. "I don't wear scent." "I know that. I'm not talking about something out of a bottle. It was you I recognized, your own womanly scent." The look he gave her scorched her. She opened her mouth to say something, some withering remark that would put this too familiar stranger back in his place, but no words would come. Her mouth was open with no sound coming out, like a baby bird whose cheep had dried up. She turned away, her face, her whole body burning. Her own womanly scent. How mortifying. She was scrupulous in her bathing habits, washing herself and the children every morning and night. But if he could smell her, well, she obviously needed to take a bath immediately, with a different kind of soap. That probably explained his over-familiarity. He had a wife or a mistress who used the same kind of soap. Maddy made her own soap using beeswax and other ingredients. It would be expensive to buy, but not when you kept bees and could make it yourself.
And now I've made you cross,
he said. She shot him a narrow glance. Have you? He grinned.
Definitely cross.
She started washing dishes, hoping he would go back to sleep. She could feel his gaze on her the whole time.
Can I ask you something?
He said when she'd finished washing and had started to dry. What? She said warily.
What is your name?
It's Woodford, she told him. Miss Madeline Woodford.
Miss Woodford?
He tried to hide his surprise. Yes, miss, she said tersely. Why?
It's just all those children.
She laughed, suddenly realizing his train of thought.
You thought they were mine, all 5 of them. Jane, the oldest, is 12. How old do you think I am?
It was a rhetorical question, but he gave her a thoughtful, considering look, from head to toe, and she felt herself flushing under his gaze, instantly self-conscious, wanting, absurdly, for him to like what he saw.
I don't know, he said. About 25.
22, she said crisply. So she looked older than she was. Wonderful. Every woman's dream. The children are my brothers and sisters. Half-brothers and sisters, to be precise. They are my father's children by his second wife. We are orphaned.
I'm sorry.
His voice was gentle. Thank you. She felt little grief for Papa. The children might, though it was her opinion they grieved more for the idea of Papa, and much more for the loss of their home. Now, if that's all...
Are they my clothes?
He pointed to the hooks beside the bed, which were all she had as a wardrobe these days. Yes, but you're not well enough.
I want to check if there's any identification in them. I don't suppose you looked?
The vicar checked. There is none.
Didn't you look? Weren't you curious?
She bit her lip. I did look, yes, but...
But what?
I only checked to see if you had money. He sank back against the pillow and just looked at her.
I see.
She felt her cheeks warming. It's not what you think. Well, it is, but... She was floundering. I needed to know if you... She trailed off, knowing how bad it sounded.
Had money.
The dry note in his voice flicked her on the raw. Yes, because you were so badly injured I didn't think twice about sending for the doctor. Later I wondered how I could pay him. I have no money. So when the vicar sent the portmanteau, I wondered if you could pay.
I see. And did I have money?
His voice was cool, dispassionate, judging. She nodded. Plenty, thank goodness. A thick roll of crisp new banknotes.
And did you pay the doctor?
No, he didn't even mention money. He wasn't sure you'd live through the night. It's a very serious injury, you know. You were bleeding an awful lot. And then there was fever. He put his hand to his head, feeling the bandage lightly.
So it's thanks to you I survived the night. Several nights.
He gave her a look, as if he didn't know what to make of her. As if he still thought she might be a thief. But there was nothing she could say to convince him. And if she continued to argue the point, it would only sound worse. The doctor will be back. I expect he'll send a bill when he's finished his treatment.
I see.
He also said he won't know if that ankle is broken or not. We brought the swelling down a bit, but you need to be conscious for him, to know for sure. See if you can wiggle your toes, things like that. He shifted uncomfortably.
I wondered about that. It aches like the very A lot.
Yes, your horse stood on it. But in the meantime, you're not to move or try to get out of bed. She lifted his clothes from the nail, laid them on the bed, then pulled a small leather portmanteau out from under the bed. The vicar sent this with the boys. It was strapped to your horse. Look through it yourself. Maybe something will jog your memory, and you can check the... She stopped, realizing that if he couldn't remember who he was, he'd certainly not remember what was in his case, or how much. It's all there, she said stiffly. We may be poor, but I haven't touched a penny. I wouldn't."
"I know," he said gently. "I'm an ass. It's just that you don't know me, and I don't know you."
"Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." She flicked the bed curtains closed, and a moment later he heard the cottage door shut behind her. Damn, he hadn't meant to upset her like that. He didn't know her, didn't know himself for that matter, and people robbed travellers all the time, but they didn't usually drag them in out of a storm and put them to bed in their own beds. It was strange how he knew some things quite well but couldn't even remember his own blasted name. But he knew she hadn't tried to steal or seduce money out of him, hadn't tried to seduce him at all, more's the pity. He would have been very happy to cooperate. She was lovely. Not beautiful in the classic sense, but she was luscious, almost edible, with that silken, creamy skin, so soft and fragrant and inviting. He wanted to touch, taste, explore her from top to dainty feminine toe. Lord, he sounded like every bad love poem he'd ever read. Not that he could remember a single one at the moment. He gave a spurt of ironic laughter and was instantly punished for it. He waited for the pounding of hammers in his head to subside, then reached for his things. His coat pockets disgorged a handful of coins, a roll of large, crisp new banknotes, and a small piece of paper, which had once had writing on it, perhaps an address. He unfolded it, but it was completely illegible, the ink having run. His breeches contained a few more coins and a handkerchief, embroidered with the initial R. R? What could it stand for? The first name or a surname? Richard? Robert? Rupert? Rafe? He frowned. Rafe? There was an echo, but no. He felt no more like a Rafe than a Rupert or a Roger, or even a Rollo. A surname, then. Roberts. Roger? Reynolds. Richards. He ran through them, dredging up more and more possibilities. Robinson. Rose? Russell. It was ridiculous. Raleigh? Rowe. He went through his portmanteau. As she'd said, there were no obvious means of identification, apart from a small business-like pistol, loaded with only the maker's mark on it, and clothing, the bare minimum, a change of underwear, a spare shirt, a pair of stockings, a neckcloth. There was nothing else except toiletries and a razor. The razor was a welcome sight. He ran a hand over his stubble. He had no liking for a rough beard, and he was certain ladies didn't either. He'd wash and shave later. He sifted through his belongings a second time. Nothing caused a single bell in his beleaguered brain to ring. He appeared to be a man of some means. His belongings were of the best quality, but there was no crest or even gold initials stamped on his portmanteau or toiletries case, so he was probably not from one of the better families. And it was odd that he was, apparently, travelling alone, without a groom or a valet, and on horseback, something few gentlemen did unless for a short, informal day trip. But nobody around here seemed to know him or notice his absence, so it seemed he was unknown in this locality. Was he running away? The complete lack of any form of identification, no papers, no letters, nothing except the large wad of banknotes, new notes, seemed odd, peculiar, even a little suspicious. Could he possibly be some kind of shady character? He didn't feel shady. He didn't much like the idea, but then he clearly wasn't in his usual mind. Yet he was in her bed, and she'd shared it with him, stranger or no. That had to mean something. Troubled by unanswerable questions and aching all over, he pushed his belongings aside, closed his eyes, and eventually slept. Dr. Thompson inspected his head wounds with approving noises.
"Outside seems to be healing well, but they tell me you can't even remember your own name, eh? It's very frustrating. I can remember all sorts of odd things, facts and quotes and such, but nothing about myself or the events leading up to the accident." "Fascinating,"
The doctor fixed him with shrewd gaze and fired a string of questions at him. Who was the Prime Minister? When was the Battle of Waterloo? Where did he grow up? What was the sum of 241 and 398? What was his father's name? What were the Punic Wars? Who wrote The Merchant of Venice? He answered them as best he could, answering some without even having to think twice, and drawing a blank on others. At the end of the inquisition, the doctor nodded.
Your brain seems working well enough. It's just your memory that's at fault.
He already knew that.
The question is, when will it return? No telling, the doctor said cheerfully. Man has circumnavigated the world hundreds of times, but we still have very little idea of what's in here.
He tapped his temple lightly.
Or how it works. In some cases, the patient never recovers their memory, or even their brain.
Apparently oblivious of his patient's appalled expression, he added cheerfully,
Now, let's have a look at this ankle.
He unwrapped the injured ankle, probed and manipulated it, and eventually pronounced it a sprain.
Oh, it might be a cracked bone. I'll strap it up again on the off chance. Don't put any weight on it for at least a week. If it hurts, don't use it.
He closed his bag.
Not unless you want to be a cripple for the rest of your life, ha ha!
Cheery, bloody bastard, he thought as the doctor left. The doctor's manipulations had left him exhausted and frustrated. He's a very good doctor, Maddy said defensively. He's not one to be groundlessly optimistic.
Oh yes, I noticed his optimism. I'm to count myself lucky to have a brain at all. Never mind if I never find out who I am, and if I move, I'll be a cripple for life. And it's all so fascinating.
She laughed. It's good advice. You're looking rather grey around the gills, so why don't you have a sleep? There was nothing he wanted more, but he hated appearing so weak and helpless in front of her.
I'm perfectly all right,
he began, but she twitched the curtains shut, and he was left alone.
I'm not normally so feeble,
he told the curtain.
I'm a fine, enigmatic figure of a man, actually.
She laughed and called back, How do you know? A moment later, the outside door closed, and he could hear her telling the children to play a little farther away from the cottage, so the man could sleep. How would he know, indeed? The man, that was his nickname, that or you or sir, depending on who was speaking. It wasn't acceptable. He needed to think, needed to remember. You're not supposed to go there, he's asleep, a hoarse whisper woke him. But he's been sleeping for days, another loud whisper. That's because he's hurt his head, and Maddy said we weren't to disturb. John! The curtain was drawn back, and the oldest boy peered in at him. See, he is awake! John exclaimed triumphantly. He lowered his voice and added in an unnaturally flat, calm voice, Besides, I'm not disturbing him. I'm just talking to him, very quietly. Aren't I, sir? You woke him, and Maddy's going to be cross. The oldest girl looked in. I'm so sorry, sir. I told John.
It's all right. Jane, is it?
She nodded and flushed with pleasure at him remembering her name. Other people's names were easy.
I was awake,
he lied, keeping his head as steady as he could. He propped himself up on one elbow.
Now, John, how can I help you?
Well, it's your horse, the boy began.
He's not injured, is he? I thought...
No, sir. He's perfectly splendid. It's just... He hasn't got a name, declared a gruff little voice. There was a thumping and bumping as a stool was put in place, and Lucy's face appeared. You see, sir, we being me and John, Henry joined in, and we're the ones looking after him, so we want to call him Lightning because he looks like a regular goer, and he has that blaze, John continued. But the girls... But it doesn't look like a lightning. The blaze is a star, and so I think he should be called Star, Jane finished. Stella is prettier than Star, Susan declared, wiggling in between Jane and Henry. And Stella means Star. Stella's a girl's name, and he's a stallion, Henry said in disgust. And Star sounds girly too, so we thought we'd ask you, sir," John finished. "Maddy said you've lost your memory, so we know it won't be his real name, but still, we have to call him something, so we thought we'd ask you to choose."
I see.
He looked at the 5 faces, ranged along the side of the bed.
And do you have an opinion on what we should call my horse, Miss Lucy? Everyone else has shared theirs.
"Peggy," she said firmly. They all laughed. "You can't call him Peggy, Lucy. He's a boy," Henry told her. "I don't care," she insisted. "Peggy after Pegasus." "And he hasn't got wings," Henry began, but was hushed by his brother.
"Sir?" They all waited. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
They're all very fine names.
He was tempted to tell them his horse would respond equally to any name, but he could see that, to them, this was no small matter. Something was bubbling over the fire, something spicy and delicious.
Pepper, he said on a whim. His name is Pepper.
"Did you remember it, sir?" John said, clearly pleased.
I did.
He lied. He didn't care what the horse had been called before. From now on, it would be Pepper.
"And do you remember your own name too?" Jane asked him.
No, I'm sorry.
The children looked crestfallen.
"You have to have a name," Lucy told him worriedly. "Everybody has to have a name."
Would you like to choose a name for me to use in the meantime? He suggested. I can't go on being Sir or Hey You or Man, can I?
He showed them the handkerchief.
Perhaps something beginning with R.
The children immediately went through the same litany of names he'd been driving himself crazy with, and even hearing them in different voices, none rang a bell. They settled on Robert.
"But it's disrespectful to call an adult by his first name," Jane objected. "He needs a surname."
"He might have a title," John suggested, "and then we could call him by his title. Wellington, for instance."
"Ryder," Lucy said. "Mr. Ryder, 'cause he rided here on his horse and then he fell off."
"Excellent,"
said the newly named Robert Ryder, ignoring the fell off part.
"Mr. Ryder it is, then."
"Maddy's coming," Susan hissed. "And we weren't supposed to disturb the man." "Not the man, Mr. Ryder," Jane corrected her, as the children headed hastily for the back door.
Mr. Ryder lay back on the bed and did his best to look undisturbed. A moment later, Maddy came flying into the cottage. She stuck her head between the bed curtains and said in an urgent voice, "No matter what you hear, or what is said or done, do not wake up. Do you hear me? It is of the utmost importance that you appear to remain unconscious at all times. Don't move a muscle." She twitched the bed curtains closed, and before he could ask what on earth was going on, he heard a knock at the door. "Oh, Mr. Matheson, what a pleasant surprise," Maddy said in apparent surprise.
"My dear Miss Woodford."
The speaker had a deep, fruity voice of the sort normally heard from pulpits.
"I thought it incumbent that I call on you in your hour of need."
"My hour of need?" The fruity voice lowered, retaining its dramatic flair.
"Your unwelcome imposition."
Oh, you mean the injured stranger. He's not really an imposition. Little liar, the imposition thought.
"But of course he is,"
the Reverend Fruitbowl declared.
"An unmarried young lady forced to give shelter to an unknown man, and a man, I may add, without sullying your tender ears, of unsavoury habits."
Unsavoury habits? The imposition was tempted to demand an explanation, but, aware of his hostess's instructions, lay indignantly feigning unconsciousness. What the devil did this prosy windbag know, to accuse him of unsavoury habits? "So you know him?" she asked calmly.
"Know him? I thank the Lord I do not, but I know of his kind."
"What kind is that?"
"It would not be proper for me to explain, but suffice it to say—"
"You mean the kind that travels without a nightshirt?" There was a faint gobbling sound, but she went on undisturbed. The doctor told me of your concerns, dear Mr. Matheson, but truly there is nothing to worry about. We managed to get him into the nightshirt you sent."
"We?"
the fruit bowl declared ominously. "The doctor and John, of course," she said smoothly. Oh, she was good. The doctor and John had been nowhere in sight when she'd wrestled him into the blasted thing. No wonder the nightshirt swam on him. The Reverend Fruit Bowl was obviously as rounded as his vowels.
"I should hope so, too. And, Miss Woodford, I beg of you, there is no further need for you to refer to an intimate masculine garment. I realize it must be distressing for a lady." "And what would you think, good Reverend Windbag, if you knew she'd stripped me of every stitch of clothing and then put me in her bed stark naked, and then joined me there, albeit chastely?" He muffled a snort of laughter. "What was that?" the Windbag asked. "Nothing," she said hurriedly. "And intimate masculine garments don't offend me in the least. I wash the boys' smalls each week. Now, can I offer you a cup of tea? There is only peppermint tea with honey, I'm afraid, but—" "No, I thank you. My good lady will have tea waiting when I return. But I'm sure I heard—"
"No doubt it was one of the children playing. They often make the most ridiculous sounds, and oddly it sounds quite Reverend Matheson, I beg you, do not disturb." The faded red bed curtains were flung open. There was a long silence as he feigned unconsciousness under the close stare of the vicar. He could hear the man breathing as he leaned over to scrutinize him closely. His breath smelt of port and caraway seeds. He attempted to look pale and at death's door. How deeply did one breathe when unconscious, he wondered, and did one let one's mouth fall open or not? Not, he decided. It was not an attractive look, and he was sure she was standing by the vicar, watching him for any sign of awareness.
"A vicious-looking ruffian,"
the vicar declared.
"A veritable pirate."
"That's because of the bruises and bandage, and because he hasn't shaved for a few days." So she thought he looked like a pirate too, did she? "He's like this most of the time," she told the vicar. "Day or night, he never moves. So you can see, I'm in no danger." She was defending him. Interesting. The vicar huffed.
"Dr. Thompson said he was conscious earlier today."
He was, that's true, but he was so exhausted by the doctor's ministrations he lapsed back into unconsciousness almost immediately and hasn't moved a muscle since. Without warning, a finger poked him sharply in the side, right on the site of one of his more tender injuries. He made an angry exclamation, but managed to turn it into a groan. He hoped it was convincing. It hurt like the very devil.
"I don't like it. I don't like it at all,"
the vicar said.
"And I don't like you poking me,"
he thought. "He's harmless, Reverend Matheson, so please come away. The doctor said his recovery will be quicker if he's not disturbed." She pulled the curtains closed, and he was able to relax.
"I was going to offer to take him in at the vicarage. It's not right that a young single lady be burdened with such a one as he."
"The doctor said he wasn't to be moved until his head injury shows sign of healing."
"He said the same to me,"
the vicar said testily.
"But when will that be?"
"It's in God's hands," she said, and he had to stifle a laugh at the way she'd stolen the vicar's line.
"Then until this happy event takes place, perhaps my good lady should come and stay with you as chaperone."
She laughed, a sparkling sound. "Do not suggest such a thing, I beg you. Poor Mrs. Matheson. She would hate to be in such a small, stuffy cottage, shut in with 5 noisy children."
"She is very fond of children."
"I know, and she's been more than kind to us. But there would be nowhere for her to sleep." There was a short, tense pause.
"And where, may I ask, do you sleep, Miss Woodford? I happen to know there are but the 2 bedrooms upstairs, with 2 beds."
"I made my bed the last 2 nights on the floor in front of the fire." She's good, he thought. It was not, after all, a lie. She had made the bed on the floor. He'd seen her rolling it up in the morning. She'd simply left out the part where she'd slept with him. And the thing she called Hadrian's Wall. "And tonight I will do the same,"
she said with quiet assurance. Not if I can help it, he thought.
I don't like it.
It's very kind of you to worry about me, Mr. Matheson, but there's not the least need. I need no protection from this feeble, injured creature. And I'm hardly a young ingenue after all. I've been supporting myself and my brothers and sisters without assistance for some time now.
Yes, but...
And with 5 little chaperones, I don't need another. So please, don't worry about me or the stranger. Most of the time he's unconscious, and when awake, he seems a very gentlemanly sort. Besides, I'm sure he'll recover his memory soon and be off. He heard the front door being opened.
But I don't like it,
the vicar said unhappily.
Not one little bit.
A few minutes later she returned. He's gone. You can relax now. She opened the curtains and looked in.
Prosy old windbag,
he said. He's a very kind man, she told him. He and his wife have been more than good to the children and me, and I won't have you mock him. He's concerned for my reputation and safety, that's all.
Then why on earth did you tell me to feign insensibility? I could have reassured him that I was a gentleman and
that would have been a disaster. He frowned.
Why?
She seemed about to say something, then stopped. Take it from me, it just would.
In what way?
He persisted. Very well, if you must know, I think that if he knew you were a gentleman and unmarried, he would attempt to force us to marry. He laughed.
You cannot be serious. Nobody, vicar or otherwise, could force me into anything I did not want. Why would he even consider such a thing?
She narrowed her eyes at him. Because he thinks it's a scandal that you're in my bed. That's why.
Yes, but nothing's happened. And even if it had, I've been in dozens of...
He broke off, noticing her expression.
At least, I'm sure I must have been. Probably.
He was right to remind me that I don't know anything about you.
I don't know anything about me either, he reminded her. But even I can tell that a marriage between us would be
He broke off. Yes, she said with a sweetness that didn't deceive him in the least. He tried to retrieve his position.
You don't want a marriage of that sort either, or you wouldn't have gone out of your way to assure him I was... How did you put it? Oh yes, this feeble, injured creature.
It rankled. Injured, yes, but a feeble creature, as if he were of no account.
Why did you do that, eh? So that he wouldn't think me any danger to your reputation at all?
Exactly so, she flashed. I have no wish to be yoked in marriage to any man, let alone a man I know nothing about, who just happened to ride past one day and fall off his horse at my feet.
I did not fall off. I was thrown when my horse slipped. And if you didn't want to be compromised, why didn't you accept his offer to take me to his house?
Because, you fool, despite growing evidence that you have the thickest skull in creation, the doctor said it could cause you serious damage to be moved. And with that, she snapped the bed curtains shut and stormed from the cottage, slamming the door with a bang. 6. Maddy stomped into the garden. Wretched man. So the idea of marrying her was preposterous, was it? As if Mr. Nameless, who couldn't even sit up without getting dizzy and needed to be fed like a baby, was some enormous catch, and she, a person of no consequence. She knew she wasn't any man's idea of a desirable bride, but did he have to laugh? She dashed an angry tear away. She was probably better born than him anyway. Her mother's ancestors were of the haute nobilité, even if they had fallen from grace for a generation or two. She glanced across to where the children were playing some sort of game over by the wall. Knights and maidens, it looked like, with Susan and Lucy playing the maidens and Jane playing the dragon. Poor Jane. Never the glamorous role. Perhaps she should... No. Jane was enjoying herself, she saw, giving her brothers a very hard time as the dragon, roaring and hurling imaginary bolts of fire at them and pretending to eat up their reed swords when they got too close. The children were perfectly happy. She was fed up with talking to children and impossible men. She needed to talk to the bees. She talked to the bees ever since she was a little girl. Grand-mère had taught her. One must always talk to the bees, confide in them your thoughts,
Tell them the news, who has been born and who has died. Do this and the bees will never let you down." She wended her way through the densely packed vegetable beds, past the chicken house to the line of fruit trees, parallel to the wall that they called the orchard. Set into the wall were arched recesses, and in those recesses sat her pride and joy, her beehives. The recesses had been constructed with the ancient wall, built specifically for beehives. It pleased Maddy to be part of a continuing tradition. The bad weather was in the past, she saw as she drew closer. The little creatures were busily flying to and fro. Bees were wonderful predictors of weather. Taking care to stay out of their direct flight path, she made her way to her favourite seat, a simple slab of thick slate set on top of 2 stones against the wall, with hives to the left and right of her. A dozen bees buzzed around her curiously. She stayed calm, and, deciding she was harmless, they flew off. "Oh, bees, I'm so cross and out of sorts," she began. She told them all about her stranger with no memory, for you should always tell the bees about any newcomer. "And as for being forced into marriage to avoid scandal, who in their right mind would want that? I can't imagine anything worse than to be tied in marriage to a man who'd resent you for the rest of his life. Don't you agree?" They did, she could tell. Bees were sensible creatures. Maddy knew what it was like to live with a resentful man. Papa had come to resent Mamma, and theirs had begun as a love match. Or so Mamma said. Maddy was not so sure it was love at all. Papa had been dazzled by Mamma's beauty, her noble family and her fortune. But his love cooled as he slowly realised Mamma's family and fortune would never be returned, and Mamma's beauty had faded as she failed, time and time again, to give Papa the heir he craved. Poor Mamma, grieving endlessly for her lost babies, blamed so bitterly for what she could not help, for what tore her apart. To live with such resentment, Maddy would wish that on no woman, least of all herself. She went on to tell the bees of the more serious problem of Sir Jasper letting her down, and the problem of the rent on the cottage that was no longer payable in honey. "Insisted on an audience with this heir, when he gets back to England, if ever, and will try to oblige him to honour Sir Jasper's word. But I fear he will— No, you're right, it's not sensible to dwell on fears for the future. One must work and take care of the children and hope for the best, I know." The bees buzzed back and forth. She knew they listened. Probably it was the Queen who lived in the centre of the hive who wanted the news, making babies her entire life and never getting out. Poor thing. Like Mamma. Grandmère was right. Talking to the bees always brought a sense of peace and comfort. Maddy felt better for getting her worries off her chest, and now there was weeding to be done. She loved this garden, with its neat rows and ordered squares. She'd made it herself, wresting it, with the help of the children, from a tangle of weeds. She knelt by a patch of yellowing leeks and began to pull them out. There were still potatoes and onions left, but she needed to get the summer vegetables planted. The period after winter and before the new growth was harvestable was the hungry time in the garden, the same as for the bees. Ironic to reflect that she'd hated this garden at first, furious and resentful that she was forced to grow vegetables or let the children starve, furious that Papa had been such a careless spendthrift that his children were left with nothing, worse than nothing. There were debts. Mr. Holm had saved them from debtor's prison at least, and if she wasn't sufficiently grateful to repay him in the way he wanted, well, that was Papa's fault too. He should never have put her in that position in the first place. She hoed vigorously between the rows, taking satisfaction from the destruction of the new weeds poking their impudent noses through the soil, stealing the goodness from her tender new seedlings. He lay back against the pillows, pricked by guilt. He shouldn't have laughed. Of course she was upset. Nobody liked being laughed at. But the idea of the vicar forcing a marriage between himself and Miss Woodford had struck him as so unlikely. Even without knowing anything about himself, he could see at a glance that they came from very different backgrounds.
She lived in a labourer's cottage. He was pretty sure he'd never even been in a house so small and cramped. His fascination with it told him as much. So tiny, and yet 6 people lived here, 7, counting himself, and so tidily organised, everything in its place, and not a single thing that he could see that did not have some practical function. No items of beauty or culture, just workaday necessities. There were anomalies, however. Her accent, for one, and the children's. They spoke as he did, properly, without strong regional inflections. Perhaps she was a gentleman's daughter, fallen on hard times. It made the question of marriage between them no less unlikely. But if she were gently born, he could understand why she'd been offended by his laughter. When people of once good family lost their position in society, it made them all the touchier about being shown respect. He would apologise when she returned to the cottage. He dozed for a while, but woke when he heard her returning.
"Could I have some hot water, please?"
he asked, struggling to sit up. He closed his eyes to stop the spinning, and when he opened them, she was standing beside the bed, framed by the faded red curtains, as lovely a sight as any he could imagine. Her face flushed and a little rosy from her time outdoors. She watched him gravely, a cup of steaming liquid in her hand.
"I'm sorry for what I said before,"
he began.
"about it being
There's nothing to apologise for," she said quickly, with a look that indicated she had no intention of discussing it further. She held out the cup. "Here, take this." He took it and caught a whiff that made him glance at the contents. It was some kind of browny liquid. He wrinkled his nose.
"What is it?"
"Willow bark tea. It will help with the headache. And ginger, which will help with the nausea." He handed it back to her untouched.
"Thank you, but no. I want hot water for a shave."
He ran a hand over his rough chin and gave her a rueful smile.
"I have it on good authority that I look like a vicious ruffian. Some kind of pirate."
She smiled. "You mustn't mind Reverend Matheson. His bark is worse than his bite. I'll get you some hot water. But first, you need to drink this." She held the cup out again. He made no move to take it. He didn't want any medicine. The last lot of stuff she gave him had given him lurid dreams.
"No, thank you."
"I've been steeping it all night," she added in a coaxing voice, "and I've sweetened it with honey to help with the bitter taste." How old did she think he was?
"I don't care about the taste. I don't want it because the last medicine you gave me did strange things to my mind."
She tilted her head on one side, like a wary little bird. Strange things?
Dreams, hallucinations, that sort of thing. And waking was like trying to rise from a bed of glue.
He had no intention of telling her what sort of dreams. They were deeply erotic and involved her. "It wasn't the medicine. You were delirious last night because you were burning up with fever."
"Fever? So that's why I've been feeling so dashed weak."
She nodded. "You were very sick. The fever broke just before dawn, but it will take a while before you get your strength back. Willow bark tea is harmless and will help you with your aches and pains, and don't tell me you have none because I can read them in your face." She thrust the cup toward him again. "It's in my interests as well as yours to have you recover quickly," she reminded him.
"Oh, very well,"
he said, taking it and downing it on one big gulp. He shuddered and handed her the empty cup.
"Tastes atrocious."
"It's worse without the honey. Now, I suppose you'll need this." She bent and pulled out his portmanteau, handing it to him before she went to fetch the hot water. He took out his shaving kit and unrolled it, setting out his badger hair shaving brush, soap, razor, strop and a bottle of liquid that he unstoppered and sniffed. Eau de cologne. It smelled pleasant and familiar. He tested the razor. A perfect edge. "Here." She returned with a tray on which sat a basin of water, a large cup, a hand mirror and a towel. "Are you sure you can manage?"
"Of course."
She watched while he lathered up the brush with soap and hot water and vigorously applied it to his lower face.
"I'm perfectly all right,"
he told her. She nodded, but didn't move away. He picked up the mirror in one hand and the razor in another. He frowned at the razor. It was shaking like a leaf. He gripped it tighter. It was still shaking. What was the matter with his blasted hand? He brought it towards his chin, but it was shaking so much he knew he'd be bloody at the first stroke. He muttered something under his breath. "You've been injured and had a bad fever, and you haven't yet recovered," she said softly, taking the razor out of his hand. "I'll do it. I used to shave Papa when he was ill." He wished he'd never thought of shaving, but it was too late to change his mind. She'd think he didn't trust her, and she'd be right. Women shaving men. Insanity. Particularly after he'd insulted her earlier. He devoutly hoped she really had forgiven him. One way or another, he was about to find out. She ran a thoughtful glance over him. "I could either sit on your legs to do it, or—" She caught his eye and broke off. He tried to repress a smile, but really she was too innocent for words. Sit on his legs, indeed. It was all he could do to refrain from inviting her to do so, with his very good will. A blush stole up her cheeks. In a brisk, no-nonsense tone, she said, "Swing around so you're sitting on the edge of the bed, please." He obediently swung. He should not tease a woman with a deadly sharp razor in her hand. But he could not seem to help himself. His legs dangled, bare and hairy, over the side of the bed. The vicar's nightshirt was not so very long. It reached just to his knees. She pulled the sheet across and draped it primly over the offending limbs. He wondered how long it would be before she realized what the only practical stance for her would be. Her blush intensified. She'd realized it. Slowly keeping his face as blank as he could, he spread his knees wide and waited. She hesitated only a moment, then with head held high, she stepped between them. She did not meet his gaze. He was glad of it. If she could see into his heart, he'd fear for his skin. Oh, he was very glad he'd wanted to shave. In a calm, business-like manner, she tilted his head to one side, refreshed the lather on his throat and chin, dipped the razor in the hot water and placed it against his throat. He braced himself, trying not to breathe or swallow as he felt the deadly instrument slowly glide up the curve of his throat to the jawbone. No blood spurted in its wake. He breathed again. She rinsed the razor in hot water and made the next stroke, smoothly and deftly, and gradually the tension in him loosened. Another kind of tension took its place. She shaved with concentration, a tiny pucker between her slender winged brows, the tip of her tongue peeping out, curled against her top lip. Her full attention was on the task in hand, and he was free to observe her as closely as he pleased. Her skin was creamy, redhead pale, and as fine-grained as a rose petal. Across the bridge of her tip-tilted nose lay a scattering of tiny golden freckles. Most women regarded freckles as a flaw, but these were like cake crumbs sprinkled over whipped cream. They made his mouth water. Her hips were braced lightly between his thighs, and from time to time, her arms, and once her breasts brushed lightly against him as she moved. It wasn't deliberate. He knew from the infinitesimal tightening of her mouth when it happened. He tried not to look down. Her nipples were hard and thrusting beneath her drab gown. She wasn't the only one aroused. He tugged more covers over his groin. She turned his head to shave the other side, and all he could see were her ears, small and delicately made, caressed by a cluster of fine, fiery tendrils. He longed to taste her there, to kiss the tender place just behind the ear, to nibble on her dainty lobes, to run his tongue around the intricate walls and make her shiver and squirm with pleasure. Without thinking, his thighs tightened around her hips, and she jumped and nicked him. "What do you think you're doing?" she said indignantly. "Look what you made me do." She dipped a cloth in clean water and applied it to his cheek. It came away with a smear of red.
"It's nothing," he assured her. Sorry I startled you.
I'm sorry too, she said, mollified. She dipped the razor in hot water again and resumed shaving him. Your usual valet is no doubt a great deal faster and more efficient than I am, and I suppose all this sitting up is making you tired. He didn't say anything. Tired wasn't the problem. Temptation was. Having this delicious armful of woman so close he could touch, smell, and almost taste her. Not to take her in his arms, roll backward onto the bed, slowly unpeel those drab clothes from her, and make slow, delicious love to her for the rest of the day, was more than any red-blooded man should have to bear. Why the devil wasn't she safely married, or suitably widowed? A married woman or widow would know what he was about, would understand the pleasure that was there for the taking. But she was an innocent. And he might not know much about himself, but he was fairly certain he wasn't the kind of man who'd seduce innocence. Unfortunately. She finished shaving him and handed him a damp towel to wipe off the last of the lather, while she took the tray away. He rubbed his face all over, then his neck and the back of his neck, and quickly, while her back was turned, gave his torso and armpits a quick rub. Cologne water on his cheeks made a satisfying sting.
Thank you. I feel like a new man.
She smiled. I'm not sure that you look any less piratical, she said slowly, her eyes running over his face, but at least no one will think you a ruffian. He captured her gaze and held it.
So, I am a pirate, am I? He said softly.
She swallowed but didn't look away. Her eyes were brandy gold and just as intoxicating. She moistened her lips and his mouth dried. He could feel his heart pounding. He leaned toward her, intending to pull her down to him and kiss her senseless. She swayed infinitesimally toward him, as if she might welcome it. "Maddy," said a plaintive voice from the doorway, "isn't it dinner time yet? I'm starving." Maddy blinked, and with a palpable effort, tore her gaze from him. 10 minutes, John. Tell the others, and remember to wash your hands and face." He lay in bed, listening to the clatter of cutlery and low instructions as Maddy supervised the setting of the table by the girls. "Will I take the tray to Mr. Ryder?" There was a low exchange that he couldn't catch, and then the curtains parted, and Maddy stood there with a tray. It pulled the fabric of her dress and apron tight over her breasts. They were, he saw, aroused still, as he was. Under his steady regard, her cheeks slowly warmed to a soft wild rose blush, but her chin was held high. She met his gaze with a firm, direct look and said quietly, "Please do not flirt with me. I cannot afford dalliance when I have the children to think of." She wasn't asking for his cooperation. She was stating her terms. Step out of line, and she'd banish him to the vicarage. He nodded, and with an effort dragged his gaze away. There was also, he suspected, an unspoken admission that she was not tempted. A gentleman would respect that. A rake would not. He wondered which he would prove to be. The tray held a bowl of thick, savoury stew, sitting on a bed of mashed potato. A waft of fragrant steam rose from it. He willed his stomach not to rumble. "Jane tells me your name is Mr. Ryder. Mr. Robert Ryder?" Her brows turned it into a question.
"I haven't remembered anything. It's just a name the children and I agreed on,"
he said, struggling into a sitting position. It was easier than before. His head only swelled a little, and once he was sitting again, the nausea vanished and hunger took its place.
"Miss Lucy was worried that I didn't have a name, so she suggested Ryder since I'd rided by."
She set the tray down next to him on the bed and pushed a pillow behind him. "And Robert?" He shrugged.
"We picked it. We picked both names to go with the R on my handkerchief."
"We did we?" She gave him a rueful look. "I'm sorry. I did tell them not to disturb you."
"Oh, but they were very careful not to disturb me,"
he explained with a wry smile.
They just talked to me, very quietly.
Her lips twitched. That would be John, a born lawyer, able to wiggle his way around any rule. My father was just the same. I hope you like rabbit stew, and don't worry, it's quite legal. Sir Jasper gave the boys permission to... She broke off, then added as if to herself, I suppose that's all changed. She picked up the spoon.
I can feed myself, he said firmly. A spoon is not as dangerous as a razor, and this is not as runny as soup. Besides, I feel much better now, he added deliberately, since I shaved.
She gave him a sharp look. He smiled innocently. The wild rose blush deepened, and she left him to it. The stew was simple but delicious. He ate slowly. Outside the curtains he could hear them all eating and clattering and talking over the day's events. The children took it in turns to tell their tales of the day's events, and there was laughter and even a little friendly teasing. It was like no family dinner he'd ever experienced. When he was a boy, he and Marcus took most of their meals in the nursery, supervised over the years by a series of severely starched individuals who all went by the name of Nanny, a different one each year. Sooner or later, Mama always found fault with the current nanny, and a new one took her place, as strict and humorless as the last. Mama did not like competition for her boys' affection. Nursery meals were quiet affairs, attention being paid mostly to table manners. Talking was not allowed. Even worse were the rare occasions when either or both boys were summoned to the family dinner table, there to have their table manners inspected while being grilled by their father. Unnerving affairs they were, mostly silent, punctuated by a question or criticism shot at them from the head of the table. But here, outside this curtain, he could hear her asking each child about their day, and there was enthusiastic retelling of stories and contradictions and laughter. Laughter at the dinner table. Papa would have been... He froze. With a clatter, his spoon fell from nerveless fingers. Papa. Mama. Marcus. His memory was coming back. Are you all right, Mr. Ryder? She called. Yes, thank you, just a little clumsy. He managed to respond. He remembered. What? He closed his eyes and tried to think. Tried to remember. Who was he? What was his name? But the Swiss cheese holes in his mind remained. It was all there, he knew, dangling tantalizingly just out of reach, like something glimpsed in passing from the corner of your eye that disappeared the moment you turned to look directly at it. But he had remembered something. People. His family. He had parents and a brother called Marcus. What was Papa's name? And where was that nursery? He could see it in his mind's eye. A long room, set high in a big grey house, on the western side, where in the afternoon you could stand at the window and watch the sun setting, looking out over a park toward a forest, and beyond that, mountains. Its name was on the tip of his tongue, but he could not remember, damn it. Each time he thought he almost had it, it just slipped away. Finished? She stood there, framed by the faded red curtains, as lovely a sight as any he could imagine. He glanced down. The dish was still half full. You look pale, she said. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but...
He didn't know what to tell her. His memory was coming back, but he still knew nothing. Better to wait until he knew who he was. But oh, the relief that there really were memories there. Don't you like rabbit?
No, it's delicious, but I'm full,
he lied. Not full, just feeling a bit queasy, and that was nothing to do with the food, and everything to do with the things he almost remembered. Never mind. She took the tray. It won't be wasted. John will eat whatever you leave. He's at that age where he can eat until you think he'll burst, and then 10 minutes later he's hungry again. He nodded, not really listening, and slid back down onto the bed. The relief was tinged faintly with dread.
Who would he turn out to be? He lay worrying at it, the way you worried at a sore tooth fruitlessly. Elusive memories danced at the edge of his consciousness, slipping away as he tried to grasp them, like catching moonbeams reflected in water. He was only vaguely aware of the sounds of Maddy reading a story to the children, her voice low, the words indistinct, but the sound musical and soothing. He listened to her getting the children washed and changed and put to bed, and tried to conjure up memories of his own childhood, such as the ones that had come unbidden earlier. But the harder he tried, the more they refused to come. The cottage was quiet. The children were in bed. He could hear Maddy moving around, the sound of water being poured out, and soft splashes as if... His attention was suddenly riveted. She was bathing. In a cottage this size, there would be no room for a bath, and any hot water she had would have to be heated over that fire, which meant... His mouth dried as he painted the image in his mind. She'd have to stand in something like a basin. He swallowed, his ears straining for every sound, imagining her naked in front of the fire, the light of the flickering flames caressing each delicious curve and hollow as she stood in a small tin bath washing herself. He heard the trickle of water. In his mind's eye, she dipped her flannel in the water, then squeezed it out and soaped it up. He strained in the silence that followed, hearing the faintest sounds of soft movements as she rubbed the moist soapy cloth over her creamy naked skin. What he wouldn't give to be wielding that cloth now. In Turkey once, he'd been given a bath by 2 young female slaves. It was a form of hospitality he'd never encountered before. The girls hadn't seemed unhappy in their servitude. In fact, they'd been a very jolly pair. They'd washed him all over, with giggles and sly caresses, and it had turned into a romp that lasted half the night. He had very fond memories of that style of... Another memory, he thought, with a surge of elation, and as before, it had come when he wasn't trying to think or remember. Not thinking about it was the key then. More splashing sounds distracted him. It sounded exactly as though she was pouring a large pitcher of water over her soapy body. He could almost see the rivulets trickling down her body. If he took Miss Maddy to a Turkish bath, would she let him wash her? Would she wash him? He was aching with desire. There was just a faded red curtain between himself and her. A gentleman would not look. He was no peeping Tom. On the other hand, she hadn't warned him not to look. It wasn't as if she didn't know he was there, or that he could open the curtains to look out. He'd done it several times before. Yet she'd said nothing. Maybe she wouldn't mind if he looked. Perhaps she even wanted him to look. What if she were trying to seduce him, standing naked by the fire and washing herself? He wouldn't want to be found wanting. Besides, she'd get cold. Looking, he decided, was the polite thing to do. His mouth was dry, and his heart was pounding as he leaned forward, slowly, carefully drew back the curtain and looked out. The fire danced. A candle flickered. There was no naked flame-lit siren waiting. The room was empty. There was no one there at all. He could still hear the sound of water splashing. "Are you there, Miss Woodford?" he called out. "I'm in the scullery." She sounded startled, a little flustered. She might, he supposed, be bathing in the scullery, though it would be cold in there. "Are you all right?" she said after a moment. "Do you want something?" He did. He wanted her. "What are you doing?" he asked. She hesitated. "Just a bit of washing." But which bits was she washing? "Can you come here a moment?" "Is it urgent?" "Yes." His voice croaked as he said it. He was rock hard and aching for her. "Oh, very well." He heard the sound of dripping water, quite a lot of dripping water. He braced himself. Would she come to him naked and wet, or wrapped modestly in a large cloth that would cover her from top to toe, clinging most delicately to where she was damp? "What is it?" She came, wiping her hands on a cloth,
dressed exactly as she had all day, covered from top to toe in layers of clothing. Thick layers, damn it, all fastened and buttoned up. She gave him an expectant, quizzical look. He told her it was urgent. He couldn't think of a thing to say. "Water," he said finally, like a great stupid. Luckily his voice still croaked. She brought him a cup of water and he drank it, as if thirsty. He was, but not for water. She smelt like beeswax and flowers, but then she usually did. "Another?" she asked, and he nodded. She fetched another cup and waited, her head bent in thought as he drank it down. And that's when he noticed her hair. She usually wore it twisted into a knot on the top of her head, but at night she took it down, shook it out into a glorious mass, brushed it, then braided it into a loose, silky plait. Tonight the tips of the braid were unmistakably damp. His fingers itched to unbraid it, spread it across the pillow and bury his face in it.
"Did you just take a bath?"
he asked. "I was washing the children's smalls," she said crisply, but her cheeks flushed rosily, and it wasn't the light of the fire or the glow of the candles. She took the cup and retreated without saying a word. He lay back, quietly exultant. He hadn't been mistaken. She'd bathed. For him. Soon she'd come to bed, fresh and fragrant. He couldn't wait. 7. She put the cup on the table and disappeared, returning in a matter of moments with a small bundle of twisted cloths. She shook each one out with a snap and hung them on a line strung above the hearth with a rather pointed air, silently emphasizing that she had indeed washed children's smalls. His lips twitched. Didn't mean she hadn't bathed. She dumped a pile of lace and feathers and ribbons onto the table. Then she took a hat and proceeded to destroy it.
"What are you doing?"
"Refurbishing a hat. Ladies in the village pay me to make over their hats. It's a lot cheaper than a new hat, and I have a talent for it." Her nimble fingers worked quickly, ripping faded ribbons and squashed flowers from the dowdy headpiece.
"Wouldn't it be easier to do that in the daylight?"
"Yes, but I've been busy." She bent over the hat. Firelight danced through her hair and candlelight gilded her skin as she bent over her task with a small frown of concentration. She never stopped working. He'd never seen her just sit and be. It was his fault she was behind with her work, and the thought made him angry. She removed the last of the old trimmings from the hat, then brushed it vigorously all over with a small wire brush.
"How did you come to be living like this?"
he asked abruptly. Her flying fingers stopped for a moment, then resumed their busy work. Like what?
"Living in a small labourer's cottage, apparently the sole support of 5 young children. From your accent, you weren't born to this."
"No." She took the sad-looking, denuded hat over to the kettle and held it over the steaming spout.
"So, how did you come to be here?"
"My father died in debt." She pressed the hat onto an inverted bowl and smoothed it with her hands.
"Were there no relatives you could turn to?"
"No one wanted all the children. One distant, very rich cousin would have taken Susan, just Susan by herself. No nasty, noisy boys or inconvenient toddlers, and certainly not Jane. She had the cheek to say to me, 'Just the pretty one.' She threaded a needle and began to stitch a ribbon to the hat, her stitches stabbing angrily through the fabric. Pretty one indeed. Jane is a dear, loving child, and just because she isn't as pretty as Susan. Her needle stabbed into the hat with precise, angry movements. She said she would consider Lucy when she was older, that she promised fair to be pretty too.
"You wouldn't have given Lucy away?"
he said, surprised. She turned and gave him a long, considering look. "You think Lucy is my daughter, not my sister?"
"No, not at all,"
he began, though indeed he had wondered. "She's not," she said in a matter-of-fact voice. "Yes, she's a lot younger than the others, and we're both redheads, but Lucy's eyes are blue like her brothers and sisters, and mine are brown." She smoothed out several strips of coloured net ribbon, selected a bronze one, and threaded her needle. Her eyes weren't brown. They were the colour of brandy or sherry, a luminous dark gold, intoxicating.
"I apologize. It's no business of mine."
She shook her head. I'm used to people saying it behind my back, so I rarely get the chance to explain. The truth is, Lucy's mother died not long after giving birth to her. Lucy is the reason Papa sent for me.
Sent for you? Where were you?
He did the sums. She would have been about 18 or 19 when Lucy was born.
In London, making your come out?
No. She gathered the net onto her needle, forming a ruffle. That's why I thought Papa had sent for me, to make my come out at last. But his plans were otherwise. She held up the hat, turning it and examining it from all angles. What do you think? Will the ruffle suit? He gave it a cursory glance.
Yes, very elegant. But you were telling me about your father's plans. Instead of you making your come out, he wanted... what?
She bit off the thread with her teeth. He wanted me to take charge of the nursery.
Where were you?
Living in the country with my grandmother, my mother's mother. Her mouth twisted ironically. Living much as I am now, growing vegetables and keeping bees. It's where I learned to refurbish hats. My grandmother had a flair for such things. He glanced again at the hat. It looked surprisingly stylish. Had her grandmother been a milliner? If so, she was a good one. That hat looked almost French. No wonder the ladies of the village used her services. It was apparent also that her father had married beneath him and wanted to disown the offspring.
Your father couldn't help?
Surely he could have afforded to support one young girl. She shrugged. Papa never did acknowledge anything that wasn't right in front of him. He was very good at avoiding uncomfortable realities. Besides, Papa never liked my grandmother, and she didn't like him. She worked in silence for a while, the only sound the crackling of the fire in the grate. He imagined her as a young girl, toiling away in the country, caring for her elderly grandmother, growing vegetables and learning the millinery trade. Then the excitement of being sent for, anticipating her come out, only to serve as a nursery maid instead. She must have been crushed with disappointment. She examined the hat with a critical air. It needs something else. Perhaps some flowers. The fashion this year is more ornate hats, and Mrs. Richard does like to be à la mode. Women were amazing. How could she know the latest modes buried here? And that French accent was good. Someone had taught her well.
Did you ever make your come out?
She picked over the pile of bits and pieces, putting together a small posy of ribbons and fabric blooms. No, never. Papa said there was no need. It was too expensive, he said, and he'd already made an arrangement.
An arrangement?
It did not please me. He could tell by the set of her firm little chin she wasn't going to explain any further. She stitched flowers onto the hat band.
Could your grandmother not help with the children?
She shook her head. She died 6 months before Papa sent for me. I'd written to him of her death, of course, but he didn't send for me until his second wife died, and he had 4 young children and a newborn baby on his hand. She sewed on the last flower and added, quite as if it didn't matter, "Until then, I didn't even know I had any brothers or sisters. I knew, of course, he'd married again, but in the 10 years he left me with my grandmother, he'd never once mentioned children." 10 years! And then to find he had a whole other family, and herself the eldest of 6. The hurt not to have been told. Abruptly, a shard of memory pierced him. He had a brother he'd never been told about. Or was it 2 brothers? He wasn't sure. There were remembered sensations of anger and jealousy or hatred of the interlopers, but the details eluded him.
When did your father die?
2 years ago, and all he left were debts and children, so... She shrugged.
Is there nobody else to help you?
She held up the hat, turning it and examining it from all angles. What do you think? She put it on and turned toward him. He was astounded. How had that stylish-looking hat emerged from those odd bits and pieces? but he wasn't going to be distracted.
Very pretty.
So she was left wholly responsible for children she barely knew, without support from anyone, working every hour God sent. He watched her packing up her materials.
You must resent it,
he said quietly. Resent what?
Having the children foisted on you without...
Foisted? She said in an astonished voice. I don't resent the children in the least. I love them. They're my family. The most precious thing I have. That's why I refuse to let that cousin take in Susan. As long as I can take care of the children, I won't let anyone split us apart.
But
if I do harbour any resentment, and I admit I do, it's toward Papa, for his foolish, selfish, spendthrift ways that left us with nothing, less than nothing, with a pile of debts. But one thing I've learned in life is not to waste time in fruitless recrimination. It helps nobody, and only embitters you. Now, I think it's time for bed. She smiled brightly and disappeared into the other room. Her words and the dazzling smile that accompanied them caused a shudder of delicious arousal to pass through him. He lay back and waited, his body thrumming pleasantly, already partially aroused. She returned a few minutes later, clad in a thick flannel nightgown and a woolen shawl, knotted in front, concealing the shape of her breasts. It was cold, he conceded, and flannel was a reasonable choice, but she didn't need it. He'd keep her warm. She placed a screen in front of the fire, then hurried away, returning with a roll of bedding.
What the devil is that?
He sat up abruptly, setting his head spinning. He could see perfectly well what it was. She arched an eyebrow. I beg your pardon? Damn his language, he thought.
What are you doing?
She bent to pull the bedding straight, and the nightgown drew tight over her hips. His body responded instantly. I'm making my bed, and then, as the saying goes, I'm going to lie in it.
You'll do no such thing.
This is my home, Mr. Ryder, and I'll sleep where I please.
You'll freeze on that stone floor.
She flipped back a quilt. It's not nearly as cold as it's been the last 2 nights. I'll be all right.
I won't allow it.
Allow? She gave him a cool look. You forget yourself, sir.
I forget many things, but I do not forget my obligations as a gentleman,
he said grimly. He flipped back his bedclothes, all thought of seduction gone, and swung his legs over the side. What are you doing?
If you think I'm going to let a woman sleep on the cold, hard floor while I sleep in her bed, you've got another thing coming.
He touched his injured ankle to the floor and winced. Stop! The doctor said if you tried to use that ankle, you might cripple yourself.
It's entirely up to you, he told her. If you persist in this nonsense about sleeping on the floor, then I have no choice but to sleep there instead.
He made a move as if to stand. Stop! She stared at him, frustrated. He stared right back. You're so stubborn, she said at last. He could smell capitulation.
Pot calling the kettle black.
She clenched her hands. I will be perfectly all right on the floor.
Then so will I. In the meantime, that stone floor is freezing your toes.
The toes in question curled under his gaze, and she stepped onto the rag rug nearby. If they're cold, it's your fault for keeping me from my bed.
I'm not keeping you from your bed,
he said. He waved his hand.
Here it is, all toasty and warm waiting for you.
You must know I can't share a bed with you.
Why not? You have the last couple of nights and emerged quite unharmed. In fact, I'd suggest that you slept the better for having me in the bed. You were certainly warmer.
How could you know that? He nodded toward her feet.
Your feet were half frozen that first night when you came to bed. You thawed them on my calves.
She flushed. I did not. He grinned.
That part of the past I do remember, very clearly. Like little blocks of ice they were. Woke me up.
There was a long silence. She hovered, undecided. He tried to sound as disinterested as possible.
You know, it's the most sensible solution. What good would it do you or the children if you caught a chill?
She bit her lip.
Come on,
he said in a coaxing voice.
I promise to be a gentleman, and you can bring Hadrian's Wall with you,
he added ruefully.
Even if I wanted to seduce you in the state I'm in, you could easily fend me off. One biff on the head and I'll be out like a snuffed candle.
And that, unfortunately, was true. Very well, she said, and he moved back to make room for her. But nobody must ever find out. If they did,
how would anyone find out? I won't tell anyone, and if the vicar asks you, you will continue to lie to him, just as you did today.
I did not lie to him, she said indignantly. I told him I'd made up a bed on the floor, and I had.
Yes, you merely left out the part about not sleeping in it. Perfectly unexceptional. And you've made up the bed on the floor tonight, as you said you would, so stop hopping about on the cold stone floor and get into bed.
She grabbed a quilt from the bed on the floor, rolled it into a Hadrian's Wall, stuffed it against him, and climbed in after it. She pulled the bedclothes over her, shivering.
See, you're half frozen,
he said, and put his arms around both her and Hadrian's Wall.
Stop that,
she said. But he could tell a half-hearted objection when he heard it.
You can warm your feet against my legs if you like,
he invited. The fresh, distinctive scent of her and her soap teased his nostrils. She made a small huffing noise and didn't move. You're pleased about this, aren't you? She said crossly.
It's the only logical choice.
He couldn't keep the satisfaction out of his voice. His gentlemanly promise had definitely slowed his plans for seduction, but so had his aching head, and there was more than one way to seduce a woman. After a while she stopped shivering.
I told you,
he murmured.
All toasty and warm.
Do your ribs hurt you at all? She asked in a soft voice.
No, not a bit. Oof! What was that for?
She edged an arm under Hadrian's Wall and elbowed him in the ribs hard. For being stubborn, manipulative, and impossible, she purred. And for gloating. Good night, Mr. Ryder. Sweet dreams. Maddy smiled as she closed her eyes. He deserved it, she told herself. He'd blackmailed her into his bed, her bed. And as she climbed into bed, she'd caught a gleam in the firelight of a white, triumphant smile. And as for his arm around her, pulling her against his long body, well, Hadrian's Wall was some protection, but not much. She'd tried to push him away, but she was so cold, and he was so warm, it was easier not to resist. It wasn't just about the cold, she admitted to herself. Having his arms around her, sharing a bed, it felt lovely. She felt warm, protected, and less alone than she'd felt for a very long time. Her feet were still very cold, but she was drifting off when she felt a stealthy movement in the bed. She feigned sleep, curious to see what he was up to, ready to repulse a rakish advance. A large, warm foot burrowed beneath the rolled-up quilt that separated them. He hooked it around her feet and slowly drew them towards him. Drawn by the warmth generated by his body, she let her feet be taken and warmed beneath his calves. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A wicked, rakish devil he was, to be sure, warming her feet in secret. She fell asleep, with a smile on her face. Thump, thump. Maddy's eyes flew open. A sick feeling curled in her stomach. Not again. Thump, thump. The door rattled on its hinges, but the new bolt held fast. A low moaning came from outside. Unearthly. Terrifying. A shadow appeared at the window. Something scrabbled against the glass, as though with claws. The hairs on the back of her neck lifted. The moaning rose in pitch, louder and louder, until it ended in a deathly shriek. The horrid sound shivered through her. The frenzied scrabbling continued. The glass couldn't take much more, she thought. Any instant it would shatter. The man in her bed sat up.
What the devil is that infernal noise?
Nothing, she muttered. Go back to sleep. He was an invalid. He couldn't help. She was shaking. With rage, she told herself. And sick, desperate fear. She reached for the frying pan she kept under the mattress and began to slide out from beneath the covers. Iron fingers gripped her arm.
Nothing, my foot. Where are you going with that? What's the trouble?
It's nothing, she insisted. Just someone trying to frighten me and the children. He might be an invalid, but just having someone there with her was comforting.
How do you know?
It's not the first time this has happened, she said tersely, watching where the sounds were coming from. Another unearthly howl shattered the night, and the scratching at the window started again, a slow, teeth-shivering shriek. The glass panes creaked under the onslaught. "Is it back, Maddy?" a small, quaking voice whispered from the stairs. Oh, God, the children! John and Jane were halfway down the stairs, pale as ghosts, their little faces pinched and terrified, yet heartbreakingly resolute. Facing dragons. Real ones this time. With shaking hands, John gripped the hunting knife his father had given him. Jane also shook like a leaf, but she grasped a rolling pin in business-like fashion. Behind them on the stairs, Susan squatted, her arms around Lucy, who was sobbing quietly. Henry stood with his arms protectively around his sisters. An 8-year-old trying to be a man. Rage drove out the worst of Maddy's fear. Children should not be driven to this. "Don't worry," she said in as firm a voice as she could manage. "He can't get in. He's just a nasty man trying to frighten us." "What if he breaks the glass?" Jane whispered. "Then I'll hit him over the head with this frying pan," Maddy said fiercely. The first few times their tormentor had come in the night, she'd been too terrified to move. She'd huddled with the children, waiting for the creature to break in, braced for a fight. This was the 4th nocturnal visit, but he'd never broken in. She wasn't quite as frightened. The window darkened, and a face peered in. The children screamed. It was horrifying. He, or it, was faceless. The shambling figure wore a robe and hood, like a monk. But where his face should be, nothing. Blank, white emptiness. It moaned like something out of the grave, shrouded white fingers clawing at the glass on either side of the facelessness. "It's a trick," Maddy said furiously. "He's trying to frighten us, wearing something like gauze or cheesecloth over his face and using a hidden lantern. John, you did the same thing once at Halloween, remember? He's not a ghost, just a beastly creature who thinks he can frighten us. Well, he doesn't frighten me!" she shouted at the window. It was a lie. She was shaking like a leaf.
"There's a gun in my bag,"
Mr. Ryder snapped.
"Fetch it."
She gave him a startled look. "A gun?"
"While he thinks you're alone and unprotected with only rolling pins and frying pans to defend yourself, he won't be stopped. But if he thinks you have a gun—"
She ran to fetch the pistol.
"Take the children and wait upstairs,"
he told her. "No, this is my problem." She wasn't going to run and hide and let a sick man, a stranger, defend her. This was her home.
"It might ricochet."
"Oh, I see." She hesitated as suddenly the possibility of killing a man loomed. "I don't mind if you wound him, but I don't want him killed."
"Why not?"
"Because I want to find out why he's doing this, and if you shatter the window, we will freeze." He shrugged.
"Very well. Now get those children out of the way."
She grabbed a blanket and gathered the children together. They crouched on the landing, huddled together under the blanket, watching breathlessly. Again the figure pressed his distorted, gauzy face against the panes. Vile creature. Maddy's arms tightened around the small, shaking bodies. Mr. Ryder fired into the wood stacked beside the fireplace. The bang was so loud Maddy nearly jumped out of her skin. There was a sudden silence, then the sound of running feet. "Is he gone, Maddy?" Lucy sobbed. Maddy flew down the stairs and flung open the door, peering out into the darkness to see if she could recognize the fleeing man. But he was just a dark, robed shape, racing up the hill in the moonlight. She closed the door and bolted it again. The children crept downstairs, needing to make sure the terror was over. John and Henry searched the woodpile for the spent ball. Jane, Susan and Lucy huddled in front of the fire in the blanket, while Maddy warmed some milk. The man on the bed quietly cleaned his gun, observing. The children drank their milk, pelting Maddy with questions, but answers, real answers, eluded her. The children were satisfied enough with a bad man, the bogeyman of every childhood. Maddy didn't believe in bogeymen. There had to be a reason. "I can't imagine why," she told Mr. Ryder as she climbed back into bed. "He doesn't seem to want to break in. First time he came there wasn't even a proper lock on the door, just a latch. One good shove and it would have flown right open, but he didn't even try." He pulled the covers up around her shoulders.
"He must want something."
"Yes, but what? We have no money and very few possessions. We don't even own the cottage. What can possibly be gained by frightening a lone woman and 5 small children?"
"Satisfaction," he suggested. "There are bullies in this world who enjoy such things."
She considered it. "I haven't offended anyone that I can think of, except Mr. Harris, the estate manager," she thought suddenly, though all she'd done was argue about the rental agreement with Sir Jasper.
"How many times has this happened?"
"This is the 4th occasion in the last 2 weeks. And in the last 2 weeks, Mr. Harris had come around, demanding an increased rent."
"There's nothing to be done about it now, so close your eyes and get some sleep," he said, pulling her back against him. "We'll work out what to do about it in the morning."
That "we" was very comforting, she thought, as she slowly relaxed. As the warmth of him spooned against her. It was only as she was drifting off that she realised Hadrian's Wall was gone, but she was too tired and too sleepy to worry about it. 8. The steady rhythm of her breathing altered. She was waking. He'd woken a few minutes earlier, breathing in the fragrance of her, the scent of her skin where his mouth just touched the nape of her neck, the fragrance of her newly washed hair, soft against his cheek, smelling faintly of something enticing. Slowly he realised that the warm weight in his hand was her breast, that he was spooned around her, along the length of her spine, his knee cradled between her soft thighs, bare inches from her cleft. His body was fully aroused, aching with desire. He ought to release her, turn away. He'd given her his word as a gentleman, but their bodies had arranged themselves thus in sleep. It wasn't a deliberate attempt at seduction. And he couldn't make himself move. Besides, he wanted to see how she would react. Was she, like him, torn between temptation and good sense? As far as he was concerned, propriety wasn't even a question. They'd shared a bed for 3 nights now. Or was it 4? He couldn't tell. Whole days and nights were lost to him. But propriety was mostly about what other people thought. What they didn't know couldn't offend them. Common sense was another matter. Common sense dictated that neither of them took action that might have unwanted consequences. Common sense reminded him that he didn't know who she was. He could be married. He'd be a fool to act without knowing the risk. And she would be foolish indeed to let herself be seduced by a nameless man. Reputation was one thing, to be pregnant and unwed, quite another. There was no question of marriage. Cottage didn't marry castle. His memory might be in shreds, but the few glimpses of home he'd recalled were of a large and impressive edifice. If not a castle, a very grand house indeed. He was playing with fire, but he couldn't stop. He feigned sleep, anticipating the moment she became aware of where his hand was placed, where his knee rested, and what it was that was nudging insistently against her peach of a backside. Would she shoot out of bed like a scolded cat, or would she stay and snuggle? With sleepy sensuousness, she began to stretch, then froze with a jagged gasp. A period of cautious stillness followed. He smiled. He could almost hear her mind ticking, working out just which body part was where. And then he felt her response. His pulse kicked up a notch as her nipple hardened against the center of his palm. It took every bit of his willpower not to respond, but she had to feel his erection pressing against her. He was rock hard and aching. Her nightgown had ridden up to her hips. He could feel the exact point where smooth, soft, feminine skin gave way to soft, well-washed flannel. He smiled to himself as she tried surreptitiously to tug it down, then suppressed a groan as the back of her hand brushed against his erection. She froze. Her hand stayed where it was, unmoving. Was it possible to get any harder? He doubted it. It was hell, poised on the brink of paradise, unable to move, and concentrating on the rhythm of one's breathing. Should he wake up and put an end to this exquisite torture? Every fibre of his body screamed to take her, seduce her while she was warm and sleepy and receptive. But if he did, he'd never learn what she might do of her own volition, and he needed, quite desperately, to know. She moved, and he wanted to groan, but he kept his silence, as she lifted away the arm that held her and turned in the bed to face him, raising the covers and settling his arm along his body. He expected her to slide out of bed straight away, but she stayed, her face inches from his. He could sense her closeness. What was she doing? What was she looking at? He wanted to open his eyes and drink her in, but he wanted more to see what she would do. There was a rustle of bedclothes, and he nearly jumped from his skin as she smoothed away the hair below his bandage. Every inch of skin dying for her touch, and she had to caress his forehead. He kept his breathing regular, his lips slightly parted. She ran her finger over his mouth in the lightest of featherlight caresses, lingering on the scar at the corner of his mouth. She brushed her fingers along his jaw. Did he need another shave? She eased the bedclothes down a little. More, he urged silently. He wore the vicar's nightshirt unbuttoned. He wished now he'd removed it in the night, dealing with it as he dealt with the thing she called Hadrian's Wall. She raised the bedclothes a little higher, and he felt a draught of cold air. He welcomed it. His body, or at least one part of it, was burning. She was curious. Higher, he urged her silently. Higher. Take all the bedclothes off. It was foolish to be staring now, Maddy told herself. He could wake at any moment, and she'd be exposed, behaving like a wanton. She glanced at his face. The long, thick lashes didn't even flutter. His chest rose and fell steadily, his breathing unchanged. He was sound asleep. She was absurdly nervous. Her gaze returned to the deep V in the neck of his nightshirt. He'd left every button undone, and his solid masculine chest, with its dusting of curly dark hair, fascinated her, which was ridiculous. She'd seen him stark naked numerous times, had dried every inch of him. His body should have no mystery left for her. Yet she couldn't drag her eyes away. As for what she'd felt when she tried to drag the hem of her nightgown to a more decent level, the hard, heated flesh that thrust against her, it hadn't felt like any naked part of him she'd seen, and she was burning with curiosity. She lifted the bedclothes higher, higher. The fabric of his nightshirt was tented, covering the place where she most wanted to look. She pinched a fold of the material between thumb and finger and tugged lightly. The nightshirt slid upward. She tugged again.
Go ahead. Lift it all the way,
invited a deep voice, laced with sleepy amusement. She dropped the bedclothes. I wasn't. But she did. She was. Caught red-handed. Red-faced, more like. Her cheeks were burning. He chuckled, and it was like rich, warm chocolate. Knowing chocolate.
Go ahead. I don't mind.
She tried to think of something to say. I was just checking. She trailed off, unable to think of a single excuse. He slanted a wicked grin at her.
And am I all right? Nothing broken? In need of attention?
His head and his ankle were injured. She'd been looking right smack bang in between, where she had no business to be looking. She squirmed with mortification. It doesn't matter, she mumbled.
Actually, I'm feeling a bit hot, and I'm sure there's a swelling. And it's aching. Are you sure you wouldn't like to check me?"
His expression was pure laughing devil. "No,
Little liar."
He reached out a lazy hand, cupped the back of her head, and kissed her. It was a slow, soft kiss, warm as the morning sun, laced with the dark mystery of the night, rich with promise. A kiss that unravelled her defences before she had time to put them in place. Not at all what she'd expected. It was over almost before she knew it. He released her and drew back, leaving her slightly dazed and wanting more. She stared at his mouth, still moist from hers. Kissing him was not like she'd expected. 2 nights ago she'd fed him willow bark tea from her mouth and thought nothing could be so intimate. She was wrong. Totally, utterly wrong. She didn't know what to say. His blue eyes seared her, brighter than the morning sky, seeming to read her innermost thoughts. Her eyes dropped to the rumpled bedclothes, and she blurted out the first thing that came into her head. "You promised to be a gentleman." As if she'd been at all ladylike. A lady would never peek at a gentleman's member, particularly when he was asleep. But how could he be asleep, and also aroused? From the corner of her eyes, she caught the glint of a smile.
"I am a gentleman."
The way he said it might as well have been,
"I am a wolf."
More accurate, too. "Nevertheless, you kissed me." His eyes danced.
"It was a very gentlemanly kiss."
He leaned forward and murmured,
"Would you like me to show you what an ungentlemanly kiss is like? Just so you know."
The gleam deepened. For a moment she forgot to respond. Her imagination caught up with thoughts of what an ungentlemanly kiss might be like. Enticing thoughts, probably quite reprehensible ones.
"Purely for educational purposes, you understand,"
he purred, exactly like the cat who was about to get the cream. "No," she said firmly, "I'm not the least bit interested."
"Little liar."
Again he made it sound like an endearment. "A gentleman wouldn't have kissed me at all," she said primly, rallying her stuffiest ancestors to the cause.
"Only if you took the man out of gentleman."
She frowned, unsure of his meaning.
"No man could resist,"
he murmured, and before she realised his intention, he was kissing her again. She'd liked the first kiss very much. But the ungentlemanly kiss sucked every coherent thought from her brain. He kissed her open-mouthed, seeking, demanding, mastering. She tasted heat, dark masculinity, potent desire. As with mouth, tongue and hands, he claimed a response her body gave willingly, urgently. She melted under the onslaught, pressing against him, writhing against him. All thoughts of modesty and propriety dissolved in the flood of sensation as she kissed him back, needing more, craving more. Abruptly, he released her. Maddy, her senses spinning, her limbs heavy and uncoordinated, nevertheless knew what she ought to do. She tried to climb out of the bed. His hand shot out and held her by the wrist.
"Don't go."
"What?" She was still a little dazed, her body still clinging to the effects of his kiss, her blood singing.
"We haven't finished."
Her body agreed with him, but "we have." She tried to pull away from his grasp.
"There are things we need to discuss."
"What things?" He held on to her, gently but firmly.
"The things that went bump in the dark last night."
"Oh, that." She tried not to feel disappointed.
"Have you reported it?"
She sighed. "Of course, but it's done no good. The landlord's agent says I'm a foolish female frightened by shadows. The magistrate can do little without evidence of damage or a person to charge, and the vicar's solution was for us to move in with him and Mrs. Matheson. A few villagers I told suggested an exorcism." She saw his expression and explained. "They're convinced it's the bloody abbot walking again." His brows rose.
"The bloody abbot?"
the ancient ghost of an abbot who was killed trying to prevent Henry VIII's men from destroying the religious carvings at the abbey. The village is very proud of him, but I don't believe it.
You don't believe in ghosts?
This is definitely no ghost, just a man.
Men can be as dangerous as ghosts. More so.
As if she didn't know that. But dangerous men didn't only bang on windows in the night. Some of them trapped you by other means, spooning their long, strong bodies around you in the night and dizzying you with long, sweet, addictive kisses. He held her still, his long fingers imprisoning her wrist, lightly, effortlessly. She tugged it for release. I have to go. While her willpower lasted. His gaze locked with hers, as slowly he lifted her wrist to within a hair's breadth of his mouth, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath on her skin. She couldn't look away, suddenly absurdly breathless as, without breaking his gaze, he turned her hand over and kissed her slowly in the heart of her work-worn palm. The sensation shivered right through her. Without conscious volition, her fingers closed to cup his face.
I'll find this false ghost of yours,
he promised her, his voice husky, knight to maiden.
I'll get him. Don't worry.
He kissed her palm again, and again delicious shivers rippled through her body. She ached to sink back into his embrace and lose herself in more of those deep, drugging, devouring kisses. She longed just once to forget about her problems and responsibilities and lose herself in sensation, letting a man, this man, make love to her. Even if he was a rake, even if the love was counterfeit, she wanted just once to have the morning dream come true. But if she did, she risked losing herself altogether. She steeled herself to pull away from him and slid out of the bed. The sharp chill of the stone floor brought her to her senses. Her blood might be singing with pleasure and excitement, and her foolish heart yearning after impossible dreams. But this was dangerous. Too dangerous for a woman in such a precarious position. She had to keep him at arm's length, further. She could feel the imprint on his mouth against her palm still. Her fingers were closed protectively over it, as if they could keep and cradle his kiss forever. If anyone in the village had the slightest idea of what had happened in the bed this morning, her good reputation was the fine, slender thread that connected her in friendship to the villagers, and without their friendship and their custom for honey, hats and eggs, she and the children would not survive. While the few people who knew thought him a helpless invalid, she was safe. But he was no invalid now. She had to put a stop to it, before she allowed any further liberties.
When my head is no longer a blacksmith's anvil, we'll try that again,
he murmured, with a faint wry smile. She turned and found him watching her, the way a cat watches a mouse it has already trapped, possessively, with leashed anticipation. It was as if he'd dashed a bucket of cold water in her face. He knew nothing of her position, and from his expression, he didn't care. He was a rake, and she was a stupid, dreamy fool. And will that be soon? She asked. He gave her a crooked, altogether wicked smile.
I certainly hope so.
Good.
Good?
His smile broadened. Yes, for as soon as your head is not a blacksmith's anvil, she said sweetly, you will leave this house. For an instant, it wiped the smug look from his face. Then he rallied.
I can't. Where would I go? I have no memory, remember?
His piteous expression was patently feigned, his tone so ripe with confidence it enabled her to harden her heart. Where would you go? She echoed. To the place in the parish where any poor lost soul is welcome, of course. He blinked.
You'd never send me to the workhouse.
Of course not. You have too much money. You'll go to the vicar's. His brows snapped together.
That prosy old bore's? Impossible.
No, it will be quite easy, she assured him, wilfully misunderstanding. He has a carriage with which to convey you. It's very well sprung. It will hardly bump your aching bones at all.
I won't go.
You won't? She arched an eyebrow at him.
I can't. I'm allergic to clergy, and windbags, and fruit bowls. She laughed. Nonsense. It's true, he said earnestly. I come out in hives and boils at the merest whiff of a sermon.
But how can you possibly know that, Mr. Ryder, she said sweetly, when you don't even remember your name? He shrugged.
It's like Hadrian's Wall, one of those odd things I remember.
Very odd, and quite irrelevant, I'm afraid. The minute you're able to move, I'm taking my bed back.
You're more than welcome in it. Have I not made it clear? On the contrary, that's the
She stopped. She was not going to get into a debate with him.
You're running scared.
His gaze dropped briefly to her breasts, and he smiled. Aware that her nipples had hardened in the cold, she folded her arms over her chest. Of what, pray, am I scared? He sat back against the pillows, folded his arms behind his head and grinned.
You like what's been happening in the bed, and you're afraid that next time you won't have the strength of mind to stop.
Well, of course she was. She was only human, wasn't she? Her body, even now, was urging her to leap back into the bed and let him finish what they'd started. But she, thank God, was in the grip of cold, hard reality. Nonsense, she said, and it sounded feeble even to her own ears. The moment you are well enough to be moved, you will go to the vicar's. My mind is made up. Now, I need to get the children ready for their lessons.
Oh,
he groaned suddenly and doubled up. What? She hurried closer to the bed. His face was screwed up with pain. What's the matter? He opened one bright eye and said in a perfectly normal voice,
I'm having a relapse.
She fought a smile. You're impossible, and you won't change my mind. His eyes danced as he gave another artistic groan.
I'm allergic to clergy. Vicars give me vertigo, priests give me palpitations, and bishops make me bilious.
He added in an unconvincingly feeble voice,
I might be stuck here for weeks.
In that case, I'll call in the vicar for the laying on of hands. She pulled the bed curtains closed with a snap. His voice followed her into the scullery.
He'd better not lay a hand on me. He poked a finger in my ribs yesterday in a thoroughly unfriendly manner. If he tries it again, I'll punch him, man of cloth or not.
Maddy grinned. He was a devil, to be sure. She put the oatmeal on to cook, washed and dressed, and went upstairs to wake the children. Can I take Mr. Ryder his breakfast? Jane asked when the porridge was ready. You did it last time, Susan interrupted. It's my turn.
I'll take it, John offered. I'm sure he'd rather have a man.
You can all take it, Maddy interrupted, before the squabble could start. Jane, take the tray with the porridge. Susan, take the honey. Henry, carry the milk jug, and John, give him his willow bark tea. Tell Mr. Ryder he can add more honey if it's too bitter.
Amazingly enough, Mr. Ryder can hear through the curtain,
a deep voice said. I want to take something too, Lucy spoke up. Yes, of course. You must take his napkin. Maddy handed it to the little girl, who marched importantly to the bed, stool for climbing on in one hand and napkin in the other. Maddy waited for the children to stop fussing over him and returned to the table. They were as fascinated with him as she was. He was so wretchedly charming, quite impossible to resist. But she had to. Even when he was unconscious, she'd been drawn to him. She hadn't known him at all, hadn't known that his eyes were bluer than a summer sky in the evening, that they could tease and dance with mischief, and suddenly turn sombre as the night, or that blue could burn with an intense light. And yet she'd slept 3 nights with his body against hers, feeling, quite illogically, safe with a stranger in her bed. Worse, she'd assumed it would continue to be safe once he came to his senses, because he was a gentleman. Madness. He was more dangerous than ever now, and in ways she could never have realized. Who could see danger in watching him in serious conversation with 2 small boys, allowing them to tell him things about horses he'd probably known forever, not letting on for an instant that he was tired or bored or in pain? But there was. There was danger in the way he smiled and thanked Jane or Susan for fetching him a cup or taking a plate, making little girls feel important and appreciated. Lucy was quite possessive of him, certain it was her kiss that had awakened him, and although it was clear he'd had little to do with children, he hadn't dismissed her childish notions, but responded with grave kindness that had the little girl glowing with pride. He'd ignored his own injuries to protect them from an intruder. He must have known firing the gun would cause him pain, but he never hesitated. Before, she didn't know the kind of man he was. She didn't know it now, she reminded herself. She still knew nothing about him, only that he was kind to women and children, and chivalrous, and stubborn. A gentleman. And there was the rub. He was a gentleman, to his clean and well-tended fingertips, but also a rake. Even though she knew little about him, she could tell he didn't belong in her world, and she didn't fit in his, and probably never had. He had excellent manners, was protective, gallant, funny, handsome, dangerous. The lure, the lie of Prince Charming, she reminded herself. Women had a fatal tendency to see romance in men and situations where there was none. It was why Grand-mère had made Raoul wait for 2 years, protecting herself from her own fatal tendencies. Of course, Mr. Ryder was nice to her and the children. He had nothing else to do, nowhere to go. His very survival was dependent on their kindness. He was just a man, but for her, dangerous. She needed him gone. Her life would be drabber, less exciting, but her heart would be safer. The door flew open, and Maddy put her head in. "Hide! Mr. Harris is coming!" Who the devil was Mr. Harris? He looked around for a place to hide. There was only the scullery, and it was too cold to be cooling his heels out there for who knew how long. He climbed back into the bed and drew the curtains. He watched through a gap in the fabric. Harris was about 40, solidly built, but his breeches were too tight, his coat too bright, and his thinning hair, once he carefully removed his hat, had been teased and pomaded and trained carefully over a bald patch. A suitor? He was far too old for her, not to mention too damned ridiculous. Harris entered the cottage and seated himself at the table without being invited. His confidence, almost an air of ownership, was annoying. He came straight to the point. "I've received instructions from the new owner." "I thought you said he was out of the country," she interrupted. He gave her a tight look. "That's right, Russia, but he sent instructions to his brother, who has power of attorney." "His brother?" "The Earl of Alverley." Harris turned his head. "What was that? Is there someone here?" Behind the curtains, he stiffened. Damn, he must have made a sound. But the Earl of Alverley. The name meant something. But what? "Who would be here?" she asked Harris. "Now, about this letter." Harris didn't respond. He stared at the alcove, his brows knotted with suspicion. "Have you got someone in there?" She made an impatient gesture. "The children sometimes play there. Perhaps Lucy is taking a nap. What does it matter? Did you inform the new owner about the promise, Sir Jasper?" £5 by the end of the week." Her jaw dropped in dismay. £5? But I don't have £5. "Then you'll have to leave." "Leave? But I can't £5 by the end of the week or you're out. Mr. Renfrew's letter was adamant." The chair creaked as Harris leaned back, obviously savouring the moment. "But that's tomorrow." Harris shrugged. "Who is this Mr. Renfrew? I need to speak with him." "The Honourable Mr. Nash Renfrew is the new owner. He's Sir Jasper Brownrigg's nephew and brother to the Earl of Alverley," Harris said, with ill-concealed satisfaction. He kept speaking, but his words seemed to fade away. Renfrew? The Earl of Alverley? The little world of the bed and the alcove seemed to spin. Renfrew. Nash Renfrew. He'd seen an avalanche in Switzerland once. First a tiny, almost invisible fracture, and a small piece of snow had slipped. An odd sort of ripple had followed, and snow had started sliding, first in ribbons, then in ragged sheets, until suddenly an entire mountainside was falling, tumbling, the landscape shattering downward at a terrifying speed, taking everything with it, and afterward a terrible echoing silence. His memory came back like that. A tiny fracture that started with his name, Nash Renfrew. He was Nash Renfrew, and his brother was Marcus, Earl of Alverley. And suddenly his brain was filled with ribbons, sheets of memory, names, faces, moments, smells, all reconnecting, swirling, crashing, falling into place like a mad puzzle that had been tormenting him elliptically for days, and now, finally, began to make sense. He wasn't sure how much time had passed while it was happening. In some ways it felt like hours, yet it was over in a flash, a bit like the avalanche. And afterward, he was left almost as shattered as he began to put it together. Put himself together. His name was Nash Renfrew, and he was coming home from... No, not coming home. He was going to see Uncle Jasper's estate. Someone had written. Marcus? No, some lawyer, he thought, to say that Uncle Jasper had died. Nash had known for several years that he was the heir. Whitethorn Manor was unentailed. Jasper had never married, and Nash, being a younger son, had little property of his own. So he was riding to Uncle Jasper's estate. No, that wasn't right. One didn't get off a ship and ride a horse right across the country. He'd just come back from Russia. From St. Petersburg. No, that was wrong too. He'd gone to London first, and then visited Aunt Maud in Bath before he left for... the house party. He nearly spoke the words aloud. He'd almost forgotten he wasn't alone. That discretion was crucial. He was Nash Renfrew, and discretion was his middle name. He peered out between the curtains, but Harris was gone. Maddy was wrapping herself in a cloak, her face set and grim. "Maddy," he said, "I must tell you." "Later," she said brusquely. "I have to go out." "But I have my The door closed behind her. Nash didn't mind. He'd tell her when she returned. Power surged through him. He was himself again, in control, no longer a helpless creature with no idea of who he was. His physical injuries were irrelevant now. They would heal. He had himself back, and that was what counted. Bizarre, how knowing one's identity mattered so very much. 9. He had his memory back. He was himself again, and to Nash's frustration, there was nobody here to tell. He recalled Maddy's frequent questions about who would be worrying about his non-arrival. The answer was nobody. From London, he'd called on Aunt Maud in Bath. After her, his plan was to drop in on Harry and Nell at Firmin Court on his way to Whitethorn Manor. A rapid but thorough inspection of his inheritance, make any arrangements necessary, then back to London for the ball and the Grand Duchess, and then, possibly, a wedding. In Bath, he'd run into an old acquaintance who'd invited him to a house party near Horningsham, but he soon realised the house party was simply an excuse for evening bed games and no place for any potential brides. Nash had no interest in random and indiscriminate coupling, and since Horningsham was only a couple of days' ride across country from Whitethorn, he decided to ride ahead and arrive early at his new estate. He'd sent his valet on to Henry and Nell's, so nobody was expecting him anywhere until next week at least. He wished Maddy hadn't run off. He wanted to tell her the good news. Not just that he had gotten his memory back, but that he was her new landlord and her worries were over. She could stay here rent-free for the rest of her life. It was the least he could do for the woman who'd saved his life. If only she'd waited 1 minute. What instructions? Harris's exact words had been, "I've received instructions from the new owner." Nash hadn't had any correspondence with Harris at all, least of all about raising rents. If Harris was lining his pockets with illegal rent increases, he was in for an unpleasant surprise. Was Harris the bloody abbot? And if so, why? Making money on the side, Nash could understand, but terrorising a woman and children. And while Maddy and the children were in the slightest danger of being terrorised again, Nash couldn't leave them. It was a problem. The moment he told Maddy he had his memory back, she'd insist he leave, especially since, as it turned out, he had a large house down the road with 12 beds or more. Why would she let him remain in her bed? He liked being in her bed. He liked it more than he should. More than he had with any other woman. In fact, it slowly dawned on him. He didn't want to leave her at all. How the hell had that happened? He'd always kept his dealings with women light, no strings, no commitment, choosing as his paramours ladies who wanted it that way as well. It was his rule. Light, superficial fun, and nobody getting hurt. This, whatever it was with Maddy Woodford, wasn't light or superficial at all. It was heading into seas he'd never navigated before, seas he'd managed to steer clear of his entire life, and he wasn't about to start now. But if he realised the danger in time, and he could act. Thank God he'd gotten his memory back. Forgetting his own name wasn't nearly as bad as forgetting the danger Maddy Woodford posed to his peace of mind. Thank God she'd had sense enough to stop him when he tried to entice her into making love. A few kisses didn't matter. Even if kissing her affected him like no other kisses had, it was probably a side effect of the amnesia. He could still get out, save himself, save them both from an entanglement neither of them needed. He would. He'd go to Whitethorn this very afternoon. But what if Maddy and the children faced another night of terror? Damn it, he couldn't let that happen. No choice, really. He had to stay on here. He'd set a trap, catch the bastard, and get him securely locked away, transported to the other side of the world. Then Maddy and the children would be safe, and he would leave with a clear conscience. He'd keep the recovery of his memory to himself a little longer. It wouldn't be a lie, exactly, just a withholding of the whole truth. And in the meantime, he'd make sure he kept the luscious Maddy Woodford at a safe distance.
"Miss Woodford, this is for you,"
he said when Maddy returned to the cottage. He handed her a banknote. She took it without thinking, but when she looked at what she had, her jaw dropped. £10? What for?
"Call it bed and board."
She stared at the crisp new banknote. £10? But that's a ridiculous amount for a few days' accommodation and food. You've hardly eaten anything anyway. Why was she arguing? He had money, and God knew she needed it. But £10 was a huge sum for 3 nights in a bed and a bit of soup and stew. £10 was more than the annual salary for a maidservant. And he had a head injury. She didn't want to take advantage.
"Take it,"
he said,
"and let there be no more talk of sending me to the vicar's."
He saw her expression and added,
"Just until I get my memory back, of course."
"I see. It's a bribe."
"Perish the thought."
"But if the vicar asks me directly, you expect me to lie?"
"Of course not," he said suavely. "I trust you will answer in your own, unique manner."
His blue eyes danced. He meant she lied by omission. She did. She wished she had some moral ground, high or otherwise, to stand on, but she didn't. The banknote crackled appealingly between her fingers in a small papery siren song. She couldn't give it back. She just couldn't.
"Don't look at me like that," he said. "It won't be long before my memory returns, I'm sure. Already I've had a few small flashes, nothing important, but I'm sure it's just a matter of time."
"I will accept it, thank you, but you must ensure you aren't seen by any of the villagers. There would be scandal if anyone found out. An unconscious man was one thing, a handsome and obviously virile gentleman was quite another. But homelessness was worse than any scandal. Not that it would come to homelessness. She would return to Fifield Place before she let the children starve or live on the streets. Since Mr. Harris's visit, the prospect of returning had hung over her head like an axe, waiting to fall. With this £10, she was safe for a time, just until he got his memory back. She tucked the money away in the tin, adding it to the 7 pence that until 10 minutes earlier had been all that stood between her family and complete destitution. £10 would feed her and the children for months, It would pay for new shoes for children outgrowing theirs at a rate she couldn't keep up with. But she could grow food, and the shoes would have to wait. This was rent. This would keep them safe. When Mr. Harris returned tomorrow, she'd be able to pay him. Thank God. In the meantime, she'd write to the Earl of Alverley and put her case before him. "Thank you," she said again to Mr. Ryder. "The money will make all the difference in the world."
"What's worrying you?"
Nash asked Maddy. She'd spent the last half hour sitting at the table composing a letter. Now it was sealed, and she was pacing up and down, looking frustrated. "I've written a letter to the Earl of Alverley, who's acting for my landlord while he's out of the country," she told him. "But now I don't know where to send it. I know it's Alverley House, but in what county? Near which town or village?"
"I see your point."
Nash frowned, pretending to consider the problem. His first small, ironic hurdle. How to give her his brother's address without revealing his own identity. "I told Mr. Harris I would write, and he said to give it to him, and he would forward it, but I don't trust him."
No, quite right. Would the vicar have a copy of Debrett's, perhaps?
Debrett's? She glanced at him in surprise.
Debrett's Peerage. It's a guide to all the best families in the kingdom.
Yes, I know what it is, but you remembered it.
Oh, so I did.
He examined his fingernails.
Must be stored in the same part of the brain as Hadrian in his wall. I don't pretend to know how it works.
"Don't worry," she told him with warm sympathy. "I'm sure it will all come back to you soon." She looked so beautiful, so concerned for him. Serpents of guilt coiled around Nash's conscience, squeezing it tight. He beat them off. "I'm sure the vicar will have Debrett's. It's the kind of thing he's interested in. He's a bit of a snob. I'll call in on the way to the village. The children will be finishing their lessons, so it's perfect timing. I'll post the letter in the village and deliver Mrs. Richards' hat at the same time." He had to get to that letter before she tucked it into her reticule. A small delay was called for. He peered at the window.
"Looks like more rain on the way."
She looked out the window. "Do you think so?"
"Definitely. Those sort of clouds come up very quickly. But if you don't mind your nice dry washing getting soaked—"
He shrugged. "You might be right. I'll bring it in." She put down the letter and hurried outside. The moment she'd gone, he slid out of bed and in 2 hops reached the table. The letter was sealed with a simple blob of beeswax. He heated a knife in the fire and sliced the seal open. Around the neat margin she'd left, he scrawled a note to his brother.
"Marcus, was injured but am recovering. Give Miss Woodford whatever she wants. I'm at her cottage incognito. Funny business going on. Boots slashed. Send new ones urgently. Nash."
He underlined incognito twice to emphasize the need for discretion and urgently once to emphasize the need for boots. Then he blew on the letter to dry the ink, refolded it and resealed the letter. By the time she brought the washing in, he was back in bed looking innocent and bored. "I won't be long," she told him. "If I can get this letter in the post today, I'll be very pleased." Without Maddy and the children, the cottage was very quiet. Nash should have welcomed the peace, but he couldn't stay cooped up a moment longer. A jar would no longer do. He needed to visit the outhouse. He swung his legs out of bed and cautiously put his foot to the floor. It hurt a bit, but if he didn't overdo it... He took a few steps around the cottage, limping to favour his sore foot. The stone floor of the cottage was icy. Lord knew why anyone wore a nightshirt, he decided. Freezing draughts crept under the blasted thing, wrapping around his thigh and chilling more personal parts. However did women stand it? He found his clothes and dragged on a pair of drawers, breeches, woolen stockings, and his one surviving boot. Better, but still very cold. Colder outside. He shrugged into his coat, then hopped to the back door. There he found the ugly pair of working man's boots that Maddy wore for working outside. He shoved the toe of his injured foot into one and limped out to the outhouse. By the time he came inside, he was shivering. He added a small log to the fire. A week ago he would have rebuilt a really good blaze. He loved a roaring fire, loved watching the flames dance and the sparks fly. There was a primitive satisfaction in making a fire roar. But Maddy and the children had to gather the fuel themselves, wandering the forest in search of fallen timber, then dragging it home, chopping it as needed. On that thought, he went back outside, found the axe she kept just inside the back door, chopped up the rest of her wood, and stacked it neatly by the back door. The combination of exercise and cold, fresh air got his blood moving again. He felt better than he had in days. He prowled around the cottage in a kind of hop limp, looking for something else to do. It was remarkably bare. Every item it contained had a utilitarian purpose, except for a handful of very amateurish and crudely framed watercolours that hung on the walls, signed Jane Woodford and Susan Woodford. Susan's were rather good. He was about to return to the hearth when he noticed a small brown leather case tucked away on a corner shelf. His curiosity was instantly roused. He hesitated. As a guest, he should respect his hostess's privacy, but he wanted to discover why she was being harassed by an imitation ghost and a bullying estate manager. The case could contain useful information, or so he told himself. He brought it to the fireside to examine the contents. He found an unframed miniature, carefully wrapped in a beautiful piece of antique brocade, a portrait of an enchantingly pretty girl in the costume of last century, with powdered hair, piled high. Who was she? He rewrapped it carefully. He found an old Bible, in French, a battered tin containing a sixpence and 2 halfpennies, an old-fashioned doll and something wrapped in the same antique brocade as the miniature, a hand-bound sketchbook. The sketchbook was fascinating. Dozens of drawings and watercolours executed with a skilled amateur hand. He turned the pages carefully, flicking over the landscapes, and stopped, riveted when he came to one of an earnest young girl. Maddy as a child, a vivid little face, with that same expression of faint anxiety lurking in her eyes. He found another sketch, where she was sitting with a thin-faced old lady with a careworn expression and severe, upright bearing. Her grandmother? There was a delicate drawing of a tiny babe with a wizened, ancient face and eyes he somehow knew had never opened on this world. A portrait of grief. There was a story here. He examined the landscapes with greater interest now. A crumbling ruin of a castle, lovingly detailed, the garden of a small rural cottage, a labourer's cottage like this one, and in the foreground, the spare, upright figure of an old lady, veiled and gloved like a beekeeper. A few exquisitely rendered studies of wildlife, flowers, a fawn caught on the edge of a forest, a bee delving into a lavender flower. He rewrapped the sketchbook, his mind full of questions. The last thing in the case was a cheaply bound, thick notebook, tied with a faded ribbon. Curious, he untied it. Pages and pages of writing, French, in a round, girlish hand. A diary. The ink had started to fade at the edges, but phrases jumped out at him. He will be tall and handsome, and very charming, more charming even than Raoul, and he will kiss my hand as if I am a princess, and lead me onto the dance floor. Grandma says he will come, that I must be patient, but nobody ever comes here, and she says she read it in my tea leaves, but we never have tea anymore. Only tisane, and whoever heard of reading a fortune in a tisane? He smiled at the rush and tumble of her thoughts, so young, so impatient, dreaming, as he supposed all young girls did, of Prince Charming. And who was this charming Raoul? He flipped a few pages. All this practising, I grow so weary of it, as if there is any point to it. Papa said Grandmère was cracked in the head, and perhaps she is. If I were a boy, Papa would love me too, and I would not be here in a woodcutter's cottage, treading forgotten measures in secret, with no partner, to music I've never heard, hearing tales of people killed before I was born. I love Grandmère,
But must I dwell with ghosts all my life? I want voices. Nash suddenly realised outside. Damn it! Footsteps heading this way. No time to look out of the window. If she had visitors with her, he'd best be invisible. He shoved her things back in the case, slammed it shut, and slid it across the floor to sit under the shelf he'd found it on. He dived into the bed, hitting his injured ankle on the wooden frame as he did so. It hurt like blazes. His clothing! He pulled off his coat and started on his boot. It fitted so snugly it was a struggle, and when he heard the rattle of the latch, he thrust his booted foot under the bedclothes, tugged the bed curtains closed, and lay back, just as the door opened. If it was that blasted vicar again! But it was just Maddy and the children. "You were right," Maddy said as she removed her hat. The children clattered past her and raced upstairs to change out of their good clothes. The vicar did have a copy of Debrett's, so I addressed the letter, and then, as luck would have it, the mail coach rolled into the village 10 minutes after I posted the letter, so it's on its way to Hampshire. That's where Alverley House is. She moved briskly around the cottage, straightening things. She suddenly paused and surveyed the room. "You've been up," she said, looking pleased. "Moving around? How wonderful! You must be feeling a lot better. How is your She broke off, noticing the small leather case out of place. One of the fastenings was undone. Her smile faded. "You've been looking at my things."
"I'm sorry, I was bored."
Her brandy eyes flashed. "Being bored is no excuse for snooping."
"I wasn't snooping," he said uncomfortably. "I was just exploring.
Exploring my private things." She made it sound like he was going through her underwear.
"It wasn't like that at all. I was just—"
Maddy opened the case. There on the top was her girlhood journal, the ribbons that fastened it loose and untied. If he'd read her journal, full of her silly, precious girlhood dreams, she would just die of mortification. "Did you read my— Can you read French?" His eyes flickered guiltily. He had. He'd read her journal. He said as if it were an excuse,
"I didn't mean to. I can read French. It's much used in He caught himself in time. "A few phrases jumped out at me. I promise I read no more than that."
"Only because I came home." The look on his face told her she was right. How dare he go poking and prying in her private things? Was this how he repaid her for all her care of him? To violate her privacy? She wanted to cry. She wanted to hit him.
"It was wrong to open the case, and I apologise, unreservedly. I didn't read much of the journal, but I did look through the sketchbook. I wondered—"
She flung up a hand. "Not another word!" If he said one more thing, she would hit him. How dare he wonder? He, who had no history, no past. How could he know how painful some memories were? She jammed the case into its little alcove. "I knew accepting money from you would complicate things. I suppose you think it gives you the right to—"
"It has nothing to do with the money. I wouldn't dream of holding it over your head in such way. That would be despicable."
"And looking through my belongings while my back is turned isn't." There was a small silence.
"You're right, it is. I'm sorry."
He looked sorry too, which mollified her somewhat, but not enough. He'd read her journal. She felt stripped bare. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching her as she began preparing the next meal. After about 10 minutes, she happened to glance at him.
"Forgive me?"
he said instantly. Maddy sniffed, lying in wait for her, pouncing with a smile guaranteed to dissolve all remnants of anger, a smile too charming to resist. He knew it, the beast. "If those boots have torn my sheets, I'll have you out of here and up at the vicarage as quick as you can say Jack Robinson. £10 or no £10.
"Boot," he corrected her. "You mangled the other one to death, remember? And the sheets aren't torn, so you needn't send for Reverend Prosy."
His eyes danced. The wretch knew she was bluffing. "You should be grateful I did ruin your boot. I could have left you to freeze in the mud."
"But you didn't,"
he said softly.
"And I'm ever so grateful."
There should be a law against a voice like that. His coat lay on the bed beside him. She picked it up and hung it on a hook. It was bound to pull it out of shape. But did she care? Serve him right if he had to wear a shapeless rag when he finally left her house. She didn't own a wardrobe, a chest of drawers, or even a hanger. But the vicar did. It would do you a great deal of good to be prayed over. Ah, here are the children. If you need help getting that boot off, ask John or Henry to help you. I'm busy. 10.
"Is there any hot water?"
Nash asked before dinner.
"I'd like a shave."
She'd been perfectly polite to him all afternoon, so polite he was catching a chill. He didn't enjoy Maddy keeping him at a distance, as if they were chance-met strangers. Be damned to the fact that they were. They weren't strangers anymore. He tried several times to break through her courteous veneer, without success. "Yes, of course," she said pleasantly. She fetched his shaving kit and brought him hot water and towels.
"Thank you."
With a smile, he held out the shaving brush.
"Would you care to do the honours?"
The ultimate gesture of appeasement, he thought, to trust her, in the mood she was in, with a razor at his throat. "Your hands are no longer shaking. You don't need my help," she observed, and called John to come and hold the mirror for Mr. Ryder. Henry came too, and what Nash had hoped would be a reconciliation turned into a shaving lesson for two young boys, while Maddy bustled about getting dinner ready. He didn't mind it, though. He hadn't had much to do with young boys before, and initiating these two into the peculiarly masculine practice of shaving gave him a sense of... he wasn't sure what. He'd never once watched his own father shaving. The man who taught him and Marcus to shave was the valet, hired for them when they reached that age. Shaving should be, he decided, as he showed the boys how to use the strop to sharpen the razor, something a man taught his sons. A small thing, but important. He'd planned to join them at the table for dinner, but almost immediately after they'd packed his shaving things away, the little girls arrived with his dinner on a tray. He opened his mouth to suggest he might get up when he caught Maddy's eye. "Is there something you wanted, Mr. Ryder?" She asked so politely, he decided it was better policy to stay in bed. Any more of her politeness, and he'd end up with indigestion. After dinner, when the table was cleared and the dishes done, she said to the children, "Mr. Ryder has been very bored stuck in bed with nothing to do. Why don't you show him some of your favourite card games?" He sighed. Further punishment. Within minutes, all 5 children were on the bed, and he was playing a game called Fish, which involved collecting pears. "Won't you join us?" he called to her at one stage. "Thank you, Mr. Ryder, but I have work to do." She Mr. Rydered him with every sentence now, treating him with pleasant indifference as if he really were a lodger, instead of whatever he was. "Mr. Ryder, have you got a queen?" Jane said, in the sort of voice that meant she'd said it before and that Nash wasn't paying attention. Nash meekly handed over his queen. Jane took it with a smug smile, and Nash bent at least half his attention to the game. His pride had taken some beating in this cottage already, but he wasn't prepared to let himself be fleeced by small children, not without a battle. While they played cards, Maddy brought out a large bucketful of straw and some coiled strips of some vine and sat herself on a low stool, a wicked-looking knife in her hands. He could smell damp straw and beeswax. What the devil was she doing? "Your turn, Mr. Ryder," she said with exaggerated patience. Nash bent his mind to the game at hand. It was a simple game, but surprisingly enjoyable. Nash didn't usually have much to do with children. He occasionally saw his brother Gabe's boys on visits to Zindaria, but they were mad about horses, and most of their interaction had been on horseback or in the stables. He'd never experienced anything like this noisy, happy informality. The children started off being carefully polite to him, but soon they were hooting with triumph as they sent him to fish, or squawking with glee as they relieved him of a card. They sprawled over him and his bed like a tumble of puppies. Lucy, being too small to play, had, with a propriety air, claimed a place in Nash's lap. She watched each play with fierce concentration, crowing at each card he won and jealously guarding the pairs they, amassed, reluctant to give them up, even when the game was over. From time to time he glanced at Maddy. She made some kind of disc from the straw and was coiling it round and round, first hammering it with a wooden mallet to flatten and shape it, then binding each coil with long, springy strips of some vine that she'd dampened and sewing it tight with a bodkin and twine. It looked like difficult work, threading the strips through coiled bundles of straw and pulling the twine tight. From time to time, she'd wince and suck her hand.
"That knife is dangerous,"
Nash said after the third time. "It's not the knife," she told him. "It's the blackberry binding. I cut it into strips last summer and must have missed a few small thorns. They're just nicks, nothing serious."
"What on earth are you doing?"
"Making a skep."
"A what?"
The children stared at his ignorance. "A skep," Jane enunciated clearly, thinking he'd misheard. Then, as he continued to look blank, she added, "For catching bees."
"Bees?"
Nash exclaimed.
"What, you catch real live bees?"
"Yes, of course," Maddy said, laughing at his surprise. "How else would we get honey?" It was her first genuine response since the journal incident, and Nash wasn't going to let it go to waste. Besides, he'd never met a lady who kept bees before.
"Don't you get stung?"
"Not very often. I wear a veil, and when I'm robbing the hives, I use smoke, of course."
"Smoke?"
"It calms them."
"You use smoke to catch them in that thing? How?"
John explained. "Every spring we go looking for swarms of bees in the forest, and when we find one, we tell Maddy. She brings a skep and knocks the bees into it." "But we don't use smoke in the forest," Jane corrected him. "And then we bring the skep full of bees home," Henry said, in a cutting a long story short kind of way. Henry wanted to get back to the card game. "And then the bees make honey for us all summer long," Jane finished. "And wax." Nash was astonished.
"You catch wild bees, bare-handed?"
They all laughed merrily at his expression. "A fresh swarm isn't usually aggressive," Maddy explained. "And of course I wear gloves as well as a veil." "Is it our turn yet?" Lucy asked with an impatient wriggle. Nash reluctantly returned to the game. Maddy caught and kept bees. He wanted to hear more. From the corner of his eye, he watched as the disc grew into a rounded basket shape and soon took on the familiar shape of a beehive. He'd seen them all his life and never once given a thought to how the honey was obtained. All he knew was that he liked to drizzle it on hot crumpets. He'd met a few beekeepers too, but they'd been, without exception, grizzled men with large beards, not pretty young women. He watched her small, sturdy hands deftly shaping the hive. Damp straw, blackberry vines and string. Maddy Woodford's speciality, wrestling something productive out of nothing. She was an extraordinary girl. Woman. After a while, Lucy grew tired. Slowly she slumped against his chest, then gave a large yawn and wriggled into the crook of his arm, where she simply went to sleep, her cheek against his chest. The other children quietened their noise when he asked them to, but it only lasted for about 3 minutes. Lucy slept on regardless. He'd never felt a child fall asleep in his lap before. It was an extraordinary sensation. Total trust. He glanced at Maddy to see if she'd noticed, but her head was bent over her beehive as she tied off the final coil. She stood and stretched wearily, then tidied up the mess. She swept up the straw remnants and shreds of blackberry binder and tossed them into the fire. Flames flared brightly, and a few fiery twirls of blackberry danced up into the blackness of the chimney. "When that game's ended, it's time for bed," she told the children. She glanced at Lucy curled up asleep against Nash, but said nothing. She collected the children's nightclothes and warmed them before the fire. "I'll take Lucy." She scooped the little girl from his lap. He could smell Maddy's hair as she leaned across him. The children washed, then changed into their nightclothes in front of the fire. the older ones helping the younger ones with buttons and buckles, while Maddy undressed the sleepy Lucy. It was cosy, domestic, and like nothing he'd ever experienced. "Say good night to Mr. Ryder," Maddy told them, and one by one they lined up beside the bed in their patched white nightclothes, faces scrubbed and shining, demon card players transformed into small angels.
"Thank you for the excellent card game, sir," John said.
"You are a very sneaky player, and I enjoyed it very much. Good night."
"Can we play again, sir?" Henry said. "Perhaps tomorrow?"
Nash laughed and ruffled the boy's hair.
"Perhaps."
Henry looked so pleased. Nash was absurdly flattered. Who would have dreamed that children could be good company? "Night, Mr. Ryder," Susan said sleepily. "Sweet dreams." "Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Ryder?" Jane asked.
"No, thank you, my dear. You're quite the demon card player, aren't you?"
She blinked and gave him an anxious look. He smiled.
"It's a compliment,"
he explained.
"You're going to lead some man a merry dance when you're older."
She gave him a wondering look. "Me?"
"Yes, Minx, you," he told her,
and flicked her cheek gently with his finger.
"Night, Jane."
She blushed, mumbled something, got halfway to the stairs, and came back to wish him a very good sleep and sweet dreams, Mr. Ryder. Her eyes were shining. Maddy stood at the foot of the steps, watching the exchange with Lucy draped over her shoulder, sound asleep. In the dim light, he couldn't read her expression. Jane ran up the stairs past her, but Maddy made no move to follow.
"What is it?"
he asked quietly. The children had gone ahead of her.
"Did I do something wrong?"
"No." She took 2 steps up the staircase, then turned back. "It was nice, what you said to Jane." Then she turned and carried Lucy upstairs. She would tuck them in, tell them a bedtime story and kiss them good night. He already knew the routine. Nash sat back, feeling strangely affected by the simple domestic routine. There had been nothing in his own experience like it. When his father was in residence, Nash and Marcus would occasionally be brought down for half an hour's conversation in the drawing room. It was a nerve-wracking and humbling experience. Their father was clearly bored by them. He'd never played any sort of game with his sons, not unless they happened to come across him at White's or some other club as adults. And Nash could no more imagine sitting on his father's bed than flying, let alone falling asleep in his lap. As a child, Nash had been put to bed by servants, different servants each year. It wouldn't do for a son of the Earl of Alverley to get vulgarly attached to a servant. The servants weren't interested either. They were usually impatient, indifferent, not unkind, just in a hurry to get the boys off their hands. Mamma had never put them to bed. She occasionally burst into the nursery quarters like some kind of glamorous fairy princess in a cloud of perfume, glittering with jewels, her skirts rustling. She would swoop upon them, hugging and kissing them extravagantly, sprinkling questions over them but never waiting for the answers. And then she'd be gone, leaving 2 dazed sons behind, Marcus sneezing. Mamma's perfume always made him sneeze. Maddy wasn't even these children's mother. Finally he heard her come down the stairs. He waited as she laid out the bedding in front of the fireplace as usual then.
"What are you doing?"
he asked sharply. Maddy gave him a cool glance. "What does it look like? I'm going to bed." She flipped back the covers and climbed in.
"Your bed is here."
Maddy shook her head. "You and I both know what will happen if we share a bed again." She tried all evening to hold on to her anger, to use it as a shield against his charm, but it was impossible to stay cross with him for long. The way he played with the children, his patience, his sense of fun, his kindness, and then when Lucy fell asleep in his lap, his careful, cautious response, the look in his eyes. She had to keep her distance. It would be too easy to fall in love with this man. He swung his legs out of bed.
"I gave you my word as a gentleman that no harm would come to you from sharing this bed."
"It depends on your definition of harm." She didn't trust herself with him one little bit. He was too appealing. Even in sleep, her body sought to get closer to him, and it wasn't simply his body heat she wanted. She'd never understood that part in the Bible where it said, better to marry than burn. She didn't understand then what it meant to burn. Now she did. She burned, she yearned, she ached for him. But it was impossible. She knew nothing about him. He knew nothing about himself. He could be married. She would not, could not seduce another woman's husband. Did infidelity count if you did not know you were doing it? Even if she gave herself to him, what then? Would the burning cease, or would it intensify? A craving, once tasted, never forgotten. He could get his memory back at any moment and go on his merry way, leaving her behind. Burning. Maddy used to pride herself on her sound common sense. She was the practical, the realistic, the dependable one. That Maddy was vanishing fast. A lifetime's common sense, shattered by a pair of blue eyes that invited her to forget her worries, and a smile that could melt her bones. 5 children depended on Maddy keeping her head and her virtue. A night on the cold, hard floor would ensure that, and possibly bring her to her senses. He frowned. I'd never hurt you. I know. She believed him. He wouldn't harm her. Not deliberately. Not knowingly. But harm was not always physical or deliberate. Then get into this bed. She shook her head and blew out the candle. Good night, Mr. Ryder. The cottage was lit by the gentle glow of the dying fire. Then, if you must be so stubborn... He hopped off the bed and limped across the room. What are you doing? She sat up, defensively clutching the bedclothes to her. He held out his hand to her. Come on. No, You're sleeping in the bed, he insisted. I'll sleep here. She didn't move. He gave an exasperated sigh. If you think I'm going to allow a woman to give up her bed and sleep on the floor while I sleep in hers in comfort... He snorted and again held out his hand. I won't take no for an answer. It was what he'd said the other night. She knew there was no point arguing. Very well, but I warn you, if you get back into bed with me... I won't. It was blunt and to the point, surprising her. Where had the flirtatious rogue gone? Or was this another of his tricks? Cautiously, she put her hand in his, and he drew her to her feet. He led her back to her bed and courteously helped her into it, as though he were helping a lady into a carriage. Lie down, he ordered. And when she did, he drew the covers up to her chin and tucked her in like a child. She didn't feel in the least childlike. He limped across to the makeshift bed, but didn't slide into it. Instead, he poked a few more sticks into the fire, then straddled a chair and sat on it backward. With his elbows planted on the backrest and his chin resting on folded fists, he stared into the dancing flames. What are you doing? Thinking. Go to sleep. Firelight limned the silhouette of his face and gilded the long, hard horseman's legs, inadequately covered by the vicar's nightshirt. Maddy tried not to think about the body hidden beneath it. She closed her eyes, but knowing he was sitting there, awake, was too tempting. Was he brooding again about his memory loss? Staring into the coals, wondering who he was? He looked lonely. It surprised her that he hadn't tried to talk her into sharing the bed. He seemed somehow different from the man of the previous night. The roguish flirt whose smile and laughing eyes were a constant threat to her sense of propriety. Tonight, he was much more restrained, almost serious, as if he too wanted to put some distance between them. Because she'd lost her temper with him? She didn't think so. He wasn't sulking. It was as though he needed to be more cautious, restrained, serious around her. Why? As if he could read her mind, he turned and looked at her. Why aren't you asleep? I'm not sleepy, she admitted. His face was hidden in shadows.
I can't help wondering about those sketches in the book. It's you, isn't it? The child in those pictures. Who was the artist?
She hesitated. Part of her was still angry he'd pried into her past. My mother.
Would you let me look at the pictures again and tell me about them?
There was no reason to hide them, she supposed. He'd already seen what there was to see, and her memories had been stirred up. Part of her wanted to share them with him. If you like, she said, sitting up and tucking pillows behind her back. He lit a candle and brought her grand-mère's small valise, then sat on the bed beside her, on top of the bedclothes, but close, so she had to scoot over to make room for him. The bed that had felt so spacious a moment before now felt small. His big, warm body pressed against the full length of her, shoulder to calf. She tried not to let it affect her as she took out the sketchbook. He turned to a drawing of Maddy as a child.
This is you, isn't it?
Maddy was surprised he'd recognised her. Yes. His gaze passed over her face like a touch, sending a barely perceptible shiver through her.
This is in France, is it not? And you were how old?
About 10, and yes, it's France.
Not for a holiday, I think.
No, I lived there for 10 years with grand-mère until I was 19. He turned another page.
The old lady? Your grandmother?
She nodded. She placed a long finger on the picture of grand-mère's cottage.
And this was her home?
Again she nodded.
And what of this castle?
She hesitated. Better to keep it simple. It was burned during the Terror, the Revolution. It was not far from our cottage. We went there for picnics. It's beautiful, don't you think? No need to tell him the castle had once belonged to grand-mère's family. There was nothing worse than people who dwelt on past glories, lost possessions. He gave her a searching look, as if he knew there was more to it than that. But all he said was,
So, how did a young English girl come to be living in France for 10 years?
It's a long story. He smiled.
I'm not sleepy. Are you?
She shivered. Far from it. With his big, warm, masculine body pressed against her, every bit of her was wide awake. My father met my mother in Paris just before his 30th birthday. She was 17 and very beautiful, and her family was rich. She'd often wondered what had attracted Papa most. Papa was a good-looking man and had inherited a moderate fortune, but he was English. My grandfather despised the English. He told Papa he would horsewhip him if he tried to see Mama again. She sighed. Papa was furious.
Any man would be.
She nodded. Papa was a man of great personal pride. It only made him more determined to have her.
Perfectly understandable.
He grinned. Clearly he saw it as a romance, and it was. At least it had started that way. She went on. This was at the beginning of the Terror, the Revolution, and everything was in chaos. Mama's father and brother went out one morning and were torn apart by an angry mob. Grand-mère expected the mob to come for her at any moment. Terrified for Mama, she summoned my father and said if he could get her safely out of France, he could marry her. Which he did. She should have finished the story there, with, and they lived happily ever after. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, because they hadn't. They surely hadn't. He frowned.
What about your grandmother? She didn't go with them?
No, she had a higher loyalty.
Higher than her own child?
Maddy nodded. Grand-mère served the Queen, Marie Antoinette. Until she knew the fate of the Queen, grand-mère would not leave Paris.
She did not share the fate of poor Marie Antoinette.
His finger ran down the seam of the sketchbook. Her grandmother's face looked out at her. No, she lived. She felt guilty about it for the rest of her life, poor grand-mère. They were the same age, born in the same month, grand-mère and the Queen, and so she'd always believed they would share the same fate, that it was written in the stars.
Besides, she served the Queen. It was her duty. Instead, her fate was to go on living when those she'd loved had died.
You loved her,
he said softly, his voice very deep and quiet. I did. I still miss her. Her voice cracked.
She sounds like a remarkable woman.
She was. She taught me how to keep bees. And so much more. She'd always been proud of Grandmère, even though she recognised her eccentricities. Grandmère living like a peasant woman in a cottage, unembarrassed, and with all her airs and graces intact.
Cracked in the head,
Papa used to say, though not within Grandmère's hearing. If only Papa could see his own children now, dwelling in a run-down cottage, living off vegetables, chickens, honey and their wits, just like Grandmère. Would he perceive the irony? Probably not. She opened it to another page at random. It was the portrait of baby Jean, the last of her poor little short-lived brothers. Her throat closed. She took the sketchbook and closed it gently.
You didn't answer my question.
With an effort, she forced her mind back to the present. What question?
How a gently born young English girl came to live like that.
He touched the sketchbook.
In France for 10 years, while a war was raging.
Ah, that. There was no war when we left England.
No, but the wake of revolution is still a strange time for travel.
She bit her lip, trying to think of how to explain it. Mamma had had difficulty giving Papa the air he so wanted. It was one way to describe endless miscarriages and stillbirths and misery. When I was 9, Mamma decided to make a pilgrimage to Lourdes and pray for a boy. Papa agreed. He was desperate for a son, so we all went. They left me with Grandmère while he and Mamma went on to Lourdes. And when they returned, Mamma was enceinte again. It was too soon. She'd known. The midwife had told Mamma she should wait, heal and get stronger before trying again, but Papa was too eager for a son. Travel would be dangerous for the child, so Papa left Mamma and me with Grandmère to await the birth.
The baby in the picture?
She nodded. He came too soon, and was small and sickly. He only lived a few weeks, and Mamma... Her voice cracked. She just... faded away. His arm slipped around her, and he held her quietly against him.
I'm so sorry.
She nodded, unable to speak. Those endless months when Mamma would barely speak or eat, weep endlessly over the drawing of little Jean. He should have been named John, after Papa, but Mamma always called him Jean. She'd never told the children that. John would hate knowing there were others before him who died, all named John. He held her, stroking the skin of her arm gently.
I presume the war prevented you from returning to England?
No, it hadn't started then.
Then, why did you not return to England?
She shook her head and shrugged awkwardly. He frowned.
Your father wasn't able to get you out of France?
He didn't try.
Not even after the war started?
No.
Why not?
How many times had she asked herself the same question? It had been a hollow, aching void inside her, all through her girlhood and beyond. I don't know, she told him. He never explained. And she'd never asked. She couldn't bear to hear the answer she knew he would give, that she was only a girl and he neither needed nor wanted a daughter. She'd heard him say it to her mother once. Both arms tightened around her. She leaned into him, soaking up the care and the warmth and the comfort. It's all right, she said. I don't regret my years with Grandmère, and I love the children, and I love being part of a family again. I just wish that it had been different, that Papa had loved her, that she'd had her come out, that he hadn't lost his fortune. Too many wishes, all pointless. The candle guttered and went out in a smoky hiss, taking it as a sign. She gently disengaged herself from his embrace. Time for bed, I think. To sleep. I mean, I have a lot to do in the morning.
You always have a lot to do.
She shrugged. Being busy is better than being bored. Or starving. Being bored was a rich person's ailment. He didn't move. She could just make out his silhouette in the dimness, could smell the clean freshness of his shaving soap and the deep masculine muskiness underneath. He bent and kissed her lightly on the forehead, the way she kissed the children, a kind of blessing more than a kiss. "Good night, Mr. Ryder," she whispered in an echo of the children's good nights. He cupped her cheek in his palm and stared down at her for the longest time, his expression lost in the darkness. She waited, breathless. The night smelled of beeswax and clean, damp straw, of soap and of man. One man. This man. The scent of his skin was part of her. Yes, she was playing with fire, but oh, how she wanted it, ached for it.
"I didn't intend this to happen,"
he murmured, as if to himself, and touched his lips to her mouth. It was the lightest of caresses, a mere brush of skin across exquisitely sensitized skin. A prelude. It shivered softly through her like the sound of a violin on a still, dark night. She was poised on a precipice of need, wanting more. His mouth brushed hers again, twice, teasing her lips apart, tasting her, tantalizing. He nibbled on her upper lip, and it was heaven. He touched his tongue to hers, and a thread of fire ran swiftly, delicately through her, and she gasped and breathed in his breath. He kissed her again, and ran the tip of his tongue over the roof of her mouth, and a curl of hot pleasure tightened deep within her. She speared her fingers into his hair and wriggled closer, moving against the hard warmth of his body, glorying in the hot, spice-salt taste of him, returning each caress instinctively, blindly, and wanting more. More.
"No."
He broke the kiss and pushed her gently away. His breath was ragged, coming in great gasps as if he'd been running. She was mute, unable to think, dizzy with pleasure and need, and loss. He slid from the bed, still panting.
"Good night, Miss Woodford. Sweet dreams."
And then he was nothing but a shadow lost in the darkness. She heard him climb into the bed on the floor. The fire was almost dead now. Nothing but ashes. Sweet dreams. Maddy curled into the warmth of her bed, aching, hollow. How did he expect her to sleep after that? She was wound up tight like a spring. What a time for him to decide to play the gentleman instead of the rake. She punched the pillow and willed her body to sleep. 11. Someone was moving around outside the cottage. Maddy sat bolt upright in bed. The bloody abbot! She listened, straining to hear every sound, braced for moaning, banging and scratching at the doors and windows. Nothing. But someone, or something, was definitely outside. An animal? A fox? The hens were making a noise, but it wasn't the demented squawking that heralded a fox's arrival. A cow or sheep, perhaps, broken into her garden, intent on her sweet greens. She slipped out of bed and hurried to the window.
"What's the matter?"
He sat up. "There's something outside." She peered through the thick, distorted glass. It was hard to see much. The moon was out, but it was cloudy and the garden was dappled with shadows. Impossible to tell if something was moving or whether it was just the clouds. He stood beside her, pistol in one hand, the other in the small of her back. Warm, solid, protective.
"That swine again."
"I don't think so. It might be an animal." They listened. There was certainly something there. They could hear snapping noises, as if twigs were being broken.
"I'll go out and see what it is,"
he said. "I'll come too," she told him and grabbed her cloak.
But just as they opened the door, there was a whooshing sound, then another, and suddenly a row of fires blazed up along the back wall of the garden. For a moment, Maddy couldn't think what was there to burn. But then, my beehives! She ran toward them, then came to a shocking standstill. Her hives were all ablaze, the straw skeps a mass of flames, the beeswax inside fueling the fire to greater heights. Sparks and shreds of burning straw danced and twirled up into the darkness, carried on the brisk wind. My bees! Oh, my bees! But there was nothing she could do. The hives were already turning to glowing, charred lumps. White shreds of ash peeled off in the breeze. She shivered.
What's that smell?
Nash sniffed the air.
Deliberately set, he said, lifting up a rag. This is soaked in lamp oil.
What did she care how? Her bees were dead, cruelly destroyed. Maddy felt sick. Her precious bees. They were part of the family, these bees. They knew her secrets, had been her confidants and her comfort, her link with Grand-mère and her past. Who would do such a terrible thing? Murder bees? And why? She asked. Part of the answer was obvious. The robed silhouette stood on the crest of the hill watching, too far away to pursue. Why? Maddy whispered again. I've done nothing to him, and the bees harm no one. They only sting in self-defense. They just work and give honey. Tears trickled down her cheeks unregarded. Every hive was destroyed, every little worker, every martyred queen. All that honey, all that wax, all the work of weaving the skep, gone. The children running home in the summer shrieking that they'd spotted a wild swarm in the forest, the adventure of catching the swarm and bringing home the bees, each new swarm another source of income. All the work of keeping bees alive and fed through the coldest parts of winter. Ruined. Maddy was ruined too. The honey was a major source of income. All that stood now between her family and destitution were her chickens and the vegetable garden. The chickens! She broke away from his comforting embrace and ran to the henhouse. The door was open. The chickens were scattered throughout the garden and some in the field beyond the wall. Her garden! The clouds parted, letting moonlight flood the garden, or what remained of it. Seedlings trampled into the ground, trellises knocked over and smashed. The sound of breaking twigs. Plants not simply uprooted but broken and torn apart and ground beneath a hostile heel. Total, deliberate destruction. She surveyed the devastation in silence, shivering. The wind sliced through her clothing, harsh and bitterly cold, chilling her to the bone. All her work of the last year destroyed in one short night. To what purpose? So that children would starve. She felt sick. Her arm tightened around her.
Come inside. There's nothing you can do now.
She shook her head. The chickens. I must get them back.
Leave the door open and they'll go back in soon enough. They don't like being out in the cold and dark either.
But a fox might.
Give Dorothy and Mabel and the girls a little time to return to their perches. I'll go out later and lock the henhouse door. You're frozen and in shock. You need to get into the warmth.
His words made sense. Her teeth were chattering, and she felt sick to her stomach. Suddenly she wanted more than anything to return to the warmth and security of the cottage, to shut out the vileness that had happened. She hated being out in the open with the beast, whoever he was, watching from up there, gloating over his wanton destruction. All her hard work, her bees. Tomorrow she'd be angry, but now she just felt ill. Devastated, defeated. She allowed Nash to lead her back along the path that ran through neat beds of trampled vegetables, back to the cottage that she'd once thought a haven. Nothing was a haven anymore. She might have the money for rent, and she could start a new garden and establish new hives, but who was to say he wouldn't come back and destroy them again? Who was this evil creature, and why did he bear her and her little family such hatred? Nash led Maddy straight to the fire. She was half frozen, a product of shock as well as the cold night. He glanced at the bed. He wanted to climb into it with her and hold her and drive the frozen look from her eyes.
but he couldn't. Despite the events of the night, he couldn't trust himself to be in a bed with her. He'd promised her she was safe with him. He'd failed to protect her garden and hives. He wasn't going to make things worse by taking her innocence. He sat in the chair nearest the fire and piled on wood until it was a solid blaze. He wedged a couple of bricks into the coals and swung the kettle over the fire. Maddy stared into the flames, brooding on the fate of her bees.
"It would have been fast," he told her. "They wouldn't have felt a thing."
Did insects feel pain? He didn't know. He found his flask and placed it against her lips.
"Drink."
She obediently swallowed, then shuddered and gasped for breath.
"What?"
But she couldn't get a sentence out for coughing. She stared at him indignantly as she gasped and spluttered.
"It's only brandy. Good quality French brandy."
He rubbed her back soothingly.
"It will do you good."
She finally stopped coughing. "It's horrid. It burns all the way down."
"And warms your blood. Don't you feel better for it?"
She gave him a withering look and didn't deign to respond. But her shivering had eased somewhat, and that frozen look was gone from her eyes. A little bit of indignation was a fine, warming thing. "I should go back out, see if any of my plants can be saved."
"You're not moving. We'll see what can be done in the morning,"
he told her firmly. He spooned some honey into a cup, added more brandy, and poured some hot water from the kettle.
"Hot toddy,"
he said, pressing it into her hands, wrapping her chilly fingers around the warm cup.
"Do you the power of good."
She accepted it gratefully and sipped its contents first with caution, then more happily. It was mostly honey, so the brandy slipped down easier this time. Her fingers were icy to the touch. He glanced at her feet and swore silently. The hem of her nightgown and her flimsy little slippers were soaked and muddy. No wonder she was freezing. He rummaged through the box where she kept her clothes and pulled out a clean nightgown and a woolen shawl. He shook the nightgown out and warmed it at the fire, grimly noting the number of places it had been patched. She finished the toddy and was sitting half-curled in the chair, her eyes closed. Swiftly he undid the fastenings of her cloak. No wonder she was cold. The damn thing was almost threadbare. He pushed the cloak off her shoulders, then began to undo the tiny buttons down the front of her nightgown. Her eyes flew open. "Well, what are you doing?"
"Your clothes are wet. You need to change."
"Don't!" She pushed his hands away.
"Very well, you do it."
He stood back and waited, telling himself it was better if she did it anyway. Her nipples were hard berries beneath the soft, well-worn fabric. Cold, not desire, he told himself savagely. He handed her the warm, dry nightgown and the shawl, stepped away and turned his back. Behind him, fabric rustled. He gritted his teeth, imagining her slipping the damp nightgown over her head, leaving her naked curves bathed in firelight. From the corner of his eye, he saw the muddy-hemmed nightgown hit the floor. It took every shred of willpower he had not to turn around, not to take her in his arms, carry her to the bed, and warm her in the most elemental fashion of all. What had possessed him to make that blasted promise? It seemed an age before she said, "You can turn around now." He turned slowly, half hoping she'd decide to live up to his imaginary view of her and greet him, wearing nothing but firelight. But she was buttoned to the chin and wrapped in the shawl.
"You're still wearing those slippers, damn it."
She frowned. "I forgot. I can hardly feel my feet, they're so cold." Muttering under his breath, he grabbed a towel, knelt, pulled her slippers off and dried her feet carefully. They were icy to the touch. He chafed them gently in his hands, and she moaned, with pleasure or pain he wasn't sure. "The children slept right through it all," she said in a wondering voice. "So much destruction, and they slept right through it. He was so quiet this time."
"That's something to be grateful for then, isn't it?"
"Yes. It would have been dreadful if they'd seen the bees burning. So distressing. And Jane and Susan would fret about the hens and want to go out and make sure they were safe. You will check on them later, won't you?" She didn't wait for him to reply. "The boys will be so upset. They've worked so hard in the garden. And Lucy. Oh dear. Lucy loved the bees. She used to tell them stories. She bit her lip and fell silent. He could tell she was fighting tears. He fought the urge to haul her into his arms and kiss the tears away. He rubbed and kneaded her feet until they were warm and rosy, and she was arching against his hands in pleasure. And this time, he was sure.
Bed.
His voice came out hoarse. She didn't move. He glanced at the expanse of stone flags between herself and the bed and didn't blame her. Her feet would be cold again by the time she got there. Unable to help himself, he bent and scooped her off the chair. She started. "What are you doing? Your ankle."
Seems to have recovered.
He was limping, but that was because of his ruined boot and the shuffling gait it required. His ankle ached, but not unbearably.
Must have been a sprain after all.
He carried her to the bed and slid her between the sheets. She pulled the bed covers around her and curled up on her side like a little girl. "You've been very kind," she began, but he didn't wait to hear. He stomped away back to the hearth. Kind? He didn't want to be kind. He wanted to slide into that bed with her and take her, strip that blasted patched nightgown from her and take possession of her, learning her inch by inch, driving every thought, every fear from her brain, drowning her in sensation. He wanted her arching against him, the way her feet had arched against his hands, moaning with pleasure. He wanted to taste her, to know her, to bury himself deep within her and to feel her shudder and cry out as he brought her to ecstasy. The gift of oblivion. His body shuddered uncontrollably at the mere thought. He was rock hard and ready, and she was warm and pliant. And vulnerable. He grabbed the tongs and pulled the 2 hot bricks from the hearth. He wrapped them in rags until they were easy to handle, then brought them to the bed. Her eyes were closed. She looked exhausted. He lifted the bedclothes and slid the hot bricks in, locating her feet and settling a brick at each foot. She sighed in contentment, and her feet curled around them. She didn't need him, he told himself savagely. A hot brick would do just as well. As for himself, he had a cold stone floor, and that was all he needed. He dragged off his good boot and kicked off the other, removed his breeches and climbed into the roll of bedding by the hearth. He tossed and turned. Could a floor be any colder or harder? At least the fire threw out some heat and he was marginally warmer on that side. Jane and Susan would be fretting about the hens. You will check on them later, won't you? Cursing, he untangled himself from the bedclothes, pulled on his breeches and boots, and stomped outside to check on the blasted hens. Why did he make so many stupid, damned, inconvenient promises? It took Nash forever to get to sleep again. Never had he kissed a woman so briefly. Not a woman he wanted, and he wanted Maddy Woodford. His body thrummed insistently, his blood singing and alive and wanting. That moment, when her lips had parted slightly, softly under his, the sweet, elusive taste of her, just like her scent, what he wouldn't give to taste her properly. He groaned and turned over on the stone floor, wishing its coldness would pull the heat from him, but it was a different kind of heat keeping him awake. Resolutely, he turned his mind to the problem at hand. Who was this evil bastard who came in the night? Who might have it in for Maddy and the children so badly he would destroy their livelihood? They wouldn't starve. Nash would see to that. But this swine wasn't to know that. Somebody wanted her out of the cottage and was obviously prepared to commit wanton destruction to do it. And yet, there had been no attempt to hurt Maddy and the children. 5 bloody Abbott visits in a few weeks, and apart from frightening a woman and children, burning beehives and destroying plants was the worst he'd done. He fell asleep eventually, his mind full of questions, his body tense and edgy with desire. Nash woke shortly after dawn to the click of a quietly closing door. He threw off the covers, grabbed his pistol, flung open the door and nearly tripped over Maddy sitting on the front step, tying the laces on her big, ugly work boots.
What? What is it?
He demanded, scanning the horizon. Nothing. She stood,
neatly dressed in her faded blue dress, her hair gleaming wine-bright in the morning sun and coiled into her usual neat knot. She looked lovelier than any woman should after a disturbed night and very little sleep. Her gaze moved from his face to his hair, then down to his toes and back. "Good morning. I assume you slept poorly." Her eyes danced. He stiffened, realizing he probably looked rather less dapper than he preferred to look in front of women he desired, in bare feet and wearing a nightshirt made for a short, rotund vicar. He raised a casual hand to his hair and found it standing in spikes. He tried to smooth it inconspicuously.
"What are you doing up at such an hour?"
He sounded, even to his own ears, gruff and surly. "I need to see the hens."
"I shut them in after you went to bed."
"I know. I heard you go out again last night. Thank you." She started down the pathway.
"Wait,"
he said.
"I'll dress and go with you."
"It's all right," she told him. "There's nothing you can do. I want to check on the damage before the children are up."
"I'm coming,"
he told her firmly, and went inside to pull on his breeches, boots and coat. He made his ruined boot almost wearable by the simple expedient of tying it on with strips of rag. It looked utterly ridiculous, but he had no choice. He found her on her knees in the vegetable garden, replanting any plants that hadn't been totally destroyed and throwing the ruined ones into 2 piles, usable for food and only fit for the hens. She looked almost serene.
"I thought you'd still be upset after last night."
She sat back on her heels and wiped a strand of hair from her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving a stripe of dirt in its wake. "Upset? I'm more than upset. I'm furious. But I won't let that monster defeat me. It'll take a lot of work to get the garden back in shape, but at least this is the beginning of the growing season, and not the end."
"Get the garden back in shape? You mean you're going to start again?"
He looked at the mess that had been her garden. It was a huge amount of work. She snorted. "What should I do? Give in? Tuck my tail between my legs and run back to fight?" "Run away," she amended. "No, no, and no. I will not be driven from my home by a coward who frightens children. Besides, I have the perfect solution to deal with him in future. Geese."
"Geese?"
How would more poultry solve her problem? Geese make excellent watchdogs. You should hear the fuss they make when any stranger is around, and they eat grass and grain, which is cheaper than feeding a dog, she finished triumphantly. "I cannot imagine why I didn't think of them sooner. Geese would honk a warning of any spineless creature creeping in the night to terrify children and burn innocent, hard-working little bees. That reminds me." She glanced past him to where the beehives had stood in their stone shelters. "I'd better clear the wreckage of the hives away. I want to clean up as much of the damage as I can before the children see it." Seizing a spade, she headed for the hives.
"I'll help. Just tell me what to do."
He'd never pulled a weed or tended a garden in his life, but his muscles were at her disposal. "Thank you." She gave him a dazzling smile that drove every thought from his mind. "Bring the wheelbarrow, please." He fetched it, a big, old, clumsy thing that was hard to balance and harder to steer. As it wobbled towards the hives, she looked up and tossed him a quick grin. "That's what I used to bring you inside the house after your accident."
"This?"
He was shocked.
"You carried me on this? How?"
She shrugged. "I didn't say it was easy, but needs must." Needs must indeed. Nash was stunned, faced with the very physical evidence of what she must have done to save his life. Up until now, it had been an academic exercise. He hadn't considered the logistics of how she'd managed to transfer his insensible body from the muddy ground, inside, and into her own bed. He stared at the small, slender frame, currently scooping a mess of burned straw and honey into the barrow, lined with fresh straw. How the hell had she managed to lift him? It wasn't easy, she admitted when he asked. She explained how she'd tied him to the wheelbarrow, and he was dumbfounded. She handed him a spade. "Can you dig a hole over there, please? I'm going to bury the hives."
Dig her a hole? He'd dig her a dozen.
By the time the children woke and came looking for their breakfast, Maddy and Nash had cleared away most of the ruined plants. The stone alcoves where the hives had stood were cleaned out, stained with ash and still a bit sticky, but empty. The blackened mess of hives had been tossed into a hole, but Maddy stopped Nash from covering it with soil. "We will have a ceremony," she told him. "The children will want to say goodbye." The children wandered through the garden, exclaiming distressfully over the vandalism, but they took their cue from their older sister and started repairing trellises and replanting seedlings almost immediately. The girls counted the hens, all present and correct, and collected the eggs as usual, white-faced and shocked. Maddy gave them time to absorb the destruction, then fed them a big breakfast of porridge with cream and honey, followed by toast and honey for those who still had space. After that, they held a small, simple ceremony for the bees. Nash had never attended a funeral for any animal, let alone bees. Each child brought a flower of the sort that bees were known to like. They lined the grave. Maddy said a few words. "Dear bees, we're so sorry for the evil thing that was done to you. Thank you for the honey and wax you have given us, and for being part of our family as always. We will bring your sisters from the forest here to make a new colony. Rest in peace." Each of the children then said a few words and threw in their flower. Even John, who told the bees he forgave whichever of them stung him that time, and that even so they made very nice honey. Nash had no idea what to say. He couldn't quite believe their feelings for insects, stinging insects at that. He liked honey, but still. He filled in the hole, solemnly. As they walked back to the house, he asked Maddy,
"Why will you only bring the bees' sisters from the forest? Why not their brothers?"
Behind him, the girls giggled. "Because it's the girl bees who do all the work," Jane told him. "The drones, that's what you call the boys, they don't work at all."
"Except for defending the hive,"
Nash said. Jane made a scornful sound. "Drones don't fight, they can't even sting. The girls defend the hive, collect the honey, clean the hive, everything. All the drones do is eat." Nash and the two boys exchanged glances.
"They must be good for something,"
he said, feeling the need to find and uphold some masculine virtue in the little creatures. Maddy waved the children ahead, then returned and gave him a mischievous glance. Reproduction. It's their sole purpose in life. Nash kept a straight face.
"Well, there you are then. Noble chaps, one and all, doing their duty for king and country."
She shook her head. "For the Queen," she said. "There's no king. It's all for the Queen." At lunch, which was the inevitable soup and cheese on toast, she said to Nash, "You think it's peculiar that we had a ceremony for the bees, don't you?"
"Not at all,"
he lied. "It's because of Grandmère, you see. The bees saved her life." His brows rose.
"How so?"
Maddy's mood lifted. By a very clever trick. The children exchanged knowing glances and settled down to listen to what was obviously a well-loved tale. Nash knew his duty.
"Tell me."
"You know how I told you that Papa had helped Mamma escape from the terror while Grandmère remained behind? Well, some days later, Grandmère heard people coming for her. Just a handful, but nasty. They knew she'd been a beloved servant of the Queen, so—" "She hid herself among—" Lucy began. "Hush, Lucy, let Maddy tell it," Jane said. Maddy smiled and continued. "Grandmère was at the Queen's little farm, L'Amour de la Reine, at Versailles. The Queen and her ladies liked to play at being peasants, and they would dress as shepherdesses and milkmaids and milk the cows and so on. And Grandmère kept the bees that made the Queen's honey." She lowered her voice to a thrilling pitch. "They were coming for her, screaming for blood. She had no horse or carriage to escape in. She knew they would find her if she tried to hide inside. So, what did she do?" The children looked expectantly at Nash, their eyes alight with excitement.
"What?"
There was no need to feign his fascination. She pulled all the beehives into a circle and sat in the middle of them, wearing her veil and gloves.
"Did they find her?"
Maddy nodded. A few did, but they were city people, and they were afraid of the bees. When anyone came close, Grandmère hit the hives with a stick, and all the bees came boiling out, enraged and buzzed furiously around, stinging whoever they came across. She gave a short laugh. If they'd known anything about bees, they would have waited until dark, when the bees retire for the night. But Grandmère was lucky. The people went looking for easier prey, and she managed to escape and make her way to a place she knew in the country. The children chorused, "And there she lived happily for the rest of her days." And that, Mr. Ryder, is why we in this family love and honour bees. Maddy finished. "And we like the honey too," Henry added. They spent the rest of the day working in the garden. Nash was feeling weary, but when Maddy glanced at his face and suggested he stay inside and rest after the midday meal, he refused.
"Helping you with this is the least I can do,"
he told her. "But it's your first day out of bed. You need to rest. You haven't finished healing yet." But Nash worked doggedly on. Around 4:00, Maddy called a halt. They'd done about as much as they could for the day, she said. Nash was secretly glad of it. He was exhausted. "Scrambled eggs on toast for tea and pancakes for supper," she declared, "and then we'll have a story." They'd just finished their tea when Maddy, who was facing the window, said, "Mr. Harris, quick, children, out the back way, please." Their faces were alive with curiosity. "Oh, but Maddy," John began. Maddy held up a hand. "I don't want you in the cottage while he's here. Girls, lock up the hens for the night. Then take 6 eggs to Lizzie's aunt and ask her for some cottage cheese. Wait there with Lizzie. John, Henry, have you checked Mr. Ryder's horse this evening? No? Then off you go. And call past Lizzie's and collect the girls on the way home. Now go." The children ran off. 12. "You too," Maddy told Nash. "Outside, please."
"I'll stay,"
Nash said grimly. Suddenly he was no longer tired. She flung him an incredulous look. "Are you mad? I can't let him know I have a man staying here. Out! Quickly! He's here!" A heavy knock sounded at the front door. She was right. He knew, but he was damned if he'd leave her alone with that fellow. She'd sent the children away for a reason. Besides, he wanted to hear what Harris had to say. Swearing under his breath, Nash climbed into the bed and drew the curtains, leaving a small gap to watch through. He was fed up with hiding. It went right against the grain, even though he knew there was a sound reason. But he was a man, damn it, not a mouse. "Mr. Harris, how do you do? Please come in," he heard Maddy say. Harris mumbled something and entered. He stood, his arms folded, legs braced apart, looking around the cottage with a proprietorial air.
"So you haven't packed yet?"
"As you see," Maddy said politely.
"I don't suppose it'll take you long,"
Harris said bluntly.
"Not much to pack."
As before, Harris seated himself without being invited to. His breeches were even tighter, his waistcoat more garishly embroidered, and even from the bed, Nash could smell the man's scented pomade. Maddy placed a pot of tea and some cups and saucers on the table. "Did you inform Mr. Renfrew or his brother, the Earl, that Sir Jasper promised me we could stay on here, in exchange for honey, until John turns 21? Her tone was mild, conversational.
"I told you. No record of that promise exists in the estate records."
He leaned back, balanced on 2 legs of the chair, looking smug and totally in command. Nash prayed for the chair to break. Maddy said pleasantly, "I didn't ask if you'd found evidence of the promise. I asked whether you told Mr. Renfrew or his brother about it."
"Of course I didn't."
Harris picked his nails in a show of supreme indifference.
"The Honourable Mr. Renfrew has better things to do than worry about a claim that can't be proven. And he made it very clear that he wants you out of this cottage at once."
The devil he did, Nash thought. To his best recollection, he'd never exchanged a word with this fellow. All immediate estate questions had been referred to Marcus. Then again, his memory hadn't been the most reliable lately. But it didn't make sense to be making decisions about an estate which he'd never inspected. Neither he nor Marcus would do such a thing. Their father had drilled them both in the principles of estate management, and to throw a woman and children out of their home, he didn't need a memory to tell him he'd never do such a thing. And nor would Marcus. So what the devil was Harris up to? Maddy said, "I thought that might be the case, which is why I wrote to Lord Alverley himself and explained the whole situation. Tea?" She picked up the teapot and gave him a bright, false smile. With a scowl, Harris pushed the teacup aside.
Not for me.
He glanced around the room.
So, where's the letter? I'll forward it for you.
Maddy poured herself a tea, added a little honey, and stirred it thoroughly before answering. Oh, I posted it myself. Reverend Matheson had a copy of Debrett's Peerage. You know, the book that lists all the peers of the kingdom and...
I know what Debrett's is.
Such an interesting volume, is it not? And so I found the address of the Earl of Alverley and sent the letter off myself. Harris glared at her. Maddy sipped her tea, apparently oblivious of his annoyance. He grunted.
Well, I'm not here to talk about letters. I'm here to collect the rent. £5 now and no excuses.
Of course. She fetched the tin. Harris blinked in surprise.
You've got £5?
Not exactly. She struggled with the lid of the tin, which appeared stuck. I still say it's an exorbitant rent, and I intend to take it up with Mr. Renfrew when he gets here.
I'm warning you.
She placed the £10 banknote on the table between them. I assume you can give me change. Harris stared at the banknote in disbelief, then picked it up and examined it carefully. He went to put it in his pocket, but she twitched it nimbly from his fingers. My change first, if you please, she said in a firm but pleasant voice. Grudgingly, Harris fished in his coat pocket and pulled out a fistful of change.
Where the hell do the likes of you get a sum like this?
He growled as he picked through the coins. Her brows rose and she said crisply, Where I got it is not your concern, Mr. Harris. All that should interest you is that I can pay. With a bad grace, he tossed onto the table 2 sovereigns, 3 half-sovereigns, a crown, 6 half-crowns, and 5 florins. As Maddy counted up the coins, Harris reached for the £10 note. In an instant, she slid it back across the table. The receipt first, if you would be so good. She stacked up the £5 in coins he'd given her beside it.
Receipt?
His face reddened.
Receipt?
She kept her tone mild. I believe it's standard business practice.
Standard business practice? He snorted. What would you know of standard business practice? Or did Sir Jasper issue a receipt each time he dipped his wick in your honey pot?
There was a sudden silence, then a loud slap echoed through the cottage. Through the gap in the curtains, Nash could see Maddy leaning over the table, the picture of outraged female fury. He moved, but she met his gaze squarely. Get back, her look said. This is my battle. It took all of Nash's willpower to obey. If the bastard made one move toward her... Harris jerked to his feet, knocking his chair backward, a hand to his cheek.
You little bitch!
How dare you? Maddy blazed. There was nothing improper in our friendship. Sir Jasper was a gallant old gentleman who knew my grandmother, and for her sake he gave us this place and accepted honey as rent to save my pride. Harris sneered.
Save your pride? More like get his hands on your pretty hide, which is what I...
He lurched toward Maddy, his beefy hands reaching out. Nash stepped from the alcove.
That's quite enough.
His voice was like a lash. Harris swung around and stared, taking in Nash's stubbled chin, his riding breeches, the shirt open at the throat and with the arms rolled up, no coat, neckcloth or waistcoat and, most damning of all, no shoes or stockings.
Who's this? Your fancy man, eh? Now I see how you got your £10 note. Earned it in your back.
Nash punched Harris in the face. Harris reeled and staggered back.
You bastard!
He rallied and swung a blow at Nash. But beefy brute though he was, Nash was well skilled in the art of boxing. He blocked it easily.
Watch your language, there's a lady present.
Nash snapped. Harris made a rude sound.
Lady? That little slut.
Again Nash's fist smashed into Harris's face.
Apologise.
Harris grabbed a chair and swung it at Nash. He ducked, but it caught him a glancing blow on the face. He wrenched it from Harris's grasp and tossed it aside.
Apologise,
Nash repeated.
To her? You might take an old man's leavings, but...
This time Nash's blow sent Harris sprawling on the stone flags. He lay there, cowering, his nose bleeding profusely. Nash stood over him, panting, his fists clenched.
I said, apologise to the lady.
Maddy tugged at his elbow. He's had enough, Mr. Ryder. Nash didn't budge.
Sorry, miss.
Harris mumbled through his handkerchief. It was half-hearted at best.
Nash was tempted to thrash a proper apology out of the fellow, but Maddy clung to his arm so tightly he lowered his fists and stepped away. Still on the floor, Harris snuffed noisily into his handkerchief.
"I'll have the magistrate onto you,"
he mumbled in a very different tone from the way he'd apologised a moment earlier.
"See if I don't. Onto the pair of you."
"Do so with my goodwill," Nash said crisply, "and then you can explain to the magistrate why you've been threatening this lady."
"Threatening? I never did."
He heaved himself to his feet and gave Maddy a venomous glare.
"Did she tell you that? The little—"
Nash took a step forward. Harris hastily scuttled sideways like a crab, putting the table between himself and Nash. He blotted blood from his nose.
"You got no right—"
"Get out," Nash said coldly. "You're dismissed. Go and evict yourself from wherever you live, and if I catch you on my property again, I'll thrash you within an inch of your life." Harris's brows gnashed together.
"Evict myself? What the hell are you talking about? Your property?"
Nash gave a slight ironic bow. "Nash Renfrew, at your service. The Honourable Nash Renfrew." There was a long silence. Over his bloodied handkerchief, Harris glanced from Nash to Maddy and then back to Nash.
"That's a lie,"
he sneered, taking his cue from Maddy's surprised expression.
"You heard me talking to her and—"
"I did," Nash agreed. "I heard you issue orders in my name that you never received from me, and which I'll take my oath you never received from my brother. I heard you demand sums of money you had no right to demand, and—" his tone grew icy. "I heard you try to evict a young woman and 5 orphaned children, and when she demanded a fair hearing, you impugned her honour and the honour of my late uncle Sir Jasper Brownrigg." Harris mopped his bloodied face with a grubby handkerchief. His gaze darted back and forth between the two of them, gauging Maddy's bewilderment against Nash's icy poise.
"I don't believe you. She called you Ryder before."
Nash shrugged.
"A name from childhood."
He could feel Maddy's gaze on him. She wasn't yet convinced it wasn't a clever bluff on his part. Harris shook his head, unconvinced.
"Nash Renfrew lives abroad."
"Usually I do, but at the moment I'm home."
"Prove you're him,"
Harris said belligerently, clutching the edge of the table. Nash shrugged.
"I have no documents, if that's what you mean, but I have no need to prove myself to such as you."
Harris gave a triumphant smile.
"Because it's all lies, and so I'll tell the magistrate,"
Nash said coolly.
"Go ahead."
Harris glared, hostile yet baffled. Nash's energy was fading fast. His ankle and head were throbbing. He leaned inconspicuously on the edge of the bed and mused aloud. "Is Ferring still the butler at my uncle's house? I haven't been to Whitethorn since I was a child, but I don't imagine I've changed so much. And the housekeeper. What was her name? Terrifying woman. Oh, yes, Mrs. Pickens. If you can produce them, they'll vouch for me." A hunted expression crept over Harris's face.
"Someone told you those names?"
he blustered. He jabbed an accusatory look at Maddy, but she was staring at Nash, looking just as puzzled. Nash waved a hand.
"By all means, tell the magistrate so."
He straightened, flexed his fingers, then formed 2 fists, and in a low voice of steel said,
"Now I thought I told you to leave."
Harris eyed the £10 note still sitting on the table and reached for it.
"Leave it,"
Nash ordered.
"What about my £5 in change?"
Harris said belligerently. "Compensation to the lady for the disturbance." Harris scowled, wincing as he did from the cuts and bruises on his face.
"I'll get you back, both of you,"
he swore as he stumbled from the cottage.
"You see if I don't."
Maddy plonked a bowl of hot, salty water, some rags and a salve for cuts on the table. The water sloshed over the rim. She didn't care. Is it true? The hands washing the blood off them stilled.
"That I'm Nash Renfrew? Yes, it's true."
He dried his hands on a towel. Maddy looked away, too upset to meet his gaze. So he was Nash Renfrew, the Honourable Nash Renfrew, brother of an earl no less, her lodger, her landlord, and a big fat liar. How long have you known? He folded the towel carefully and put it on the table, as if tidiness would somehow appease her.
"Since Harris's visit yesterday."
A tight, angry feeling lodged in her chest. He'd chosen not to tell her.
It was the most extraordinary thing, he explained, oblivious. It was hearing Harris speak the names, mine, my brother Marcus's, and Uncle Jasper's. It shook something, some blockage free, and suddenly it all fell into place. He smiled at her, as if expecting her to celebrate with him. She stared at the bowl of dirty water and thought about dumping it over his thick, handsome head. Did he have no idea of the position he'd put her in, and how stupid he'd made her feel? And how hurt? The intimacies they'd exchanged, those tender kisses. She'd shared her past with him, telling him about her life in France. They'd buried the bees together, worked in her ruined garden, and all the time, he knew. So, you got your memory back just like that. How lovely. But didn't think to mention it at the time. Why wait so long to reveal it? And to Harris of all people. Why not to her? Didn't he trust her? She'd saved his stupid life, risked her reputation to keep him safe. I started to, but you left, and by the time you got back, I'd decided it would be better if you didn't know who I really was.
And why was that, pray? Maddy sat on her hands to stop her fingers curling into fists. Did he have no idea of the damage he'd done her? Did he think nobody would find out for all these days and nights she'd had the lord of the manor in her bed?
I wanted to find out what Harris was up to.
She snorted. And I would have done everything I could to prevent you finding that out, of course.
In a way, you'd have wanted me to leave.
So I was right all along. It was a bribe to let you stay on here. He looked puzzled.
You knew that?
No. I thought it was because you didn't want to stay with the vicar. Your oft-vaunted allergy to clergy and all. But that doesn't wash. Too angry and hurt to stay in the same room with him, she got up and stalked to the door. You didn't have to go to the vicar's. You could have gone to your own house, to Whitethorn Manor, not 2 miles away, with a dozen beds to choose from and a handful of servants to take care of you. She wrenched open the door. Instead, you chose to hide your identity from me, bribe me, and then, after all our secrecy, you must reveal yourself to the one person in the village who wishes me ill. She grabbed her cloak from the hook and left, slamming the door behind her. She ran into the garden, battling tears of rage and frustration and hurt. He didn't need to give her that £10. He'd let her sweat over that letter to his brother, when all the time he'd known there was no need. He could have solved all her problems with a wave of his hand. And that ridiculous charade about his brother's address and Debrett's. How he must have laughed up his sleeve at that one. He'd even poked through her most private things, and she'd forgiven him, eventually. The poor man who'd lost his memory. What a fool she'd been. A stupid, trusting fool. It would be all over the village soon that he'd jumped from her bed, half-dressed and without his boots, and in broad daylight, defending her honour. Her honour! That was rich. The Honourable Nash Blockhead had no idea of the fix he'd put her in. Nobody would believe she was innocent, that nothing had happened between them, except that foolish Maddy Woodford had gone and given her heart in exchange for a few tender kisses. Heart-breaking kisses. Kisses for a foolish, gullible girl from a lying rake. The villagers would think the worst. Everyone would believe she'd tried to trap the lord of the manor into marriage and failed. The man never suffered, was never blamed. It was always the woman. She'd been walking, storming along with no thought for where she was going. Now she came to a sudden, sickening standstill. Without thinking, she'd headed for her favourite place, to take her troubles to. The beehives. The empty hive spaces were still charred and sticky from the fire. A sick feeling welled up in her. There were no bees to tell her troubles to. Grandmère was dead. She didn't even have a child to hug, and her life was in ruins. She burst into tears. She sat on the cold stone seat, tears of anger and misery and betrayal pouring down her cheeks. How long since she'd cried, really cried? She couldn't remember. When she'd buried Grandmère, probably. Or when she'd closed up their cottage for the last time. Not for Papa. His death had been a blessed release. She wept until she had no more tears. She took a deep, shuddery breath and stood up, calm and weary. The storm of tears had done her good, like a rainstorm that washed away the detritus, leaving everything clear. She scrubbed the tear stains from her cheeks and took the path next to the forest. It was a favourite walk. The still, silent forest on one side, green rolling hills on the other, and it led to the top of the hill where you could see for miles in several directions. She loved that view, loved knowing herself a tiny creature in a huge landscape. It always put her problems into perspective, that view. The trees were already budding with green tips. In the fields, snowdrops bloomed in drifts, their dainty heads nodding like shy maidens. Several fields over, a couple of lambs, bright white against the grass, stood on long, ungainly legs, drinking from their mothers, their tails wiggling in delight. Spring was all around her. She'd never felt less renewed. She felt drained, empty. She reached the top of the hill and breathed in the clean, cold, bracing air. Her options were spread out before her. In one direction was the village, in the other Whitethorn Manor, and far away to the northeast lay Fifield Place. Fifield Place and Mr. Holme. Oh, Grand-mère, I've made such a mess of things. She would have to leave the village. Perhaps it was weak of her, but she couldn't bear to be scorned and whispered about, to have her newfound friends turn their backs on her. She'd never had friends before. Not like this. In France, they'd kept their distance. The children, too, would suffer from her ruined reputation. She couldn't stay. She had £15, not enough to start again. The only reason they'd survived before was Sir Jasper's peppercorn rent on the cottage, and while she had no doubt Nash would honour the agreement, she couldn't stay on. A token rent would only fuel the rumour mill. Sick at heart, she contemplated the view and shivered. There was only one option. Nash cursed himself, his blasted temper, after all they'd done to avoid compromising her, and with Harris of all people. Worse was the look in her eyes when she'd realised he'd regained his memory and not told her. He hadn't even considered her feelings. All he'd thought about was how to remain here in the cottage, how to protect her from the bloody abbot. He'd hurt her, badly from the look of it. Damn and blast! And by protecting her from Harris, he'd got her into a worse pickle. What the hell was he going to do? He'd caused the scandal. He would fix it. But how? The usual solution to compromised virtue was marriage. His body hummed approval. Nash's gaze drifted to the line of worn, faded dresses on the hooks in the alcove, to the little collection of homemade books, to the pot of soup, simmering gently over the fire. Maddy was an unsophisticated little soul, a keeper of bees and chickens and children. Beauty, but no training, and a basic education. Apart from a short period in her gentleman father's home, she'd spent most of her life in cottages, growing vegetables. Could Maddy live the life he lived, mixing with the la crème de la crème of international society? The men would appreciate her beauty, but the women... They'd have her for breakfast, he thought. They'd sniff out her background. They always did, and peck her to pieces. No, it would be selfish and cruel of him to drag Maddy into that world. She might leap at the idea, but she wouldn't know the implications, and he would have to watch as the people of his world crushed her bright soul, and that he couldn't bear. He hadn't taken her virginity, only compromised her reputation, and to a man who bore them both a grudge. All she really needed was a new place to live, to escape the gossip, and an income, he reminded himself, and protection. A cottage on his brother's estate would do perfectly. Nash would settle an income on her and the children, and Marcus would ensure they didn't come to any harm. It was an adequate solution, but the guilt remained. "I want you to leave." Maddy hung her cloak on the hook. The children would be back soon. She needed to make supper. He gave her a startled look. "What, now?" "As soon as possible." She was pleased he'd recovered his memory. She really was. But right now she just felt beaten. Trying to muster the courage to do what she knew she would have to do. Marry Mr. Holme. The only way to cope when your life was turned upside down was to put one step in front of the other and do whatever came next, which was making the pancakes she'd promised the children for supper. The £10 note still sat on the table where she'd left it, the £5 in change piled neatly on top of it. She put it in the tin. At least they could afford to take the stagecoach back to Leicestershire. She knotted a cloth high around her middle to protect her from splatters and fetched a basket of eggs, a basin and a fork. He watched her somberly.
"I didn't,"
he began, then stopped. He could see how serious she was.
"Very well, I'll leave, but I'll wait until the children return. I want to say goodbye."
She nodded. The children would be upset. They liked him. So did she, for that matter. And if she liked him too much for her own peace of mind, it was her secret. But they all knew he would leave one day, and today was the day. She cracked eggs into the basin and whisked them briskly with a fork. Unanswered questions flew round and round in her head. Why had he really kept it a secret? She didn't believe his excuse about catching Harris. That didn't require him sleeping on the floor. Did he think she couldn't be trusted? Or worse, did he fear she'd tried to encroach? It was the last thing she'd do. She'd always known there could be nothing between them. Once it might have been possible, if only Nash was not the heir to an earldom, if only Papa had not lost all his money, if only she'd had a normal upbringing and an education to equip her for her station in life, and she'd made her come out like other girls of her station. If she didn't have 5 little brothers and sisters to bring up, if she wasn't his tenant, living on his uncle's charity. If only. But if onlys buttered no parsnips, as Lizzie often said, and there was no use in trying to cling to past glories. Maddy had learned that from Grandmère. As she'd aged and become forgetful, Grandmère had clung more and more to her airs and graces, refusing to admit what she'd lost. Most of the locals laughed at her, albeit behind her back. She had too much innate dignity for them to do it to her face, but Maddy knew. Maddy had too much pride to leave herself open to that kind of mockery. One needed money to keep up appearances, and she had none. No money and no illusions. She stopped beating the eggs and put the fork down. Why didn't you tell me you'd recovered your memory? Why keep it a secret?
"I told you before, I wanted to catch Harris in the act, and you would have booted me out, as today has proved."
He linked his hands behind his head, as if pleased with his answer, and rocked back on 2 legs of the chair. "When Mr. Harris was doing that, I was hoping the chair would break," she observed, and sloshed some buttermilk into the mix. He grinned.
"Me too."
She eyed the chair. He certainly weakened it. All 4 chair legs instantly resumed their place on the floor. That wiped the smile off his face, she thought. So, it was all about catching Harris.
"Yes."
She didn't believe a word of it. She sifted flour into the basin. "You could have slept comfortably at Whitethorn, then come back here in the morning." She put a knob of butter in a pan and put it by the fire to melt. There was no reason for anyone to connect the Honourable Nash Renfrew to me. She added the melted butter to the pancake mix and beat it vigorously.
"Hang it all," he said irritably. "If you must know, it was vanity. Pure and simple. I couldn't arrive at Whitethorn in only one boot. Not on my first night as the new master. I'd look ridiculous. One needs to make an entrance for that kind of thing, you know? Make an impression. Begin as you mean to go on."
"Fustian." She covered the bowl of pancake batter with a clean cloth, and as she placed the bowl on a shelf to sit, the answer came to her. She knew why he'd stayed on in her cottage. The mystery was why he didn't want to admit it. The last of her anger drained away.
"Fustian,"
he repeated when she returned to the table. "You're a fraud, Nash Renfrew," she said softly. "You stayed here. You slept on that cold, hard floor for one reason only. To protect me and the children from the bloody abbot."
"Well, of course I did,"
he said, looking embarrassed.
"What sort of fellow would I be to leave you in a fix like that, to go on my merry way after all you'd done for me?"
So, she thought. It was gratitude, Pure and simple. And gallantry. Repayment in kind. So much for morning dreams and foolish hopes. And if he'd left her in a worse mess when he left than she'd been in when he arrived, it was nobody's fault. Not his, not hers. One of life's accidents. 13. So who are you, Mr. Nash Renfrew? Maddy asked. She'd made them both a cup of rosehip and mint tea and sat down at the table to drink it. I know you're the brother of the Earl of Alverley and Sister Jasper's nephew, and please accept my condolences on the death of your uncle. He nodded in acknowledgement, and she continued. But apart from the fact that you've been living abroad, I know nothing else about you.
I'm a diplomat, he told her. I've been posted to Russia for the last few years, living in St. Petersburg and Moscow.
St. Petersburg? She exclaimed. I've heard it's very beautiful.
It's the most beautiful city I've ever been to, with the possible exception of Venice. They call St. Petersburg the Venice of the North.
It felt so peculiar sitting there, exchanging polite chit-chat, like strangers over a table, when he'd slept with her in his arms. Nash sipped his tea. He was even used to the taste of her strange brews. And do you like being a diplomat?
I love it, he said simply. I can't imagine doing anything else. Travel, intrigue, glittering places and political fencing in the dark, and all while I'm serving my country.
So you're not planning to become a squire on the land? He laughed and shook his head.
Far from it. I've been granted leave of absence to untangle the affairs of Uncle Jasper, among other things. I gather he grew rather muddled towards the end.
She shook her head. Not muddled so much as very frail. He couldn't leave his bed, but I used to visit him often, and his mind was quite clear until the last few weeks, when the laudanum the doctors prescribed made him very groggy.
I see.
So the financial discrepancies he'd discovered were not the result of an old man's forgetfulness. Marcus had written to him in Russia, saying he sensed something was amiss. Marcus had a nose for that sort of thing.
I don't have long to sort it out. I'm expected back in St. Petersburg in June.
She refilled his cup, and her own. You have much to do, then, in such a short time. The estate will need a lot of work, I fear. He pulled a face.
As bad as that, is it? Oh well, I'll get it sorted, and my brother will help. He loves that kind of thing. I'm not completely off the hook as far as work is concerned. The Tsar's aunt, the Grand Duchess Anna Petrovna Romanova, is making her first visit to London, and since she knows me well, I must go to London and dance attendance on her. She's an old lady and very difficult to please.
She gave him a dry look. I gather you please her. He was startled. Her eyes danced. My grandmother was the same, very crotchety and picky in general, but in the company of a handsome young man, she blossomed. You'd think her nothing but milk and honey. She began to clear away the cups and saucers. So, no other close relatives who might be worrying? Parents? A wife? Should you write to your brother and tell him you're all right?
No, I've all...
He broke off, recalling how he'd broken into her letter to Marcus.
No one will be worried. My parents are dead, and I have no wife.
He took a breath and added,
though my aunt is even now making arrangements for my wedding.
You're betrothed? Was there a constraint in her voice? Her back was turned so he couldn't read her expression. Surely she didn't think, didn't expect. Her chest felt suddenly tight. She turned with a brilliant smile. How exciting! Tell me about your fiancée. Is she pretty? Is the wedding to be soon? You must tell the girls. They love to hear about weddings. No, she didn't expect. On balance, he was relieved, he thought. She was a lovely girl, but life didn't work like that. Marriages were like treaties between countries, made for practical reasons, not emotional ones. He knew it, and Maddy, being of French descent, would know it too. The French, even after their revolution, remained hard-hearted and practical in separating marriage from matters of the heart. Besides, who knew what Aunt Maud had already arranged? He'd given her more than 3 weeks. Aunt Maud could settle the affairs of a small country in 3 weeks. She'd probably picked out the perfect bride for him already and booked the church. The tightness in his chest didn't ease.
"I'm not yet betrothed," he said. "My aunt has guaranteed to find me a suitable bride."
"Suitable?" Her eyes widened. "You're leaving it to your aunt." He shrugged.
"It's the most practical solution."
"You don't plan to marry for love, then?" She sounded amazed. There was a short silence then.
"I've always believed an arranged marriage is the most prudent approach."
"Prudent, yes, but a little cold-blooded, don't you think? Especially when you have a choice," said the girl who had none. He hesitated. If she was harbouring any female dreams of hearts and flowers, it was best to put her straight now.
"My parents made a love match. From the point of view of a child of that marriage, it was a living hell. My opinion hasn't altered since."
His opinion had, in fact, hardened. The more bored and restless wives invited him for dalliance, the more he realised that marriage and love was the worst possible combination. He pretended not to notice her troubled expression and added in a light voice,
"Besides, I don't have time to go a-courting. I'm only in England for a short time. The Foreign Office frowns on English diplomats marrying foreigners, and my aunt can be trusted to find the right sort of girl."
"I'm fascinated by this glimpse into another world," she said. "What is the right sort of girl?" He ran a finger around his collar. Even though he wasn't wearing a neckcloth, it felt quite tight.
"Oh, you know, a girl with the right sort of upbringing, the right sort of connections for a life in diplomatic
Maddy! Maddy, we're home!" The children burst into the cottage. Nash was never so glad to see a bunch of muddy children in his life. The conversation had strayed into sticky areas. They both knew anything more between them was impossible. But still... "We saw Mr. Harris going into the village," John told them. "He looked like someone had punched him in the nose." He scrutinised Nash's face, glanced at his knuckles, and exchanged a satisfied look with Henry. "Lizzie's aunt gave us a quart of fresh milk," Jane said, shutting the door behind them. "And some cream to have with our pancakes as well as the cottage cheese," Susan added. "Lucy's got the cheese." "Your horse is in splendid fettle, sir," Henry told Nash, inspecting the signs of battle. "Needs to be ridden, we think," he added hopefully. Nash thanked the boys. His horse would be ridden soon enough. Jane plonked the heavy quart on the table. "I carried it all the way." Maddy raised one eyebrow at the boys. "I did offer," John said in an aggrieved tone, "but she said we were too clumsy and would spill it." "You did last time," Jane retorted. "Enough." Maddy clapped her hands. "Off, all of you, and wash your hands for supper. We have some news for you." The children raced off, squabbling light-heartedly.
"So the murderer's out,"
he said quietly. She gave him a quizzical look.
"My fight with Mr. Harris."
"Oh, that." She placed the griddle pan over the fire and began to set the table. "I don't mind. Mr. Harris is a bully, and what he said about your uncle and me was horrid. I was only upset because of—" She broke off. "Well, you know."
"I know."
He still couldn't quite believe she was booting him out.
"I'm glad it wasn't the fighting that upset you. Most ladies abhor such scenes."
"Far from it. I have a deplorable bloodthirsty streak," she admitted, as she dropped a small knob of butter onto the pan. It sizzled as she angled the pan to allow the butter to cover the base. A delicious smell filled the room. She poured batter into the foaming butter. "I've never had a white knight come to my rescue before." From what he could work out, she'd never had anyone look out for her at all. Bubbles rose to the surface of the batter. She flipped the pancakes and called toward the scullery, where the sounds of splashing and childish laughter was getting louder. "Hurry along, children. Pancakes in 2 minutes." She slid the first batch onto a tin plate and set them near the fire to keep warm. She dropped in another small knob of butter. He watched it sizzle and foam. His stomach rumbled. "You're welcome to stay for supper, Mr. Renfrew," she said, as if he were a stranger. A chance visitor, not someone who'd lived here for the past however many days. Drawing the line in the sand, putting him at a distance where he belonged.
"A last supper,"
he said with irony. She met his gaze somberly. Exactly. A heavy weight settled in his chest. He wished it hadn't ended like this. But though he regretted the final result and upsetting her, he couldn't regret his actions. Leave her to face that night-creeping bastard alone? Never. And no self-respecting man could stand by, hiding behind bed curtains, while Harris threatened and bullied her. He glanced at the bed. If he had any regrets, they were ones he couldn't admit to. Not to her. Nash had never dined with children before. They arrived at the table in an exuberant tumble, yet once seated, were quite composed and relatively well behaved. "I hope your face is not too sore, Mr. Ryder," Jane inquired once she'd helped Lucy into the chair beside Nash. "John says you were in a fight with Mr. Harris." "Did you win?" Henry asked. "Of course he won," John declared stoutly. Maddy placed a pot of honey, some cut lemons, a large jug of milk, and a bowl of cream on the table. "Don't pester Mr. Ryder at supper, boys." "I wish I'd seen it," Henry said. "Me too," John said. "I've never seen a proper fight." "It was hardly a proper fight," Nash said with an apologetic glance at Maddy. 3 punches only. And no, I didn't knock him out. "And it was only because Mr. Harris was nasty to me," added Maddy. "If he was nasty to Maddy, I would have punched him too," John said darkly. "Me too," Henry agreed. "And me," Lucy said. "Young ladies do not punch people," Jane told her. Lucy pondered this. "Then I would have kicked him." Nash tried not to smile as her sisters tried to explain to the little girl the error of her ways. None of their explanations pleased her. "But if I must not punch, or kick, or bite, what can I do when someone is mean to me?" she asked, frustrated. "Maddy?" They all looked at Maddy. "It's most unjust, I agree," she said. "My grandmother used to carry a stick, and if anyone was nasty to her, she would hit them with it. But I would not recommend you do that, Lucy. It's something only for older ladies, not young girls." "Did you hit Mr. Harris with a stick?" Lucy persisted. She hesitated, clearly debating the wisdom of telling them the truth. Nash waited, curious to see how she would handle the question. The question of women defending themselves was a thorny one. Theoretically, women, ladies at least, were never supposed to find themselves in such a position. It was up to the men of her family to protect her. But when you had no man to defend you... What would she have done if he hadn't been there? It did not bear thinking about. She had courage enough for 2, but Harris was a big, strong man with an ugly temper. "No, I slapped him hard across the face," she told them. "But that was my bad temper showing. I should not have done it. Most of the time the best defence a lady has is her tongue. No, not poking it out, Lucy, I mean using words." "Like when Maddy's cross with us for being naughty," Jane said. "Something like that, yes," Maddy agreed. "Though, if you are ever in real danger from some bad person, Lucy, you may punch and kick and bite. Now, that's enough talk about fighting. Supper time is for eating and conversation. Jane, will you pour everyone a cup of milk, please?" The table fell silent as the children drank their milk. Checking to see that Maddy was occupied flipping pancakes, John leaned over and whispered, "Will you teach Henry and me to fight? We need to learn. Some of the village boys..." He broke off as Maddy turned around. Nash knew what it meant. They were being bullied and keeping it from Maddy. Nash, to his shame, knew all about boys and bullying. "I'll teach you." At that, Maddy shot him a hard glance over the children's heads. "Mr. Ryder will be leaving shortly, John, so you mustn't expect too much from his promises." She hadn't missed the exchange at all. "Leaving?" The children turned to him in dismay. "When, sir? When are you going?" Nash found it surprisingly difficult to tell them. "I've recovered from my injuries," he said apologetically, "and must be on my way." "But what of your memory, sir?" Jane asked. "It's returned." "What? All of it?" Henry clearly hoped the answer would be no. Nash ruffled the boy's hair. "Yes, every bit.
My name is Nash Renfrew, and I was coming here to visit my new home, Whitethorn Manor.
Sir Jasper's house?
Yes, I'm his nephew. He left it to me in his will.
The children brightened visibly.
Then we'll be neighbours, sir.
Enough questions, children. Maddy interrupted. She placed a platter of pancakes in the middle of the table. Careful, the plate is hot. She stripped off her apron and went to take her place at the head of the table. Nash rose, but John was there before him, holding Maddy's chair to seat her. It was part of the boys' training, he saw. Henry, too, stood by his chair, waiting for Maddy to be seated before sitting down. She smiled at both boys and caressed John's hair briefly as she sat and began serving out the pancakes. A small gesture of approval and affection, and so every day neither of them even seemed aware of it, but it struck Nash that he had no memory of either his father or his mother doing such a thing to him or Marcus. His father would have scorned it. Children were born as savages and weren't to be coddled. They needed harsh discipline and rigid training to turn them into civilized beings. His mother used or withheld her affection as a reward or punishment to her sons and her husband, and there was never any predicting which it could be. Mamma liked to keep men on their toes, and that meant keeping them guessing, even her sons. Maddy kept these children on the lightest of reins, without any of the intimidation or discipline Nash had experienced. She assumed they'd behave well, and most of the time they did. When any correction was needed, she did it with the raising of a brow or a quiet word, and still with affection. Extraordinary. These children were less perfectly behaved than he or Marcus had been, but there was a relaxed, pleasant charm about them. If anyone had informed him a week ago that he would be dining at table with a bunch of lively young children, he would have been appalled. It would be an event to be endured. Now,
Mr. Renfrew, John asked, cutting into Nash's reverie, will you be bringing more horses like Pepper to Whitethorn?
Pepper is actually my brother's horse, Nash explained. I generally use his horses when I'm in England.
John wrinkled his brow.
When you're in England, sir?
Maddy said, Mr. Renfrew has just returned from St. Petersburg. That's in Russia. Why were you in Russia, Mr. Renfrew? Jane asked.
I'm a diplomat, Nash explained. That means I do a lot of travelling in different countries. I'm hardly ever in England.
Don't you keep any horses in England?
John asked in dismay.
No, I'm not here long enough.
But now you'll be living at Whitethorn Manor. That will change, won't it?
I'll certainly be seeing to the running of the estate and making a few changes, Nash agreed. But I doubt I'll be purchasing any horses. I'll be returning to St. Petersburg in June.
But that's just over a month away.
All talk and clattering of cutlery ceased. John said,
You're not going to live at Whitethorn?
You won't be our neighbour, Jane said. Lucy clutched his sleeve with a small hand. You're not going to leave us, Mr. Ryder, are you? She said in a tragic little voice. But you're supposed to be the prince. Nash looked at the sad little faces ranged around the table. Good God, he hadn't even known them a week, and for most of that he'd been unconscious. He liked them too, but surely they could see. No, they were just children.
I must, he explained gently. It's my profession. It's how I serve my country. I only came to England to settle my uncle's estate and to... He broke off. He didn't suppose they'd be any more amenable to the idea of him finding a bride. Lucy had said it all. Maddy was Cinderella and he was supposed to be the prince. He and Maddy knew better. Rain set in during supper, cold and steady. Maddy glanced outside. There was no sign of it letting up. She wouldn't send a dog out in this weather, let alone a man who'd been sick so recently. She glanced at Nash. He knew it too. With your permission, I'll stay one last night, he said in a low voice. Maddy gave him a doubtful look. I promise I'll leave first thing in the morning. She nodded. He'd misunderstood. She didn't doubt his sincerity.
She had every faith he'd leave in the morning. He had the look of a man who was ready to get on with his life, to sort out his new estate and get back to St. Petersburg, marrying the right sort of girl along the way. "Are you expecting the bloody abbot to come again?" she asked quietly. She didn't want the children to hear. He shrugged.
"I dare not risk it."
"It's my home," she reminded him. "You don't have to stay and protect me. I'll manage. I always do."
"I'm your landlord," he countered. "Your safety is my responsibility."
It wasn't true, but if he wanted to pretend, Maddy didn't mind. Truth to tell, she was glad he was staying another night. There was so much more she wanted to know about him before he left forever. She was under no illusions about neighbourly popping in and such in the future. Even if he did come to Whitethorn Manor, she wouldn't be living here. She'd be at Fifield Hall. "You don't mind another night on the floor?" She needed to make it clear that was all she was offering. She might wonder and wish and maybe even dream about having a last night together in her bed, but she couldn't bring herself to offer. If he'd tried to seduce her, well, she'd face that then. See if there was any resistance in her. She doubted it. What virtue mattered now? Maddy had promised the children a story before bed, but instead, Mr. Renfrew ended up telling them about some of the places he'd visited: St. Petersburg, Venice, Zindaria, Vienna, where the waltz had been invented. He told them of travelling in a coach without wheels, zigzagging across great frozen lakes, feeling the ice shift beneath them. He told a story about a journey through a still, dark, snow-covered forest, with a pack of wolves baying at their heels, of wild Cossacks who rode like the veriest daredevils and danced squatting down and leaping up with whoops and shouts, of peasant women who wore as many as 16 skirts, one on top of another. Maddy wondered dryly how he'd learned that last little fact. They were all enthralled. It was like another world. It was another world. His world. At bedtime, the children said their goodnights with sombre little faces. They knew he was leaving. Lucy, of course, wanted Mr. Ryder. She refused to use his real name to carry her up to bed, but Maddy vetoed it, saying his leg was too sore. But really, she knew it would just stretch things out. She stayed with the children until they drifted off to sleep. By the time she came down, he'd banked the fire for the night, placed the screen in front of it, and was stretching out in the makeshift bed in front of the hearth. That was one question answered. There'd be no need to battle with her conscience and resist seduction tonight. It was probably just as well. Probably. She bathed quickly in the scullery, changed into her nightgown, and wrapped a warm shawl around her. She set her candle on the table and blew it out. The wick was still smoking by the time she was in bed. She lay on her side, with the curtains open, watching the glow of the fire and the silhouette of the man who lay before it. Despite the long day and the disturbed previous night, she wasn't the slightest bit sleepy. Outside, the wind soughed through the branches of the trees, reminding her of when she was a little girl, listening to the wind, imagining she was on a boat at sea. "Will you sail from England direct to St. Petersburg?" She spoke softly in case he was asleep.
"Yes. It'll be summer when I return. In winter it's a different story. The Baltic Sea is often locked with ice."
Some coals fell in the fire, sending a twirl of sparks up the chimney. The rain beat steadily down. "I've been thinking about the rent," she said after a while. He shifted, turning on his side to face her.
"I suspect Harris has been fiddling the books for some time. I'll wager he planned to grab what he could and disappear before anyone found him out. He didn't expect me until the summer."
Maddy pondered that. There was more to it, she was sure. He was quite taken aback when I produced the note you gave me. He didn't expect me to pay. I think that's what made him so angry.
"That you paid?"
"Yes. He was in quite a good mood until I produced the money, and then suddenly he began to insult me. He never has before. He's been arrogant, but not insulting."
"He dresses very fine for an estate manager."
Nash observed after a moment.
Bit of a ladies' man, is he?
Perhaps, but he's never shown any interest of that sort in me. He must know I'd never consider such a thing. Though, if he thought I had such an arrangement with your uncle... Nash raised himself on his elbow.
But his original plan was to evict you. That's what I don't understand. If he was charging extra rent and pocketing the difference, why evict you?
A lesson to others?
Possibly. But Harris wasn't the only one trying to drive you away.
Maddy sat up in bed, pulling the bedclothes around her. You think Harris is the bloody abbot? It made sense, and yet... How would he benefit from a vacant cottage? She could almost feel his shrug as he said,
It's a mystery. How long have you lived here?
Not quite 18 months. It was vacant and quite tumble down. The children and I had to clean it up and whitewash it.
You didn't find any secret hidey holes or hidden trap doors?
Nothing. Not even a loose floorboard. I assure you if there was any hidden treasure here, we would have found it. They lay staring at each other across the darkened room, pondering the problem. The darkness seemed to thicken. Their last night together, and they lay on opposite sides of the room discussing a crooked estate manager and hidden trap doors. Maddy sat with the bedclothes huddled around her, willing him to rise from his bed and come to her. Nash shifted. She tensed. He lay back down and said,
Well, whatever it is, we can investigate further in the morning. I'll get the story out of him one way or another.
Maddy reluctantly slid back down in her bed. It wasn't Harris she was worrying about. She lay listening to the wind in the trees. Sleep was still no closer. She was too aware of the man at the hearth. Maddy's dream, back and forth when she was a girl, was to fall deeply, madly, wholly in love, to be swept off her feet and to walk down the aisle toward a man who waited with love shining from his eyes. She gazed at Nash's silhouette, limned by the glow of the fire. Had he ever dreamed of love? Why make a practical arrangement when you didn't have to? The Honourable Nash Renfrew had all the choices in the world. Even as plain Mr. Ryder of just around the corner, he'd have no trouble finding a wife, no trouble finding love. He wouldn't have to look very far either. But he was not plain Mr. Ryder, and he never would be. A marriage between them was out of the question. She'd spend the rest of her life in the bed of an old man, and here was the man of her dreams, lying uncomfortably on her cold, hard floor. But she could love him, just once, for one night. Couldn't she? Her reputation was already ruined. What did she have to lose? Only her virginity. Her heart was already lost to him. She stared across the room at Nash's profile. His last night here. Her last chance. Might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. Are you cold? She whispered into the darkness.
A bit. Why?
The question hung in the air. You can sleep here if you like. With me. There. She'd said it. There was a long pause. She wondered if he'd heard. Then the deep voice came out of the darkness.
If I sleep there with you, I won't be able to resist.
Maddy swallowed. I don't want you to resist. 14. He was silent. Rain hammered on the windows in a steady drumming. His silhouette against the dancing flames of the fire was motionless. Tension thickened in the air. I know nothing can come of it, Maddy said. I know you're leaving in the morning. I want nothing from you. Nothing but this one night.
And afterward?
I will return with the children to Leicestershire. But this isn't a discussion. She was unable to stand the suspense, unwilling to think about the future. If you don't want me, then
I want you.
His deep voice cut her off, sure and strong, leaving her breathless.
I want you,
he repeated.
So are you sure about this? Because once I'm in your bed, there's no going back.
I'm sure, she half whispered. And she was, despite her doubts and fears. The fear that she would live the rest of her life in regret for not making love with Nash banished all lesser anxieties. She heard the rustle of fabric as he pushed aside the bedclothes on the makeshift bed and braced herself for his arrival in her bed. He surprised her.
I'll build up the fire. You won't go short. I'll send a man over with a load of firewood in a few days.
It was an unconscious reminder of his new Lord of the Manor status. Such a gesture, well meant as it was, would only confirm her status as his mistress. That would be lovely, she told him. He could burn all her wood. She didn't care. She would be leaving soon. Burning her wood, burning her bridges. It was all the same. This one night was hers, her own private, particular blaze of glory to keep her warm throughout the long, lonely nights ahead. She lay quietly, almost breathlessly, watching him move around her cottage, his limp only slightly in evidence. The vicar's nightshirt was too tight across his shoulders, too loose in the middle, and too short for his long, rangy body. The hem ended at mid-thigh. A coil of excitement unravelled deep within her at the thought of running her hands over his body, and not because of fever. Well, it was, but a different kind of fever. He built the fire to a bright blaze, dousing the shadows of the night, burning away her anxieties. Next, he lit a handful of candles, stuffed them, man-like, into various incongruous containers, and placed them around the bed.
"Do you mind?"
he asked, pausing in the act of lighting a candle.
"If this is our one night together, I want to remember everything, including how beautiful you look as God made you."
"No, it's lovely." She wanted to remember the sight of him too, golden-skinned, very male and utterly irresistible. As God made you. That meant naked. Her nightgown was old and patched. She wished she had something pretty to wear for him. Should she remove her nightgown now? But she was too shy to take it off while he was still wearing his. He hurried to the bed, his limp still in evidence.
"Brr, that stone floor is freezing. We must get you some rugs."
She could see how his mind was working, providing her with all the comforts, assuming he would have the right to take care of her. It wasn't going to happen. She would not live like that, as his dependent, with the whole village knowing, watching, whispering, and taking it out on the children. Still, it was a kind thought. A draught of cool air drifted over her skin as he lifted the bedclothes and slid in beside her. She jumped as his large cold feet brushed against her calves.
"Your turn to warm my feet, I think,"
he murmured. He lay on his side beside her and smoothed a strand of hair back from her face.
"You have the most beautiful eyes."
She gazed back in silence, unable to think of a thing to say. She just wanted to kiss him and get started. She wasn't quite sure what to do, but she'd invited him to her bed, so she should take the initiative. She leaned forward and kissed him. It was a bit rushed and clumsy. Their teeth clunked, but he steadied her with one hand on her shoulder. His other hand cupped the nape of her neck, and his lips closed over hers as he took control, and her nerves and bones dissolved. Maddy ran her hands over his shoulders, over the clean linen of his nightshirt that smelled of sunshine and soap and freshly shaven man. Beneath the fabric, his shoulders were warm and hard, and he smiled lazily, like a big tawny cat, enjoying her appreciation as she smoothed her hands over him. She dipped her fingers into the half-unbuttoned neckline of his nightshirt, caressing the strong column of his throat, slipping lightly over the upper planes of his chest. He made a low sound deep in his throat, caught her hand and kissed her palm. It sent tingles right to the core of her, and her fingers curled around his jaw.
"Shall I remove the nightshirt now?"
Her mouth dried. "Yes," she croaked. In one swift movement, he sat up, yanked it over his head, and tossed it aside. He was naked as he'd been that first night in her bed. But this time, for this one precious night, he was hers to caress, absorb, love. Firelight danced over the golden expanse of his long, hard body. Maddy stroked her palms slowly, luxuriously over him, loving the strength of his shoulders and the hard, elegant muscularity of his arms, the solid planes of his chest.
"You're beautiful," she whispered.
"No, that's my line."
He pulled the thick plaits of her hair forward and unravelled them slowly, loosening one at a time, trailing his fingers through the thick locks, murmuring things about corn silk and fire as he rubbed it against his face and between his fingers and arranged it over her shoulders. When he finished, his fingers rested lightly, just above her breasts.
"Do you want me to?"
she began, reaching for the buttons at the front of her nightgown.
"No."
He pressed his hand over hers, stilling the movement. He smiled at her surprise.
"Not yet."
Before she could ask why, he bent and kissed her lightly on the mouth. Once, twice, and then he was raining kisses on her face, on her eyelids, on her cheeks, soft and sweet like summer rain. Like a cat, she rubbed against him, running her hands over his chest and shoulders, loving the spare, hard feel of him. His skin was cool, but it warmed under her touch, and the intense heat at the core of him seeped into her as it had on the nights they'd slept together. He planted kisses from the corner of her mouth along her jawline in a slow, sensual exploration down the column of her neck. Her lips felt swollen, ultra-sensitive, even though he'd barely skimmed over them. She ached for the deeper kisses he'd given her before, and moistened her lips, enjoying the delicious hunger of anticipation. All she had was this night with him. She would not waste a moment of it by hurrying. But she was hungry, and he was a feast. Her fingers moved of their own accord, stroking lightly over the small, hard nubs. Were his nipples as sensitive as hers? She circled them with her nails, scratching them lightly, like a cat. He made a soft growling noise deep in his throat and moved against her hands, pushing against her, demanding more. Her beautiful lion? No, he was a cougar, elegant and powerful and tawny. Cat-like, she licked his skin, tasting salt and spice and essence of Nash. He tensed. Did he not like it? She glanced up and caught the glint of his smile.
"Again,"
he murmured. This time she bit him very gently, scraping her teeth over the hard little raised nubs, and he arched and shuddered beneath her touch. She smiled, filled with female power, then gasped as he brushed her breast through the fabric of her nightgown. He stroked over the fabric so lightly, so delicately, she should not even feel it. Instead, she quivered uncontrollably at the lightest touch. Her breasts were achingly sensitive, their hardened tips thrusting against the fabric, craving his touch. He caressed her again, and she shuddered and arched and pressed herself against him.
"And now?"
he said, and reached for the buttons on her nightgown. She moved to help him, eager for the sensation of lying skin to skin with him. But again he stopped her with his hands, saying,
"These are my buttons."
She waited breathlessly. He undid one small bone button, then kissed her slowly, sumptuously. Delicious, but she wanted more. Instead, he undid another button clumsily with shaking hands. She groaned silently. Why had she worn a nightgown with so many buttons? I bet you were the kind of little boy who unwrapped his presents very slowly.
I was.
He took the next tiny bone button between his long, strong fingers and gave her a slow smile.
I still am. Anticipation builds hunger.
It certainly did. How many buttons were there? She tried to remember and failed. All she knew was that if he continued unfastening buttons at this torturous rate, she'd melt or explode or something. "I'm not a parcel." In one movement, she pulled the nightgown over her head and tossed it aside. It floated to the floor and settled gently over his, and she was naked in front of a man for the first time in her life. Cool night air whispered against her skin.
"No,"
he breathed.
"You're a gift."
Under the scorching heat of his gaze, the last of her shyness melted. He'd called her beautiful, and now, as he gazed, she felt beautiful. Bathed in soft candlelight, the scent of burning applewood and wax candles filled the air. Her beeswax, from her own bees. Her world contracted to this place, this bed, this man. No yesterdays, no tomorrows, only now.
"Cream and silk, honey and fire,"
he murmured. He trailed the back of his finger lightly down her neck, then leaned slowly forward until his mouth was a hair's breadth from hers. She forgot to breathe. Her heart was pounding in her breast, and then he captured her mouth, claiming possession with a hungry tenderness that unravelled her. He stroked the inside of her mouth with his tongue, running his hands over her, warming, heating, melting her, demanding responses she hadn't known were in her. Long shudders rippled down her spine in an insistent rhythmic pull and flow. With mouth, tongue, and hands, he explored her, tasting, stroking, knowing her with a sureness that made her melt with pleasure. Even as she arched against him, every touch sent luscious ripples through her, curling her toes and causing aching quivers deep inside her. She was melting under his heat, spinning, holding him as if she were falling instead of lying safely in her own bed, in his arms. She moved against him restlessly, clutching his shoulders as if riding out a storm at sea. She didn't know exactly what she wanted, only that he, and only he, could give it. His hand was between her thighs, stroking, caressing, parting her, and oh, she gasped, her body lost to her control. Arching and shivering deep into her very core, and the world dissolved, and there was only him. Nash clung to the last desperate shreds of control. He wanted to savour every moment, every sensation, each gasp and moan and tremulous sigh. Her golden brandy eyes widened, piercing him, lancing him, and then she closed them, shutting him out. Pale crescents fringed in dark lashes, gilded in fire as she shuddered and thrashed under him in climax. He groaned, desperate to bury himself deeply in the slender, golden, willing body, sweet as new hay, hot as brandy. He held back with every shred of self-command he could muster. Her first time. He was determined to make it the best it could be, but she was so damned responsive, and he was so damned hungry for her. It felt like years that he'd been waiting to do this with her, not days. His body ached and throbbed with unfulfilled agony, a starving beast clawing to be fed. Slowly the shudders passed from her, and she lay in his arms, gasping for breath. He planted slow kisses in a glorious exploration down the creamy length of her body, his silken-skinned beauty. He could taste the salt-sweet dampness of her skin, the scent of her soap, made of beeswax and flowers, and the most addictive taste of all, the scent of Maddy. He rubbed his cheek lightly over her breast and took one rosy nipple in his mouth, teasing lightly at first, then becoming more demanding, lavishing her with desire, loving the small, soft cries of pleasure she made. Her hands ran over his body, feverishly, sending his inner beast into a silent, screaming frenzy. Not yet, not yet. He trailed kisses over her soft belly and buried his face in the dark nest of curls at the apex of her silky thighs. She made a small sound of surprise, but her limbs fell apart in helpless desire, and he tasted her, salt-sweet elixir of Maddy, more potent than anything he'd ever tasted. Her breath hitched in a series of little gasps, and she began to moan and twist beneath him, urging him on with fluttering, distracted caresses as he devoured her. He was hard as the rocks of hell and burning with desperate desire, and the taste and scent and feel of her ate at his control. He continued caressing her with his hand as he nibbled his way back up her body, leashing every bit of self-control. He raised himself to possess her, and she ran her fingers lightly over his cock in curious exploration. God, but it nearly unmanned him. He bucked under the feather-like touch, wanting so much more. A long, racking shudder consumed him. He couldn't hold back much longer. But she was ready, more than ready, and when he positioned himself at her entrance, she pushed eagerly against him. He entered her in a long, slow movement, feeling the frail barrier of her innocence shred, catching her gasp of pain in a kiss. Her legs came up and closed tightly around him, and she rained blind, clumsy, feverish kisses on his chest and chin and arms, anywhere she could reach, as her body struggled to adjust to his. His heart tightened in his chest, like a fist in a glove. He clung to the last shred of his control and soothed her with his fingers, arousing her anew, and was soon rewarded with the tight rolling clench of her acceptance. One deep female quiver was all it took to send his body leaping for release, spinning out of his control, and he was rolling with her, thrusting deep, claiming her inexorably in that most ancient and eternal of rhythms, soaring, diving into fire and ecstasy, and darkness. When next he was aware of anything, the fire had died to a dull glow of coals, and the candles were burning low. Maddy lay curled against him, watching him with soft eyes, damp eyes. He moved to let the candlelight illuminate her face and saw tear tracks. He rubbed them gently with a thumb.
"I'm sorry,"
he began, but she didn't let him finish. "I'm not," she said, and kissed him softly, sweetly, and sighed. It was the sigh of a woman well satisfied, but the tears worried him.
"You've been crying."
Never ever had his love-making ended in tears. Women's tears unsettled him, unmanned him. She shook her head and gave him a curious little half-smile, the smile of Mona Lisa, hinting at things no man could hope to understand. She snuggled her head in the hollow between his jaw and his shoulder, settled her palm on his chest, closed her eyes and went to sleep. Tired as he was, it took Nash some time to follow her into sleep. It wasn't just her tears that kept him awake. The whole thing was disturbing. He'd made love to a number of women in his life. He'd always looked on the act of love-making as an agreeable exchange of pleasure, nothing more, nothing less. But this was nothing like that. Yes, there had been pleasure, but pleasure was too small a word, too ordinary, too tame. Making love with Maddy Woodford had been nothing less than shattering. No, it was more, it was... He fell asleep, searching for a word. They made love once more in the stillness of the night, a short, intense, desperate coupling that left him sweating, exhausted, sated and yet satisfied. This time she fell asleep on top of him, her arms and legs still wrapped around him, and his arms locked around her, unwilling to let go. The cold fingers of dawn were stealing into the cottage when she woke him a third time, running her hands over him, so softly he woke gradually, as if floating to the surface of a very deep lake. He was still only half awake when he entered her, every movement slow, as if in a dream, but the chill morning air licked at his flanks like a hungry wolf. He would never forget the expression on her face as she loved him quietly, tenderly, with hands and mouth and body, asking for nothing, giving all. They came together in a shattering climax, the like of which he'd never experienced, the aftermath a piercing bitterness, like sweet wine cut with salt. Nash held her against him, as the sweat dried on him, unwilling to move, still joined in the most elemental way, their limbs tangled, their breathing now quiet, seemingly at peace. But something niggled at him, an expression he'd glimpsed in her eyes in the cool dawn light, familiar but elusive. He worried at it, as a tongue worries at a sore tooth, repeatedly, but to no effect. Eventually she straightened and disentangled herself from him. "Time to go," she whispered. "The children will be waking in an hour or so. They've already said their goodbyes. It would be best if you were gone before they come down for breakfast." She kissed him to soften the implacability in her words and in her eyes, and gave him a little push. She reached down and grabbed her nightgown from the floor and pulled it over her head with a shiver and said, "Do you want breakfast?" "No." He was ravenous, but the expression in her eyes, the brightness in her voice disturbed him. He rose and dressed swiftly, aware all the time of the way she watched his every movement. She helped him tie his ruined boot on with black ribbons, a leftover from her days in mourning, she said, and though he knew it must look ridiculous, he didn't give it more than a passing thought. She was all he could think of, too quiet for comfort, her glorious brandy eyes avoiding his for the most part. Once he'd caught a glimpse of, what? Grief? Anger? Regret? Just a brief flicker that passed too quickly for him to interpret. But it niggled at him too. For 2 pins, he'd climbed back into bed with her and kiss every look from her eyes except ecstasy. But when he took a step toward her, she flung up a hand as if to ward him off. Was it because he'd taken her virginity? Was she worried about pregnancy? "If you find you are with child, don't worry." She hurried to the door, opened it and smiled, a wide smile that was meant to reassure, but unsettled him even more, and said, "You must go now." He hesitated, portmanteau in hand. "I'm only going up the road." "I know." "Whitethorn is maybe an hour's walk, or 15 minutes on horseback from here." "I know." "So this is not goodbye, just good morning." The first in what he hoped would be many such good mornings. "I'll be there for several weeks at least," he told her. She nodded, biting her lip, her eyes luminous. "And even though I must return to Russia next month..." Suddenly he didn't know what to say. "It's not goodbye," he repeated firmly. "I know." Her voice hitched. She gave a quick smile. He was sure it wobbled. Raised herself on tiptoes and kissed him again. A slow, lingering caress. A definite, blasted goodbye, Nash thought. He responded by ravishing her mouth possessively, almost savagely, determined to show her he had no intention of abandoning her. What the hell was she thinking? He was usually quite good at reading people's expressions, divining their thoughts and feelings. It was an asset in his work. But apart from a brief, blind look in her eyes as he released her, he could read nothing in her face as she stepped back. "God keep you safe, Nash Renfrew," she whispered, and pushed him gently out the door. She closed it behind him, and he heard the bolt's slow slide. He tramped along the frosty path towards the vicarage where his horse was stabled. What the devil had got into her? The answer came to him. He had. She'd been a virgin. That was why she was so emotional this morning. It should have been her bridal morning. Guilt poked at Nash's conscience with long, spiny fingers as he stamped on his way. She knew there was no question of marriage, and damn it, he wasn't abandoning her. How could he? She was the most important thing that had ever happened to him. Did she think he could just walk away? He was, in fact, walking away at this very minute, brooding over what couldn't be helped, over the look in a woman's eyes, Maddy's eyes. Damn and blast! He kicked a pebble viciously and nearly lost his tied-on boot. What a bloody mess! He should never have stayed the night, never have accepted her invitation to come to her bed. But the deed was done, and done well. So glorious, he couldn't regret it. But did she? He stopped, encountering a herd of sheep, and waited as they flowed around him in the narrow lane. The shepherd gave him a laconic nod and touched his cap. Nash returned the greeting absently. Did she imagine he would abandon her and the children? Damn it, he was fond of those brats. Very fond. The very first thing he would do when he got to his house would be to summon his man of business, not Harris, Marcus's man of business, and set up a trust for Maddy and the children so that they need never live on honey and eggs and weed-blasted soup again. How much farther to this damned vicarage? His feet hurt. His boots were made for riding, not walking miles over frozen ground. She'd be safe on one of Marcus's estates. She couldn't stay here, facing down the gossip she didn't deserve, but she'd be all right. So why did the thought make him feel so empty? The vicarage stood still and silent. At this ungodly hour, nobody was awake. Nash found his horse, saddled it, and left a note thanking the vicar, saying he'd call at a more civil hour to give his thanks in person. He left a bright, new-minted sovereign for the groom. Then he headed for Whitethorn at a fast gallop. Cold air lanced through him, scouring his lungs as he bent over the horse's neck, urging him faster and faster, enjoying the speed, seeking some kind of release from what, he didn't know. He'd had more releases last night than any man had a right to. He ought to be relaxed and on top of the world. Instead, he was a bunch of angry knots. There were more people out and about now, farm workers who lifted a hand in greeting, as if they knew him. His tenants, perhaps. Thank God they were too far away to engage him in conversation. They galloped until horse and master were breathless, blood singing, cold air stinging. Nash's brain going over that last little scene in the cottage over and over. Damn it all, he wasn't ready to end it yet, whatever it was. Whitethorn Manor came into view in the valley between the trees, floating in wisps of fog in the bowl of a valley. He pulled his horse to a halt and stared blankly in front of him. How did he want it to end? He should have, made it all neat and tidy. He hadn't even told her of his plan to secure her future, and if she was too stubborn and prideful to accept his help, he'd find her a position where she could earn a good living. He'd pay for the boys' education, of course, and the girls would have a generous dowry. He'd find some way that little Miss Stuffrump would accept. He clenched his jaw, frustrated. The trouble was, such plans were all well and good for some other woman, but she was Maddy. She wasn't like other women. The more he thought about it, the more that elusive expression of hers, that last time they'd made love, worried him. A kind of quiet, resigned acceptance. Of what, damn it? He'd made it as clear as a man could that he wasn't abandoning her. If abandonment worried her, God knew she hadn't clung. He knew about clingy women. Maddy had all but thrust him out the door and bolted it after him. As he stared down through the trees, a memory tugged at him. He'd seen that expression before. But when? And then it hit him. It was with just that resigned tenderness that she'd wrapped her grandmother's portrait, that sketchbook, and her girlhood journal. Damn it! She was mentally wrapping him in faded silk brocade, getting ready to put him away with all her other treasured memories. He stared blindly down at the mellow gold stone of his inheritance, then wrenched his horse around and galloped back the way he came. 15. "It's all over the village, miss," Lizzie panted. She'd run all the way from the farm and knocked on the cottage door just after the children had left for the vicarage. For a mad, delirious moment, Maddy had thought Nash had come back, but it was just Lizzie, racing to warn her. Maddy put aside the letters she'd been writing, trying to write, trying to make herself write. She couldn't seem to find the words. What is Lizzie? Though she knew full well. "My uncle was having a drink in the inn yesterday, and Mr. Harris was telling anyone who'd listen that he caught you with a fancy man in your bed, and plenty did listen, and believe me, miss, including Uncle Bill." She gave Maddy a shamefaced look. "He didn't at first. He never liked that Mr. Harris, and so when he came home last night from the pub, he asked me, straight out, 'Did you have a man living with you?' She flushed. "It kind of took me by surprise, miss, and I told him no, but I'm no good at telling fibs, and he knew there was something,
And so I explained that your gentleman was an helpless invalid, but Uncle Bill didn't believe that. No helpless invalid gave Harris that there broken nose, he said. And that was that.
I see, Maddy sighed. The scandal had spread faster than she'd thought.
It's true, isn't it, miss? I can see you've been crying.
Maddy shook her head. Mr. Renfrew did nothing wrong, Lizzie, and so you must tell your uncle and everyone else. Not for her sake. She would be gone, and what the villagers thought of her wouldn't matter once she'd left, but Nash would be the main landowner in the district, and it wasn't fair that he would be blamed for something that wasn't her fault. Her choice. Lizzie eyed her shrewdly.
If he'd done nothing wrong, then why are you crying?
He's gone. Maddy bit off the words and tried to look unconcerned. It was a miserable failure. Lizzie's face fell.
Oh, miss, you've gone and fallen in love with him, haven't you? She whispered. Oh, miss.
Lizzie pulled her into a warm hug, and the unexpected comfort of it set off Maddy's tears again. Stupid to be crying, she berated herself silently, when it was all of her own doing. It was just that she hadn't known how it would feel, to feel so much, and then watch him ride away knowing it was over. After a moment she pulled back. Don't mind me, she muttered, groping for a handkerchief. I'm just a fool who fell for a handsome face. And let herself dream secret, impossible dreams. Lizzie wiped Maddy's cheeks with a corner of her apron. You and me both, miss, she said. That's the trouble with being a woman. We're built to give our hearts away. I even married my handsome face and it's still done me no good. Heartbreak on two legs. That's what my Reuben and your Mr. Renfrew are. Maddy gave a shaky laugh. Lizzie's practical acceptance of her fate was heartening. She supposed all women did go through it. Mamma had, and so had Grandmère. Uncle Bill don't blame you, miss. He says it's what all them fine gentlemen are like, rakes one and all, and built to take advantage. But, he says... Lizzie screwed up her face in frustration. He says I'm not to go and be a maidservant now, that if a fine gentleman can ruin a nice lady like you, then a girl like me, with a weakness for a fine-looking man, hasn't a hope of staying virtuous. Lizzie pulled a face. But there's no danger of that. My Reuben cured me of falling for a handsome charmer. Plenty of lads have tried to have their way with me, thinking me lonely, now that I've tasted the pleasures of the marriage bed. And that's true enough. Lizzie's expression grew soft and distant, remembering. Maddy tried not to think about the lonely nights that lay in her future. Her feelings were too raw and tender to express. But she knew exactly how Lizzie felt. The pleasures of the marriage bed. How long had Reuben been gone? Nearly 2 years? He was never coming back, that was clear to Maddy. Yet all this time later, Lizzie could still look like this at the mention of his name. Oh, God. Lizzie continued, But if I can't have Reuben, I don't want nobody. She winked at Maddy, especially not some village bumpkin with sweaty, great clumsy hands. Maddy managed to smile, but a sick feeling settled in the pit of her stomach. Not a village bumpkin, but a fastidious old man with soft, white, powdery skin and perfectly manicured hands. She repressed a shudder. How could she bear Mr. Home to touch her after Nash? But she must. She must. If Lizzie's Uncle Bill, who had always been an ally, could think the worst of her... She abruptly became aware of what Lizzie was saying. He says I'm not to come here for lessons any more, miss. If your good name has been tainted... She took Maddy's hands in her own work-roughened grip. Don't look like that, miss. I'll come anyway, you see if I don't. And I don't care what Uncle Bill says. I will too become a maidservant. I'm not going to live with cows the rest of my life. Or if I must, I'm determined they'll be the two-legged sort with fancy clothes and airs and graces. She winked. Maddy gave a choked laugh. It simply wasn't possible to stay gloomy with Lizzie around. You don't need any more lessons, and I've written you a character reference. She took it from the mantelpiece and handed it to Lizzie. Besides, I'm leaving the village. Lizzie tucked the precious document in her apron pocket, unread. Thanks, miss. Leaving the village? Where for? I'm going back to Leicestershire, to where the children used to live. But I thought... Lizzie stopped.
Thought what? I always had the feeling you never liked it there. Maddy made a rueful gesture. I didn't, but I've no choice now. I can't stay here. Mr. Harris has seen to that. The old basket, Lizzie muttered, but she made no attempt to argue. Her ready acceptance of Maddy's leaving only confirmed Maddy's decision to leave. When do you go? Tomorrow morning. We'll take the coach to Salisbury and then change. What did the Litlans say when you told them? I haven't told them yet. She'd sent them off for their lessons as usual, unable to face their questions so soon after Nash leaving. Lizzie grimaced in wordless sympathy. So what'll you do in Leicestershire, miss? Maddy hesitated, but there was no point in keeping it a secret. I've had an offer of marriage. The fact that it was years old made no difference. Mr. Holm had waited years for her. The offer would still be open. From... Lizzie exclaimed, but her excitement deflated when she saw Maddy's face. Not Mr. Renfrew, then. Maddy shook her head. A friend of my father's. Lizzie screwed up her nose. Old? Maddy nodded. Rich? Again Maddy nodded. I'm tired of battling for every mouthful, and the children are growing out of their clothes so fast. Ah, well, if he's rich, I suppose it's not so bad. Better than staying here and having all the old biddies whispering and turning their backs on you, Lizzie said bluntly. She glanced at the window where the sun was burning off the morning mist. I better go, miss. I had to stay and get the milking done with, but there's butter to be churned, and if I don't go now, I'll be in even more hot water than I am already. Maddy saw her to the door, and the two girls embraced. Oh, miss, I'm going to miss you that much, Lizzie said tearfully. She would miss Lizzie too, Maddy thought, hugging her tight. She was going to be so lonely without... Lizzie? She clutched Lizzie's shoulders tightly. Come with me. Lizzie's eyes widened. Where? To Leicestershire? Maddy nodded. As my maid, Mr... The man I'm marrying can easily afford an extra maid, and it would mean so much to me to have a friend with me. A grin almost split Lizzie's face. I'll come, she said. In a heartbeat I will, miss. You really mean it? I really do. Well then, I will, Lizzie declared. Whether Uncle Bill says I can go or not. They hugged each other again. Then Lizzie glanced at the sky. I'll get hopping now. I'll churn a mountain of butter first and see if I can turn him up sweet before I break the news. She started running toward the farm, then stopped and turned back with a grin. No more of them bloody clows! Hooray! And in a series of joyful little skips, she sped off. Maddy watched her go, but slowly her smile faded. If the villagers were reacting as Lizzie said, she'd better go and face the vicar. She needed to explain and to say goodbye to him and Mrs. Matheson and a few other friends. She put on her cloak and set off for the vicarage. Nash dismounted, tied his horse to Maddy's gate and knocked. No answer. He tried the door and found it latched, but unlocked.
Maddy?
He called, but there was no answer. She'd probably taken the children to their lessons. He stepped inside and came to a surprised halt. The normally neat cottage was cluttered. On the table in the centre of the neatly made bed and on the floor were piles of clothing and other items. Small piles. The sum total of what they owned was pathetically meagre. But it was clear to Nash that everything Maddy and the children owned was assembled here. 2 large shabby leather portmanteaus sat beside the bed. She was packing to leave. She wasn't worried about being abandoned. She was abandoning him. When had she planned to tell him? He wondered savagely. She'd worked bloody fast. He'd left only an hour or 2 ago. He prowled around the room, glaring at the neat little piles. 2 piles for each person. Things to take on the bed, and on the floor the things they would leave behind. Clothes, a pitiful pile, and a few treasures of childhood. Susan's sketchbook, their handmade books, the Luciella book on top, and the kind of treasures Nash remembered from his boyhood. A bird skull, a curious stone, a horseshoe, a cricket bat and ball,
Maddy's pile contained a few threadbare dresses, a couple of battered books, and the small leather case containing her treasured memories, wrapped in faded, blasted brocade. Damn it! How could she plan to leave just like that, without telling him, and where the hell was she going? Writing materials were scattered on the table. One letter, addressed to him, but only just begun. She'd got as far as, "Dear Nash, I was not able to say this when you left, but—" Say what? His mind was a boiling stew of questions, but no matter how many times he read it, he was just as much in the dark. He picked up the other letter, lying open on the table, a draft with many scratchings out. "Dear Mr. Home, I hope you are in good health. I am writing to ask if your offer is still... I am writing to inform you that I am now willing... The children and I need to leave the place where we have been living, and I will accept the conditions you laid before me last time." Offer? Conditions? Not so willing, if the scratched-out lines were any indication. He turned the letter over. It was addressed to someone called Mr. George Home, Esquire, of Fifield Place in Gilmorton, Leicestershire. Who the devil was Mr. George Home, Esquire? And what was he to Maddy? Whatever offer he had made before, she'd obviously refused it. Was she now reconsidering? Because of Nash? "Did you forget something?" Maddy's voice came from the open doorway. He swung around. "Who's George Home?" Her eyes were immediately shuttered. She closed the door behind her before saying, "My father's neighbour." Her gaze dropped to the letter in his hand. She swung her cloak off and plonked it roughly on its hook. "I cannot bear it when people read other people's letters," she told him roundly. "It is the most dishonourable, most intrusive, despicable—" "George Home? What sort of neighbour?" Her eyes snapped with irritation. "Not that it's any of your concern, but he was a good friend of my father's. He is executor of Papa's will and co-trustee of the estate Papa left, such as it is." "Co-trustee?" "He is responsible for the purely financial matters, Papa's debts, in other words. I have complete control of the children." "This," he brandished the incomplete letter, "this mentions he made you an offer. What sort of offer?" "Have you no shame to quote my private correspondence? It was open on the table. What offer?" She did not respond. Instead, she began to gather up the clothing discarded on the floor. The prosaic action infuriated him. He caught her by the wrist. "What offer?" She pulled away. "A very respectable one." "Marriage?" He blinked. "How old is this Home fellow?" She shrugged. "I don't know. A couple of years older than Papa, I think. Past 60? "Past 60? The lecherous old goat. You will refuse him, of course. You did in the past, I collect?" She gave him an opaque look. "When a man takes good care of himself, and Mr. Home is very well preserved, 60 is not that old." Nash snorted. "It is when you're offering marriage to a young woman of 20. 22. She harnessed her temper and presented an irritatingly calm appearance. Superficial, Nash knew. Nevertheless, his own temper mounted. What did his own children think of this outrageous offer? "He has no children." "Widowed long?" "No." Her gaze slid away. She was hiding something. "What do you mean, no? When was he widowed?" "He's not a widower. He's never been married." "Never been married? And yet now, in his 6th decade, he decides to take a wife young enough to be his granddaughter." Nash shook his head. "There's something wrong there. A man of that age, a bachelor of long standing, more than 60 years, suddenly decides to change his life. I don't believe it. What does he have to gain?" She bared her teeth in imitation of a smile. "Me." He snorted again. It was outrageous. The very thought of her and some old man. Any man. He jammed tightly clenched fists in his pockets, out of sight. "It's true," she insisted. "He told me when I was a little girl that he would marry me one day." He rolled his eyes. "That's just something you say to a child." The anger sighed out of her. "I know," she said.
more quietly. But he maintained that position ever since. I thought his references to it were mere pleasantries, but when Papa died, Mr. Home insisted that Papa had approved the match. She grimaced. I think the real attraction is that he admired the way I looked after Papa when he was dying.
Nash was revolted. You mean he wants to tie a lovely young woman to him so he'll be well looked after in his old age? I've never heard of anything so...
Selfish?
Wasteful, he snapped. Wasteful of you, your life, and all its wonderful possibilities.
She gave a mirthless laugh and looked around her. Yes, indeed. Why would anyone give up all these wonderful possibilities? She indicated the small cottage, barren now of its warmth, to marry a wealthy old man. Why give up the constant and unrelenting struggle to feed and clothe 5 children, when by marrying you could give them everything they need and want?
And what about what you want?
She gave him a long look, then shrugged enigmatically.
You refused him before,
Nash persisted. The very idea of her marrying this unknown old man appalled him. She couldn't be allowed to sacrifice herself so cold-bloodedly. She deserved something better, much better. She turned away from him and started briskly folding clothing. Yes, well, I'm older now and wiser. Guilt lashed Nash's anger and frustration to breaking point. She hadn't spoken of becoming an old man's darling 2 days ago, when her garden was destroyed and her hives burned. She hadn't talked about marrying Home then. On the contrary, she'd been determined to fight back. Now all the fight was gone from her, and he hated it. Hated seeing resignation and acceptance in her eyes, knowing that he was the cause of it.
If it's money you need, I said before I could.
She turned on him, enraged. Do not dare offer me money. Damn it. Had all his diplomatic skills deserted him? Nash took a calming breath and rephrased it.
I didn't mean it like that. You know I don't. But naturally, you want security for the children. I thought you understood that I would look after them as well as you. I mustn't have made it clear.
You made it quite clear, and you have nothing to reproach yourself about. But I cannot accept that kind of support. You may not know what it's like in a small village, where everyone knows everyone's business. But if you sent men along with firewood, the village would know. If you gave me a rug for the floor, they would know, and they would whisper and talk, and the good, respectable women who have been my friends up to now will speculate, and no longer commission bonnets, and everyone would gossip, and the children would suffer for it. She'd been going to say something else. He thought.
Shun? Her friends would shun her. I will buy you a house somewhere else, on one of my brothers'.
Thank you, but no. She cut him off firmly. You mean I would live as your mistress, I suppose? She paused and, horrified, he realized he had no answer. He hadn't thought about anything except that he was going to lose her just when he'd found her. She read an answer in his frozen face and shook her head. Living as your mistress, seeing you only when you returned to England, when you could spare the time. She made a decisive gesture. I refuse to live on crumbs of attention and spend my life waiting. I will make my own choices. Her cold-blooded assessment of the situation lashed at his guilt. A fine fellow he was indeed, to bring a girl to this when all she'd done was save his life.
I'm sorry. I know it's my fault. That my being here, and what happened between us last night.
Do not apologize for last night. Her eyes flashed. Her honey-smoke voice vibrated with emotion. Last night was nothing to do with this. Nothing. It was between you and me alone. And if there's anything I regret, it's not that we made love. She passed her hand wearily over her face, gathering her composure. Her fingers trembled, and pain twisted in him. In a quieter voice she said, Your offer is very generous, Nash, but you don't need to take care of me or give me money or cottages or rugs or firewood to assuage any guilt you think you have. You have nothing to reproach yourself for. Everything that happened in this cottage was my choice, mine, and I regret none of it. She paused, except perhaps for Mr. Harris discovering you were here. But again, that was my responsibility. I knew the risk and accepted it. She was being far too generous, Nash thought. He'd provoked Harris's vindictiveness and caused the scandal that would force her to leave, to marry an old man. And if I return to Leicestershire and marry Mr. Home, it will also be my choice. So please, put aside any misplaced guilt you have. Set your new estate to rights, return to Russia and your life as a diplomat. Let me get on with my life. He grabbed her arm and swung her around to face him.
You can't bloody well marry a man old enough to be your grandfather. It's obscene.
She pulled herself out of his grip with an irritable movement. Kindly do not swear at me. It's none of your business what I do, Nash Renfrew. It's my life, my choice.
And your body that will have an old man slavering incompetently over it.
She turned, trying to hide the involuntary shudder that passed through her at his words. But Nash saw it, saw and pounced on it with triumph.
Admit it. You don't want to marry him.
I admit nothing, she flashed. It's my decision. Now please. She broke off and flung away to another part of the small room. She stood, her back to him, breathing deeply, almost visibly reassembling her composure. When she turned back, her face was smooth and clear of all visible signs of emotion. She walked up to Nash and in a calm, pleasant voice said, "Goodbye, Mr. Renfrew. I wish you all the best in your life." She held out her hand. He stared at it, as if at a live snake. If he took it, it meant he accepted her dismissal. Damned if he would. Let her go and marry some disgusting old goat, just because Nash Renfrew had ruined her life.
All right then, I'll marry you,
he heard himself say. 16. It was like cold water dashed in her face. All right then, I'll marry you. Flung at her in anger, resentfully, as if she'd been begging him to marry her. All right then, I'll marry you. And then he looked vaguely alarmed, as if he'd shocked himself as well as her. He hadn't meant to say it. He'd schooled his face into an expression of polite anticipation, all his anger and jealousy, for that's what it was, she knew, belatedly muzzled and packed away out of sight, presenting her with his diplomat's face, waiting for her response, for his ill-considered, obviously unplanned, and apparently instantly regretted marriage proposal. She wanted to slap him, to burst into tears. No, slap him. Impossible man. Serve him right if she accepted him. He waited, his eyes unreadable, all signs of emotion subdued. A diplomat's job was to lie for his country. He would be a wonderful diplomat, she was sure. He might have made love to her with a tenderness and passion that had stolen away the last piece of her hopelessly ill-guarded heart. But in one unguarded flash, she'd seen what he really thought. It sliced deep into her heart. Want him as she might, and oh, she did. She had too much pride to accept what was clearly an unintended proposal of marriage, especially knowing the kind of bride he wanted. A girl with the right sort of upbringing, the right sort of connections, of which she had none. She might be desperate enough to marry Mr. Home, but with him she was only laying her body on the line. With Nash, it would be everything. Body, heart, and soul. He waited, watching her with that horrid, blank, diplomatish expression. If she did accept him, took advantage of his momentary guilt and jealousy to trap him into marriage, this would be the face she'd see for the rest of her life, all politeness and diplomacy and blank, unreadable eyes. It wouldn't just break her heart, it would grind it to dust. She gave him a proud look. Do you think I would accept such a proposal as that, uttered in begrudging resentment and flung down in the dust for me to pick up? His clenched jaw dropped. Thank you, Mr. Renfrew, but no thank you. I have made my decision. Goodbye. It's been a pleasure knowing you, You may see yourself out." She turned her back so that he wouldn't see that she was fighting tears.
"Very well, madam,"
he said in a tight-clipped voice, and stormed from the cottage. She'd refused him. Nash stalked to where he'd tied his horse. She'd refused him, sent him away with a flea in his ear in a dismissal worthy of a duchess. He was relieved, that went without saying. He hadn't meant to make her an offer. He had no idea what possessed him. He wanted to gallop away, to leave the whole mortifying mess behind him. But his horse was tired. 2 wild rides were enough for a morning. Leaving at a sedate trot was frustrating. He tried to block out the memory of her stricken expression. He reminded himself that it wouldn't have worked, that Maddy was too unsophisticated, too innocent for the life he led. The frozen feeling lodged at his core had everything to do with being appalled at his lapse in judgment, and nothing to do with her refusal. Her refusal stung. What had she said? A proposal as that, uttered in begrudging resentment, and flung down in the dust. What nonsense! He hadn't flung any damn thing in the dust. There was no dust in that cottage. She kept it clean and neat as a new pin. And as for begrudging resentment... A middle-aged woman came toward him in a dog-cart, a basket of flowers sitting beside her on the seat. Smiling at him, with pleased expression, she stopped, with the clear intent of engaging him in conversation. Another blasted tenant.
"How do you do, madam?"
Nash snapped, and trotted on. Rather than marry Nash, Maddy had chosen a lecherous old goat, 3 times her age. It more than stung. It cut deep and festered. A scraggly dog raced out from a farmhouse, yapping fiercely. "All right then, I'll marry you." Good God, had he really said that? In that tone of voice? To the woman he'd made love to all night, who'd shattered him with her warmth and generosity, who'd made no effort to trap him into marriage, who'd only saved his life, tended his injuries, and given him more care than anyone in his life. Oaf! Where was the silver-tongued diplomat, famed for his smooth address? The trouble was, he was used to dealing with men, negotiating with men. He understood men. Men were logical, or if not precisely logical, easy enough to read, driven by passions he could understand. Greed, self-interest, power. Women now. He'd never understood women. He kept them at a distance, flirting, deflecting any with serious intent, indulging in the occasional light-hearted affair with a like-minded female. Never, ever anything remotely emotional. He always made that clear, right from the start. He'd let Maddy Woodford get closer to him than any woman in his life. Yet Maddy Woodford hadn't waxed emotional over him. She hadn't wept, or stormed, or railed at him. She hadn't clung, she hadn't begged. She'd asked nothing of him at all, only his body. She'd loved him so sweetly and generously through the night, shattering all his self-control, then sent him on her way with a smile, albeit wobbly, and a firm goodbye. He was the one who'd become emotional, for the first time in his life. The very idea of her marrying that ghastly old goat, lying in a bed while an old man pored over her, dribbling, slavering his vile old man drool over her pure silken skin. It drove him to the brink of insanity. He closed his eyes, recognizing the emotion roiling through him. Jealousy. His father and mother all over again. Put her out of your mind, man. Forget her. You offered and she refused. Damn it. Life had been so much simpler before he met Maddy Woodford. Calm, pleasant, relatively ordered. He'd known exactly who he was and what he wanted. Now he had a mass of conflicting desires clawing at his insides like wild beasts, tearing him apart. He wanted to ride out a storm, to curse the wind and howl at the moon. Instead, he was forced to trot sedately through sunshine and spring flowers and twittering blasted birds.
He wanted to punch someone, shoot something, strangle someone. Damn it, he had to do something. Foolish, foolish creature. Maddy upbraided herself silently as she moved about the cottage, packing and sorting clothes. After everything you've always said about seizing a chance when it came. So he might have come to resent you for taking advantage of his momentary jealousy. At least you'd have the husband your heart desires. Not just her heart. As she moved about the cottage, she felt twinges and tenderness in unexpected places, and echoes of the night's loving rippled gently through her. Each time it happened, she closed her eyes, luxuriating in every tiny sensation, memorizing, hoarding it for the long, lonely future she'd so foolishly embraced. She blamed all those songs and poems and stories of giving it all up for love, for the sake of her beloved who'd shocked himself with an accidental proposal and was even now riding away, heading for his glittering future, no doubt congratulating himself about his lucky escape from a most unsuitable woman. Her beloved, who kissed like a dream and made love like... A hot, luscious shiver rippled through her, pooling at her centre, clenching like a velvet fist deep inside her. She closed her eyes to savour it.
"Wrapping me in faded silk brocade, are you?"
said a deep voice from the doorway. She whirled.
"Faded silk brocade? I won't have it."
He strode into the cottage.
"I'm a living, breathing man, with needs."
He closed the door behind him and turned, his blue eyes boring into her in a way that set her heart fluttering.
"And I'm not ready to be put away in a box."
"What?"
"Sit down."
It was not a request. Maddy blinked, and sat, and watched wide-eyed as he took a couple of paces about the cottage as if coming to a decision, and then came to stand in front of her, and then knelt on one knee. Maddy stopped breathing. Her heart thudded in her chest like a fist pounding on a door. His eyes were dark blue and sombre. He took her left hand in his and said,
"Madeleine Woodford, would you do me the honour of giving me your hand in marriage?"
For a moment, she was too stunned to answer. He gave a rueful smile.
"Every man is entitled to make a mull of his first marriage proposal. You must acknowledge this one is neither flung down in the dust nor uttered in begrudging resentment."
She'd flicked him on the raw with those comments, she saw, offended his sense of himself. He waited for her response. "Why do you want to marry me?" she asked, then silently cursed herself for doing so. It was a miracle he'd come back, asked her again. Few people were given a second chance in life, but she wanted to know, had to know why, ached for the words. He smiled.
"Having jeopardized your good name, I can do no less than retrieve you from the consequences of my imprudence."
"Oh, that." Maddy swallowed her disappointment. It shouldn't matter why. It didn't, really. She would still accept his offer. Gallantry was a fine reason to marry. No point crying for the moon.
"The offer, of course, includes the children,"
he said.
"I know you want to keep everyone together. I'm a wealthy man. None of you will lack for anything."
She bit her lip and managed a nod. He misinterpreted the reason for her silence and squeezed her hand.
"Believe me, if I didn't think this was the best thing to do, I'd find another solution to the problem."
The problem? That would be her. Oh, why couldn't she just say yes and get it over with? What was the matter with her? She tried to swallow again, but there was a large lump in her throat. A slight crease formed between his brows.
"I suppose you think it's too soon, that you've only known me a short time, but it's essential we scotch the gossip."
"The gossip, yes." He gave her a shrewd look.
"You're worried, perhaps, because you know I'd planned on a different sort of bride."
Maddy gave a sort of shrug. She knew. He must have seen something in her expression, for his frown deepened.
"You have other desirable qualities."
Maddy was suddenly breathless again. "Really?"
"Yes, indeed.
The ability to cope with difficult and unexpected circumstances is important for a diplomat's wife. In the last week, we two have managed to rub along in a cramped cottage under stressful conditions. You keep a cool head and respond practically, rather than with a high degree of sensibility, as most ladies of my acquaintance do. Oh, he meant she didn't scream or become hysterical in a crisis. True enough, she was boringly practical. A high degree of sensibility was something only a pampered lady could afford. As a tactic, it was wholly dependent on having someone ready and waiting to come to your rescue. Nobody ever rescued Maddy. She'd always had to rescue herself. Until Nash Renfrew came into her life, she reminded herself. And now he was offering to take all her troubles away and marry her. Marry her. Marry her. The reasons didn't matter, Maddy told herself. The words didn't matter. Only the fact. Nash took her hand. I believe we will deal well together. Deal well together? Maddy tried to reconcile the man who'd made shiveringly hot, luscious love to her through the night with this cool-voiced stranger who proposed marriage with a recitation of her deficiencies and her qualities. It's not a love match, Maddy, he said gently. Don't mistake what passed between us last night for love. It's just how it is between a man and a woman. Sometimes, if you're lucky, it's a healthy expression of desire. That's all. Perhaps, Maddy thought. She couldn't speak for his feelings, only hers. He tucked a curl behind her ear, and even such a light brush of skin against skin left her melting inside. He said, You have romantic notions, I suspect, but believe me, this practical arrangement is far better than a love match. At her doubtful look, he explained further. I told you that my parents made a love match. The love of a lifetime, they called it. Every interaction was overly passionate and rife with emotion. His eyes were somber. It tore our family apart. Such a liaison would be anathema to me. Anathema? It was Maddy's turn to stare. He couldn't possibly mean it. This, from the man who had caressed her breasts when he was barely conscious, who, even when he didn't know his own name, curled his big warm body around hers, protective and loving, even in sleep, who slept with his hand cupping her breast, who could make her weep in the night with the beauty and the power of his lovemaking, and who made her insides melt with pleasure even when he was absent. He wanted a passionless, emotionless marriage. She would promise nothing of the sort, but now was not the time to confess it. She folded her hands and tried to look demure and suitably emotionless. Her heart was pounding. So, what do you say, Maddy Woodford? Will you marry me? A better person would refuse him. It wasn't fair to reward his gallantry, knowing, despite his reassurance, that his world would see marriage to her as a mésalliance. But life wasn't fair. It hadn't been fair to Grand-mère, it hadn't been fair to Mamma, and it hadn't been fair to Maddy or the children. Nash had had his chance. Of his own free will, he'd asked her a second time. That was his folly, to live with or regret. She would seize this opportunity, and this man, with both hands. Grand-mère, are you watching? Maddy took a deep breath and uttered the fateful words. Thank you, Mr. Renfrew. I would be honoured to accept your proposal of marriage. Excellent, he said, and kissed her hand. He kissed the back of her hand slowly and with a burning look from those intense blue eyes. And it set a hot shiver through her, collecting in the pit of her stomach. She wanted him to kiss her mouth and leaned forward, inviting it. He rose to his feet and took a small notebook and pencil from his pocket, saying, I'll make all the arrangements. Perhaps proper kissing was to be restricted to the bedchamber. It didn't matter, Maddy decided, as long as there was kissing. She was going to marry Nash Renfrew. Grand-mère would be delighted. The marriage would return Maddy to the status her ancestry and birth, if not her upbringing, entitled her to.
Grandmère would also approve of the way the man filled a tight coat and a pair of buckskin breeches, not to mention his pretty blue eyes. Grandmère had ever an eye for a handsome young man, and a particular soft spot for a blue-eyed man. She'd passed both on to Maddy. Her French side. Nash Renfrew in a tight coat and a pair of buckskin breeches was a fine, handsome man. Naked in a bed, he was downright beautiful. Would she marry him? Try and stop her. Would their marriage be the cold-blooded arrangement he said he wanted? Not if she could help it. Would they be happy? She hoped so. She would certainly try. Would he ever love her? Ah, that was the question.
Now,
Nash said, pencil and notebook at the ready.
Who should I notify of our betrothal?
Maddy thought. Nobody, she said finally. The few scattered relatives who remained had been uninterested in Maddy and the children when they needed help. She wanted nothing to do with them now her luck had changed, and her only friends were in the village, and she didn't know yet how they'd respond to the gossip about her. He frowned and glanced at the unfinished letter to Mr. Holm on the table.
Not even that fellow?
Especially not that fellow, Maddy thought. No. He doesn't know where I am, and I'd rather he didn't know I was getting married. Nash frowned.
But weren't you engaged to him?
Maddy shook her head. No, never. He asked me to marry him 2 years ago, but I refused. But he said at the time the offer would remain open indefinitely. So when I was
desperate, you decided to change your mind, he said softly.
Yes. He hesitated, as if about to say something, then changed his mind. He said briskly,
Very well. So a small, quiet wedding, yes?
She nodded.
And would you prefer to be married in the church here or somewhere else? The alternatives are the family chapel at Alverley, St. George's, Hanover Square in London, or another place of your preference.
In the village church, I think, with Reverend Matheson. At least then there would be some people she knew at the wedding, even if they were just Lizzie, Mrs. Matheson, and a few curious villagers come to gawk and whisper.
Good then. I'll arrange it for as soon as possible. I'll go and see him now.
He picked up his gloves. I'll need a new dress, she blurted. I had to receive a marriage proposal in my old blue dress, but I refused to be married in it. He waved a careless hand.
Of course, all that will be taken care of.
And new slippers. These have a hole, and when I kneel at the altar rail in the church, everyone will see. He glanced at her slippers and frowned.
Good God, I wouldn't dream of letting you be married in those old things. You'll need a whole new wardrobe, of course.
Illogically, his condemnation of her attire annoyed her. She tried so hard to maintain a respectable outward appearance and, suddenly, she'd realised what he'd said. A whole new wardrobe. He looked up from his list.
Naturally. After the wedding we will travel to London, where a mantua maker will fit you with everything you need.
A whole new wardrobe. She swallowed. For a girl who'd been fretting about how to pay for a new pair of children's shoes, it was all moving so fast. But a whole new wardrobe. She could adapt to that. Clothes. Beautiful new clothes. How long since she'd had new clothes? He added in a reassuring voice, as if shopping for a whole new wardrobe would be difficult.
My aunt will help you with that aspect of things. She has excellent taste, and she adores shopping.
His aunt? Would that be the aunt who's been searching for a suitable bride for you? He nodded.
Yes, my Aunt Gosforth. Maud, Lady Gosforth, our father's sister. She's been widowed these many years and was childless. She is excellent on, knows everyone, and is completely a la mode. She'll be delighted to show you the ropes.
I see, Maddy said cautiously. You don't think she might resent me? He looked at her in surprise.
Resent you? Why should she?
Perhaps because after all her work in searching for an eligible bride, you went ahead and chose me. He shrugged it off.
Any coals of blame she'll heap on me, not you. Aunt Maud never holds a grudge. She's very fond of me, of all her nephews, and can never stay cross for long.
Maddy gave him a doubtful look. She wasn't so sure.
Besides, he added,
Even if she were furious, she couldn't resist the prospect of outfitting you and the children.
The children? Well, of course he'd want the children to be properly dressed too, she chided herself. It was all so sudden. She hadn't quite taken in the magnitude of change in her life yet. He misunderstood her.
Aunt Maud is very fond of children, so don't worry about a thing. I'll arrange everything. You just finish the packing and get ready. We leave this afternoon, as soon after luncheon as I can manage.
Leave this afternoon? Why? And where? At that moment, someone knocked at the door. She hesitated.
Get the door, he told her. I'll explain after that.
But it was Lizzie, big with news. Oh, Lizzie, Maddy exclaimed. Could you wait a moment?
Nonsense,
Nash interrupted. He nodded to Lizzie and gestured her to come in.
I'll be off now. Don't worry about the whys or wheres. Just get ready.
He glanced at Lizzie and added in an undertone,
and not a word to anyone about leaving. Not even Lizzie. Understand?
He picked up his portmanteau and hat. But,
trust me.
He left, closing the door behind him. She turned to find Lizzie eyeing her quizzically. What's going on, Miss Maddy? Make us a cup of tea, will you, Lizzie, and I'll tell you all about it. It's been an eventful morning.
You!
The vicar exclaimed with loathing when he opened the door to Nash. His thick eyebrows gnashed together like angry grey caterpillars.
You dare to show your face here when you've caused that poor girl! I'm here to arrange a wedding,
Nash said crisply.
Ah, indeed? Harumph! I suppose you'd better come in then.
The vicar ushered Nash into a small, cosy study. Books and writing paper were spread over a small side table, and from somewhere outside, the sounds of children's voices floated. Presumably they were taking a break from their studies.
Is it true?
The vicar demanded.
Is what true? That you're the brother of the Earl of Alverley and the heir to Sir Jasper Brownrigg's estate. Sit down,
the vicar added testily, waving Nash to a worn but comfortable-looking chair.
It's true.
Nash sat in the seat indicated and crossed his legs. The vicar eyed Nash's boot with the black ribbons tied around it and snorted.
I suppose that's all the rage among London dandies.
Nash smiled.
No, it's a fashion all of my own.
The vicar snorted again.
But you're going to make an honest woman of that poor girl.
She was never anything else, Nash said silkily.
Never.
The vicar's thick brows beetled upwards.
I see.
He scrutinized Nash's face for a long time.
She's ruined as far as the village is concerned. Don't take a fire to make smoke. Reputation is all in the imagination. Never mind about facts.
Indeed, Nash countered smoothly.
Which is why I'm here. A wedding as soon as can be arranged.
The vicar gave a curt nod.
As it happens, the bishop is coming this afternoon for a short stay. He can issue you with a licence, save you a trip into Salisbury.
He opened his diary and perused the entries.
You cannot marry until 10 days after the licence has been issued. That brings us to Friday week. If you want to marry any sooner, you'll need a special licence, which will involve a trip to London. No, Friday week will be soon enough.
Nash paused.
How long does the bishop plan to stay? A week. Why? Could he be persuaded to stay on for the wedding?
A bishop's presence would be to Maddy's advantage, make the marriage look less hasty. The vicar gave him a shrewd look.
Will any of your relatives be attending? Your brother, the Earl, for instance?
Nash nodded.
My brother, the Earl, my aunt, Lady Gosforth, my half-brother and his wife, Lady Helen, and some others, and a small reception afterward at Whitethorn Manor, to which the bishop, yourself, and Mrs. Matheson would be invited, of course.
The Reverend Matheson nodded.
Then I believe the bishop would indeed be interested.
He slanted Nash a speculative look.
A wedding conducted by the bishop and attended by such exalted guests would also have the village ladies in a tiz of excitement.
Nash smiled.
One hopes it will turn their minds to more pleasant topics.
The vicar said frankly,
Nothing more vicious than a clutch of genteel tabbies turning on one of their own. Quite. And of course, Miss Woodford would invite those she considers her friends.
The Reverend Matheson smiled for the first time.
Oh, that would change their tune. Indeed it would. Very well. I'll relay your request to the bishop.
He glanced at Nash and gave a small nod, as if confirming something to himself.
My wife and I will do what we can to persuade him to stay. Hasty it may be, but that little gal deserves as fine a wedding as we can give her.
Excellent. We understand one another then. Nash stood.
I'll be taking Maddy and the children on a visit to meet my family later today, but I'd appreciate it if you kept that to yourself. We'll be back in a week, but in the meantime, I want people to think Maddy is at home as usual.
Reverend Matheson agreed and looked intrigued, but Nash didn't explain. The vicar led him toward the front door.
My wife will be thrilled to hear about the wedding. She's very fond of that girl and the children. Anything we can do to help, just you ask.
He held out his hand to Nash. Nash shook it firmly. He misread this man in so many ways.
There's just one small misapprehension. The bishop can say a prayer or perform a blessing of some such, but we want you to perform the actual ceremony.
The vicar's eyes almost popped from their sockets.
Me? Instead of the bishop? Bless my soul. Why? You've been a staunch friend to Maddy, and it will mean more to her to have you marry us than a dozen bishops or even an archbishop.
The vicar stared for a moment, and his face slowly flushed. He pulled out a large white handkerchief and blew fiercely into it.
I'd be delighted, my boy. Delighted,
he said in a thick voice. Making his third journey that day to his new home, Nash stopped in the village, famished, and ate 2 meat pies, washed down with an ale at the village inn. To the girl who brought the pies and the man who drew the ale, he casually dropped the information that he'd be back next week to attend his wedding. Yes, to Miss Woodford, a secret long-standing engagement. These last 2 years, she'd been waiting for his return from Russia. Yes, she was very patient. He was indeed a lucky man. And yes, Russia was a long way from here. Foreign parts, indeed. And that, he thought as he rode toward Whitethorn, should deflect the gossip nicely. Next, to take control of his inheritance. 17. Word had obviously reached Whitethorn Manor that Nash was in the district, for by the time he rode down the long drive that led to the house, a handful of staff had lined up at the front door to meet him. He recognised Ferring, the butler, and Mrs. Pickens, the housekeeper. They looked so much smaller and older than he remembered. Ferring had to be in his 70s, and Mrs. Pickens, perhaps 60. With them stood a stocky, middle-aged woman and a young girl of about 16. As he dismounted, a wiry, grey-haired groom appeared from around the side of the house.
Granger, isn't it?
Nash dragged the name out of his memory and handed the groom the reins. On his rare childhood visits to Uncle Jasper's, he'd haunted the stables. The man gave a quick smile and bobbed his head in a kind of bow.
Aye, sir. I'm surprised you remember. It must be 20 years or more since you were last here.
Nash smiled back.
I was 9, but how could I forget your patience with a pestilential boy? You was never a brat, sir, just a lad with a passion for horses and a knack for mischief.
The groom slapped the horse's neck.
I see you've grown into a fine judge of horseflesh. Alas, this fine fellow belongs to my brother. Take good care of him, won't you? I'll need him later on. And have my baggage brought into the house. Yes, the cloth bundle as well as the portmanteau.
The elderly butler had been waiting stiffly at the top of the steps during this exchange, a worried look on his face that intensified as Nash grew closer.
Welcome to Whitethorn Manor, Mr. Renfrew. I'm sorry. If we'd had a little more warning...
Nash shook the old man's hand.
How do you do, Ferring? You look the same as ever. The lack of advance warning is deliberate. The estate is just as I want to see it, unprepared. Mrs. Pickens, good to see a familiar face.
The butler looked even more unhappy and introduced him to Mrs. Good, the cook, and her niece Emily, some sort of housemaid or kitchen maid, Nash presumed.
There is a great deal to be done, Nash told Ferring, but first I must write some letters.
I'll require 4 grooms to deliver them on horseback. 1 to ride to Bath, another to London, 1 to Alverley, my brother's house, and the 4th to Firmin Court, which is near Fern in the next county."
Ferring and Mrs. Pickens exchanged glances. Perhaps they were out of the habit of grooms delivering notes. But Nash had no time to waste.
"In addition, I'll need my uncle's carriage. I presume he has something better than the antiquated vehicle he had last time I was here." "I'm afraid not, sir." "Good God! What did he use?" "Nothing, sir. Sir Jasper rarely left the estate." "Oh, well, you'll have to send someone to hire one." "I'm sorry, sir," Ferring quavered, "but I don't see how I could manage it." "Why not?"
Nash suddenly realised the problem. The old man probably should have been pensioned off years ago.
"Very well," he said in a gentler voice. "Assemble all the staff in the library in 15 minutes, and I will find someone to run the errands myself." "But, sir, the staff is already assembled,"
Ferring told him.
"Where?"
Nash looked down the hallway.
"Here, sir."
Ferring gestured with a sweep of his arm. With a sinking feeling, Nash stared at his staff. All 4 of them, not counting the groom who'd taken his horse.
"I suppose Granger is the only groom left." "I'm afraid so, sir." "Any horses?" "Just the one that pulls the gig, sir, for shopping, and to take us to church on Sundays."
Nash ran his fingers through his hair. No doubt the horse was one as slow and elderly as the retainers. A skeleton staff was one thing. That was normal when the family was not in residence, but he suspected he was about to discover years of neglect.
"Ferring, I'll speak to you and Mrs. Pickens in the library in 15 minutes, and then I want to speak to you all 20 minutes after that. That includes Granger and the gardener, if there is one. Anyone who currently works on the estate." "The estate manager, Mr. Harris?" "Not Harris. I've already met him. And Ferring, bring down all my uncle's boots."
Catching Ferring's expression, Nash added,
"I hope to find boots to fit me. You can see the state of mine."
Ferring glanced at the ribbon-wrapped boot, and his face resumed its human expression. In the next 15 minutes, Nash dashed off 2 identical letters to Aunt Maud. 2, because he wasn't sure whether she was in Bath or London, a hasty note to Marcus, and a 4th letter to accompany the items he extracted from the cloth bundle that Granger had brought in. He wrapped them in brown paper and tied it up with string. He started a 5th letter to Harry and Nell at Firmin Court, but recalling the difficulty in finding delivery boys, decided they could do without. He hoped they liked surprises. Ferring coughed at the door, his arms full of boots. Nash tried several pairs on, but the boots were too small.
"Pity."
He set them aside.
"Now a tour of the house, if you please."
15 minutes later, he'd inspected most of the house. Its condition wasn't as bad as he'd imagined. It was old and shabby and worn at the edges, but that was no surprise in the home of an elderly bachelor. With a little spit and polish, it would do, at a pinch. He returned to the library, seated himself at the large carved oak desk, and called in the rest of the staff. They filed in, their faces glum.
"I'm about to be married," he told them. "The wedding will be on Friday next week, which gives you just over a week to prepare for guests."
Their jaws collectively dropped. "How many guests do you expect, sir?" Mrs. Pickens asked hesitantly.
"Not many. Just my aunt, Lady Gosforth, my brother, the Earl of Alverley, my half-brother, Mr. Morant, and his wife, Lady Helen Morant, and possibly some others, and of course their servants. My aunt will bring her dresser, her coachman, and several grooms. Oh, and of course the bride, Miss Maddy Woodford, and her siblings, 5 children under the age of 12, so the nursery will need to be opened."
5 children, Ferring quavered. Nash frowned.
"Is that a problem?"
The old man looked about to burst into tears.
"Oh, no, sir. It's just that...
Mrs. Pickens stepped forward. "It's just that the last child that was in this house was yourself, sir, and may I say," she glanced at the butler,
"and I speak for us all, sir,
that it's been too long since this old place had children running about in it."
Ferring pulled out a handkerchief and blew on it loudly, nodding vigorously to show his agreement with the sentiments expressed.
"Whitethorn will be a family home again, as it was when I was a boy. Only for a week, I'm afraid, and then I'm closing it down." "Closing it down?" "For repairs and refurbishment. I'll be returning to Russia shortly, but this will be our country home. I will, of course, keep you all on here. Those who wish to retire will receive a pension."
There was an almost audible exhaling of breath.
Nash continued,
"First things first, I want the house thoroughly cleaned, the rooms opened up, the bedrooms scrubbed, the sheets and bedding aired, and—"
He made a vague gesture.
"You will know better than I what needs to be done."
He turned to Granger.
"I haven't inspected the stables yet." "Oh, tidy and shipshape, sir,"
Granger said.
Nash wasn't surprised.
"Good man. You'll be busy too. Most of the visitors will bring their own grooms and drivers, but you'll need to get in supplies and manage the whole."
Granger's eyes gleamed.
"Like the old days it'll be."